Okay. Okay guys, karibuni sana. Oudia Joseph baba. Sawa baba. Karibu sana Oudia ama Ouda Joseph. Naona mmeingia sana, wengi wenyu mmeingia. So karibuni sana. Baba ameinsist kwamba wakushindana na Ruto mwaka ujao ni yeye. So amejiamini kwamba ni yeye anaweza kashinda Ruto ama ni yeye anaweza kamzuia Ruto kuwa rais. So tujadiliane tuone kama ni ukweli ama ni chocha tu anajichocha. Vitu kaa hizo tuifanye kwa muda wa masaa mawili zijazo, alafu we call it a day. So asante sana Oyera, niko ndani. Raila Jan, nipe link. Nzioka, yes baba. Joka Ro, weka link. Dorin Nyakundi, nishakuona. So kwa wale ambao mnaomba link, hey, baba apumzike, amezeeka, maoni yake bet. Acha hate speech nani, maoni yake Abiero Bernard. I have to, okay. Asante sana Stephen Kaboga, you can do it man. Pastor Richard, asante sana, pray for Kenya, Ruto all the way. Maoni yake Pastor Richard. Okay, wale ambao mnaomba link nawapa sasa hivi. Kama sio sasa ni sasa hivi. Ndio hiyo link. Ndio hiyo link nimeweka kwa comment section. Ukiwa YouTube kuna link. Ukiwa huko kwingine pia kuna link. Ama Facebook. Huko kwingine namaanisha Facebook. Raila will never be president. Milly Jerop. Maoni yake Kisotu Solomon Malit. Baba ndio mambo yote, Mutua niko ndani. Cedric, link nishaeka kwa YouTube na Facebook mara mbili. Enos, tell Kenyans are tired of him losing now and then. Let him support Kidero as president. Asante sana Ubudho Enos. Samson Olocho, hapo sawa, tunamtambua miaka hii yote, anaweza. Asante. Route all the way to State House. Maoni yake Robert. Daudi watching from Kibra. Karibu sana. Raila Odinga is the right person to succeed Uhuru Kenyatta and he will win. Joseph Bantom. Naona mmeingia hapo chini lakini acha ningoje wawili hivi alafu tukuje kwa screen. Daniel Mwita, niko in bro Clinton, siku mingi sana, hope uko poa. Daniel, wewe unakaa classmate. Daniel, hebu tuma inbox hapo bana, Tuma inbox. Wewe nikaa tulilala na wewe Nyati inaitwa dorm ama hostel, Nyati dorm, Nyati dormitory. Kuna Pudia Domi route all the way, Martin Ochieng, I will support Baba until 2022 kwa debe. Si leo nimejaribu na comments bana. Wale ambao wao mna complain comments unaonesha tu za watu wa Tanga mara nini. Si leo bana. Leo sijawafinya sana. Okay, J-Code. Okay, J-Code. Yeye utawaambia tu kwa mdomo. Hapo umetuchatisha kwa inaitwa nini? Private chat. So let me bring you immediately uongeleshe wa Kenya. So niaje J-Code?
Oh, good evening.
Poa sana Frank. Umeshindaje bwana?
Umeshinda poa. Unajua niko ushago, niko nyumbani.
Ulienda home?
Ushago nyumbani nikisi.
Hata mimi niko ushago, ndio maana hii net yangu haiko strong.
So kwanza ningeomba wasaji hata kama tuko na political differences, like mtu ana believe ideology zake, at least tusaidiane kuna hapo kwa comment nimeweka link yangu ya YouTube. Hata kama tutakuwa tuna follow about ma politicians at the end siasa ufike ile na tunapaki hivyo. Unaona? Hata kama tutakuwa tunapiga siasa lazima tutafute kitu yenye itatuweka until 2022. So kuna YouTube link hapo. Ningeomba tu watazamaji wote wenye wanatazama saa hizi, at least hata kama wewe ni mtu yudia, hata kama utacomment ili utacomment, siko baya, you can subscribe kwa hiyo channel yangu, then endelee mbele. Alafu hapo tutasaidiana. Hata kama uko na wewe na yako nao tutasubscribe. Sasa
Jacob, sijaona link bana. Na scroll hapa comments na sioni link umetuma.
Hapo kwa private. Is it a private? Yeah, private chat.
Umetuma kwa private chat, lakini ekea wananchi hapo kwa comment section. Hii private chat ni wenye wako ndani wanaiona. Sorry.
Umeingia zoezi hapa hivi live zoezi nika comment. Zoezi umenifungia?
Sija kufungia bana. Hata mimi sijui kucomment nikiwa hapa ndani, so. So ukisha toka utaiweka kwa comment section, alafu Wakenya watasubscribe. Wakenya mnaotizama, Jacob ako na YouTube channel. Na lazima tusaidiane, you subscribe. Siku subscribe hakuna do tunalipishwa.
Ni free tu, ni free. Hata intu kwa YouTube, a search channel 21 East Africa News. Channel 21 EA News, East Africa News. Imeandikwa EA News. Hiyo ndio channel yangu. You subscribe. Hivyo ndio tunasupportiana. Si kitu kingine. Unajua hao ma politician wote wanaenda nyumbani, wengine watapata vio, then watakusahau ama watakusahau wewe, hata kama utakuwa support Ruto ama utakuwa una support nani. At the end, mimi na wewe ndio tutapaki tukilia maisha imekuwa aje. So lazima tutafute kitu yenye long last, yenye last for long, after 2022 mpaka 2027 na from 2027 mpaka 2032, kama Mungu atatufikisha hapo. So ingia kwa mada ya leo. Unajua niko na issue na wewe. Acha tu nikwambie ukweli.
Ngoja kwanza. Kuna mtu pia ametuma link yake, Diana Kanya. So wale ambao mko hapa kwa comments, tafadhali saidieni Diana Kanya kwa kusubscribe kwa YouTube channel yake. Tumesema kwamba watu usaidiana, so let us subscribe, let us support one another, kwa sababu tumekutana hapa, pengine hatujuani, lakini ukimsaidia tutafurahia sana. So Jacob, wewe uko na issue na mimi bana. Kama singekuwa hapa ungedu, tumekutana hapa.
Mtembea angekuwa kama mtu hapo, mtembea angekuwa.
So Jacob, wewe uko na issue na mimi bana. Kama singekuwa hapa ungedu.
Nani ameweka podium? Anatuumiza.
Bana, ukiingia kwa show lazima mic. Martin na Kisotu. Sasa mko hapo chini, zimeni mic nikiona mmezima alafu mnarudi tu.
Sawa, nataka kukuambia kitu moja. I know you supporting Katanga. I know you supporting Mwizi. I know you supporting William Ruto. William Ruto is a thief. William Ruto is a serial killer. We know the character za William Ruto. But as long as vile unaendelea support William Ruto, try to take Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. Hiyo ndio kitu tunakuomba. Kuna statement ambayo umemake before to end life. That's why kuna statement ambayo umemake. That's why nimekuomba link. Huyu mwenye anajiita Maope Raila Jan ni mimi. That's why nimekuomba link. Please. Siasa ifanye tuanze kutukia baba ama tuanze kutusi baba. Hata kama kuna difference ya nini, let's respect Raila Odinga. Huyo mzee hii yenye tunaongea sasa hivi tunatusi viongozi, baba ndiye amefanya mpaka penye tumefika. Siwezi nikakaa hivi niangalie watu mkitusi baba hivi nikiwa hai. Na nitakwambia ukweli, unichukie usinichukie. Ucomment ujinga hapa chini, comment. I will tell you the truth. Respect Raila Odinga. Mimi nitakuambia. 2022 atasimama baba, si eti yeye ndiye ata sisi
Nenunge, uwezi ukazima mic. Jacob,
okay.
Ni statement gani hiyo nimemake kuonesha sijamheshimu baba? Shwali, sijaongea hata, ndio nataka nianze kuongea.
Achana na hiyo, nataka kusema hivi Clinton.
Ngoja. Umeanza kwa kunizomea eti the fact that I support Ruto I should respect baba. Ni nini nimesema kuonesha kwamba simrespect? Si ni comments nimesoma tu hapa, na kwa hizo comments zote nimesoma kuna mwenye ameongea mbaya ama?
Wewe kusema eti Raila Odinga support William Ruto au hiyo ni kupatia baba disrespect. Yani
sijasema support William Ruto. Umeingia kweli, umesoma topic. Nimesema Raila insists he's the best candidate to defeat Ruto in 2022. Hiyo haimaanishi atamsupport Jacob. Uko nyumbani ama uko kwa nini?
Ni kuongea uliongea.
Okay. Bana, niko sure na kitu nimesema. Hapo hakuna msamaha nitaomba bana. Hapo hakuna msamaha naweza omba. Alafu usijifanye you are baba supporter bana. Sisi pia masupporter wake, tena wale wa
wote Raila Odinga supporter. Wacha kujidanganya politically. Raila Odinga supporter.
Yes, okay.
Sometimes I have a problem with the audience. Now that we have been discussing the Ruto for the last how many days, today we have put a topic on Raila. They are still shifting the topic to Ruto. Kindly, I think, let's be objective. You don't carry discussion that was on another place and you bring it here. That's why even our followers have a problem, that we can still have a topic and we don't focus on the topic. We continue focusing on other things, and it looks like every day when you subscribe to this channel you just hear the same issues regardless of the change of the topic. Kindly, let's be objective. You may have issues with Clinton, but you can solve them inbox. It doesn't have to be on the main topic, but people are here to listen to the substance of the topic.
Jacob ni beshte, ni venye tu ameweka kwa fikra kwamba mimi ni supporter wa William. So akiniona tu hivi anataka kuniingilia kama supporter wa William, of which I am not, and I am at the same time. So you know hakuwa amenielewa vizuri, lakini hope amekuelewa venye umemexplainia. So thank you very much guys. Leo tumejaribu kushift kiasi but bado ni siasa. So kama unampenda Raila sana, akiongelewa una feel vibaya, utatusamehe kwa sababu leo ni leo. Lazima tutamuongelea either positively ama kama kuna kitu negative tunajua kumuhusu pia tutasema. Watu wawili alafu tuanze show. Relax tu kiasi, natuma link ya mwisho. Juu kuna watu wataanza kushout, toa nani niekwe, toa nani niekwe. So studio ikijaa tu hivi watakuwa wapenzi watazamaji. Mwisho Jacob amesema, watazamaji amesema kuna YouTube yake inaitwa nimesahau. Jacob akona YouTube channel. Ukisearch kwa YouTube alafu subscribe utakuwa umemsaidia sana. Alafu kuna dada yetu pia somebody Kanya Diana ali-comment hapo eti akona YouTube channel, ukisubscribe pia atashukuru. So thank you very much guys. We may start our today's discussion. Now that kila mtu ametulia, kama huongei unazima mic alafu ile echo inapotea kabisa, tutakuwa tumesaidika sana. Moja kwa moja, Shem Mondo, tupe kauli yako on today's topic. Shem, microphone Shem. Okay, ukirekebisha uje tena. Nenunge Mandela. Okay, Mike ikianza kazi kuja tena. Kisotu Malit.
Yes.
Niaje bana kazi kuja tena.
Clinton.
Kisotu Malit.
Yes.
Niaje bana kazi. Martin, tulisema kama huongei unazima mic. Ukizima kuja tena. Kisotu sema.
Kupata vizuri. No. Nakupata vizuri.
Yes.
Yeah. Naona ndugu yangu wako na feelings kuhusu baba. So hiyo ni maisha. Kwa maoni yangu,
yes,
mimi naonelea hakuna saizi Kenya mzima, hakuna mtu
walai hatupati poa. Kisotu hatukupati poa kabisa. Hebu angalia hiyo mic yako alafu
ikoje?
Karibia simu tena ya mwisho.
Okay, na sai
sawa, iko sawa.
Iko sawa. Sasa mimi nasema hakuna mtu mtafananisha saizi Kenya mzima na Raila Odinga. Kwa sababu Raila ni mtako, amejua pesa ya Kenya na experience tena hajaipatikana yote ya wizi kama ile Ruto. So hata kuombea kusema ati watashirikiana na Ruto msinde 2022 Ruto, hiyo ni kama kufananisha giza na mwangaza. So kwa maoni yangu, so far so good, hakuna mtu atashindana na baba. Hujapata maybe tuseme mtu kama Mabiki, watu wao kama tuseme pate ground nzuri, usiingie watu moja pamoja baba, hiyo mtu tuweza sema atasaidia. Lakini mwizi kama Ruto mkopee na Raila, ni kama hakuna kitu kufanya. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Huwezi compare Ruto na baba.
Okay. Asante sana Kisotu Malit kwa maoni yako.
Kwa sababu hizo zote nimetoka Narok. Tunajua baba kuwa tu yeye anapenda haki ya kila mtu. Na huku kwetu Ruto ametudanganya yetu tunaiba mashamba kama Mao, unajua Mao ndio amekufa. So yes, compare Ruto. Na I'm very sorry kama wewe ni Ruto. Unafuata pesa.
Okay. Thank you. Zola. Ama kuna mtu akona swali kwa Kisotu?
Clinton.
Yes.
What is the topic today? I'm still struggling to understand what this guy is saying.
Hapa kila mtu na maoni yake. Akishaona topic uweze kumzuia kusema juu. Ukishampa time utafikiria ataongelea topic lakini ataiframe venye anaitaka. So itabidi tuwasamehe.
You know, we will be vindicated today. Mnasemanga sisi tunachukia mtu fulani, lakini leo tumewapatia topic, msipo hii prosecute mtusamee
kabisa. Sasa unaona tumesema tu as in Baba insists he's the right candidate to defeat Ruto in 2022. In short, we are talking about Baba's presidency. Shadi Chuka Ukiingia kwa show Nairobi unazima mic.
Yani in short tunataka kuuza
useme.
papa kwa Wakenya. Kama wewe ni wa baba, tunataka utuuzie papa. Sasa lete kile kitu unatuushia papa ni gani na gani na gani. Na wewe unamkataa kwa sababu ya hii na hii.
Exactly. Oma Machoge. Sasa kama kuna mtu haja kuelewa. Guys, I insist again, ukiingia unazima mic. Hii ni kitu kila mtu anajua. So mimi nitakutoa tu roho safi. Ama ukikuja na giza, pia nakutoa tu roho safi. Hatujaweka ile nini ya kupiga simu. So hii ni live show. Simu unaweza piga ukiwa nyuma ya giza. Lakini hii ni live, unaleta sura na unaongea. Before Rome talks, Kisotu umekuja sana. Uko na issue ingine tena ya kumalizia?
Nilikuwa nasikia kama nimepotea kwa mjadala, lakini naona sawa, sababu nimesema baba amefanyia mambo mengi ya Kenya, ambayo kama kuna roho ya uti tungeweza mpatia nafasi hii au president wa Kenya, si president of the Republic of Kenya. So mimi naomba kwa sababu Raila hajaipatikana kwa wizi ama kashfa yoyote ile, ni yeye ndiye huwa anatuokoa. Kama zile kashfa zote tukisikia, ni yeye ndiye huwa anakutoa serikali wakijaribu kuiba. Kwa hivyo mimi naomba this time round at least tumkumbuke baba na tupee nafasi.
So you support Baba's presidency because of those things that he has been doing, sindio?
Kabisa na ameseka, sio na style at least roho ufurahi, tusibaki na dhambi.
Okay, thank you. Yes, MCA Bamburi.
Asante Clinton. Leo hii topic inakaa imefurahisha kina Wekesa kweli. Okay. Baba, I respect Baba so much. Tukiangalia katika historia ya Kenya, jinsi ama ile regions ambazo zimempigia kura baba sana kwa wingi and to the last man is the region where I come from. Coastal region has been the only region in Kenya that has been standing with Baba to the last man. For the last 3 elections, tumekuwa tukisimama na Baba to the last man. Tulisimama na yeye 2007, tukasimama na yeye 2013, tukasimama na yeye 2017. But now as I speak today, I will now talk zile weaknesses za Baba. And I will choose as a one county, like Kilifi County, which is the coastal region. Kilifi County, in terms of supporting Baba, hiyo imekuwa ikivote almost 99%. 99% I'm trying to mean out of the 7 constituencies in Kilifi County, all members of parliament were from the Baba's candidate party. All MCAs came from Baba party. But wakati Baba alikuwa amefika pale mahali alifika, when it comes to the dividing of position, like the issue to do with maybe minority whip in the Senate or in the National Assembly, okay, the positions that the NASA coalition had, I think if there was a county that deserves to be given those positions, it was Kilifi County. But they were taken aback and they just went ahead and gave 2 members of parliament being committee members, the former ODM stand supporter Aisha Juma, whom we moved together to the Hustler Nation, and the Kilifi North member of parliament Owen Baya, who is also in the Hustler Nation. So sisi tumekuwa tukimpenda Baba kama wapwani, but when Baba reaches where he is today, he forgets us. That's one of the reasons that imefanya the coastal voters, most of the counties today as we talk, the coastal counties, they have revolted against Baba. For the problem that has been at the coastal region is the land issue. The land issue in the coastal region has been used by politicians to ride to power. I remember in 2007 when we formed the coalition government, when the current Siaya Senator James Orengo was the lands minister. The coastal region had a lot of hope that the land question will be solved in the region. But because of self-interest...
Excuse me, Arome.
Yes.
Just
Yes.
a moment. Just a moment. Okay, proceed. Okay,
because of the self-interest of those people who had been given the powerful Minister of Lands, which has been the main problem, and that is the main agenda that Baba, when it comes to the coastal region, he uses to get votes. They failed to exercise, or they failed to deliver the coastal people from that problem, from that land menace problem. So definitely it punctured the Baba belief that most of us, including myself, I believed in the Baba's policy. So the reason why, as we talk today, the coastal region has shifted its allegiance from Baba, that is one of the reasons. The land question has not been dealt with. In terms of support, we have been giving Baba the total support he deserves. But when it comes to the time of dividing the national positions, more so in the ODM party, which I believe it was my party before, Baba was leaving us behind. The issue to do like the port of Mombasa, it was now taken to a personal land in Naivasha. The people of coastal region are now reading malice from Baba because we believe Baba is the only one who could help us in this issue. But today, now the leaders we have, now they're using that as a tool. So definitely the popularity of Baba, to me, those people who are saying it can be compared with William Ruto of today, we are dreaming. And then the issue Malit is talking about, I think Malit, I have started by saying, if there are people who can defend Baba, and if there are people who have been standing with Baba for the last 3 consecutive elections, it's the coastal region. Even the Siaya county where Baba himself comes from, we have members of parliament who were elected on I will call it Madoadoa party. But us, we avoided that because we believed this is our man and he's the man who is going to deliver us from the problems that we are undergoing. But as today we are talking, my brothers and sisters, Wekesa, you,
wait, Arome,
and the
wait,
rest.
Arome, wait. Seba Fidel, mbona umeamua tu kutupigia kelele?
Oh, sorry.
So sema point yako alafu utoke uende usikize muziki. It's your time.
So kile kiko tukubali mambo yamebadilika and kuna msemo wa kizungu unasema what can I put it, nothing is permanent. The popularity of Baba is gone. We should accept that it is gone and it is gone. So to move on to another topic. Yes.
Arome, you are not fair. Unasema issue na land bandi angewasaidia. Baba ni serikali. Alipromise kuwasaidia akichukua serikali. Alipata government.
2007
awasaidie kama opposition leader.
2007 the land docket was with Baba. James Orengo was the Minister for Lands. He had powers to help us. He didn't help us. So how can I convince my people of Kilifi that the land question Baba will come and solve when I'm on the ground? James Orengo alikuwa waziri, wewe unatuambia nini, nitasema nini?
Okay. Ni sawa.
Clinton have been mentioned twice. Can I respond?
No problem.
Yeah, I think first he says that the topic is against Kina Wekesa. I am the one who insisted that we shift away from the Ruto thing. So I like it to have the topic on Raila, and I'm not uncomfortable Baba being discussed. You will not see me interrupting. I like it that way. Baba has a character. and a personality. We have interrogated him for the last 25 years, and he has never been shy being in public limelight. So we like the topic, and we've been forcing it to come so that it doesn't look like we are against one person. So feel free to discuss. Don't think we would interrupt. Two, when you quote 2007, and then you have to explain to us how comes if he failed 2007, they still supported him 2013 and then 2017. I think like your history even doesn't make sense, because if you have issues with him, he failed at 2007, then you would have reacted 2013 and 2017. But look at this way, Baba have worked together with Uhuru, and September they started giving out the title deeds, and in September they are completing the 15,000 title deed that they are going to do in Kilifi and part of Coast, and it is the quest to resolve the land issue. But the the conclusive and comprehensive land issue was to be done under land reforms, and part of the reforms that we are pushing in the BBI was to address even historical injustices. There are things that cannot be addressed in the Constitution as it is. There are necessary amendments that needs to be done so that they can be addressed. So we are brief to that, and Baba has never left his position on the land issue. He has never left his position on the reforms. He has never left his position on the issues that affect the cost, and that's why the cost is a darling. And the guy, he's saying that the allegiance to Papa has shifted. You ask them, has it shifted from somebody who is pioneer, who is pushing for land reforms, to a land grabber, or has shifted to where? Tell us.
Okay, thank you. Before you are told, Shadi Chuka, nimechoka kukuambia uzime mic. Walai nimechoka, si chocha. So let me just remove you completely, because kuna vitu hata tukirudia has make sense.
Okay, sir. Yes. Can I proceed, Clinton?
Man, in 2 minutes, because umeongea kama dakika 17 hivi.
Okay, sir. Wakati mwanafunzi anaanguka anakuwa number 1, alafu anakuwa number 3, alafu anakuwa number 7, it means he's losing focus. In 2007, we voted to the last man, to Raila Odinga, almost sweeping every seat in the coastal region. In 2013, mambo ilianza kwenda vibaya. You find ukienda mahali ingine unapata kuna mbunge wa chama kingine, unapata kuna nini na nini na nini, unaona? In 2017, as we talk today, the coastal region has been now, some of us, we voted for this government, some still remain to Baba. And in 2022, brace for a very highly defeat. And this time round, I'm on the ground myself. So you will see it.
Okay, thank you, Arome Bamburi Ward. Huyo ni aspiring MCA. Si mtu hivi, akikwambia ku ground, kubali ya ku ground. Sisi wengine ground yetu ni hapa social media na tunapiga midomo. Asifu Ruto atakuwa ameshinda asubuhi. Lakini Arome Bamburi yako ground, by the way. I can confirm. Kama unashuku wafaa kuongea next, achilia mic na uongee. Kama unashuku ni wewe. Okay, Shira. Kila mtu amekataa si mimi. So Shira.
I'm the next.
Okay, sawa ni Dynasty. Wa hii platform, si wa wale wengine, so. We know you. Shira pia hataki kuongea. Alfred Liberators bana. Liberate huyu jamaa. amezuiliwa pia, kama unaweza. Hai. Bana huwezi tupiga hivyo na eko na uendelee kukaa kwa screen. Lazima utoke tu. Wekesa, proceed. All these people doesn't want to talk, man.
Yeah, they fear. I think
Hebu wekesa. Kuna watu wakiachilia mic siwezi wa mute hata kama mimi ni moderator. Seronei Kim, ni aje?
Niko poa bro. Unaelewa?
Sasa umesema tu ku mute microphone uwezi kabisa. Sasa unasikia unatupigia kelele na mic yako.
Nimetoa niko na music.
Uja mute bana. Okay, let me remove you.
Okay.
Ukirudi nitaona. Sasa umemute. Matabili, ni aje?
Salama.
So, hebu zima mic.
Hello.
Hebu zima mic. Okay, so let me remove you, man. It was very noisy. Thank you. So, Wekesa, proceed.
Yeah, thank you guys. Today's topic we are discussing on Baba is insisting that he's in the race, and I think all signs, although he has not officially declared, but all signs indicate that he's in the race. And for us who have, for us who have been consistently with Baba since 2005, we understand where he stands, the issues he stands for. I normally say that when you listen to Baba speak, he doesn't speak from the mouth and the mind, he speaks from the heart. These issues he advocates for are, he understands them and he believes in them and he owns them. There are people who just go in the library and look for issues and come and give them to Kenyans, and when they are asked questions, they cannot even answer because they don't own them, they don't believe them. They just look for somebody like Clinton, who is an intelligent guy, and gives them something, and then they pound them to the people. But Baba stands for the right issues that affect this nation. Baba has been a darling of all Kenyans. All Kenyans, there are those who hate him and like him in equal measure, but those who love him are more because they have seen him consistently stand for their issues. There are those who say that he has relaxed in his advocacy for the citizens, but that is not the issue. He changed only the tactic, but he is focused on delivering what he has been yearning for. You know, Obama said that some of the things he wanted to do in America could not just advocate when he's outside. He realized he has to enter inside and change them from within. And that has been the longing and the yearning of Baba, that how can he, for example, address that issue of land reform that Arome is talking about. From outside, yes, he owned the Ministry of Lands, but you see, controlling the instruments of power is different from just owning a ministry in government. At the end of the day, government does not act, you cannot, as a Minister of Lands and Reforms, act unilaterally. The sender holds. You have to have the powers and the authority of the head of state. So if you have it, and then it's easier. If the head of state is the one advocating for those land reforms, then it's easier for you to articulate them than when you are pushing it from one side. And that's why we feel like the highest time has come when we put Papa on the seat and we ask him, after 5 years, you have been here for 25 years telling us about land reforms, telling us about erasing historical injustices, telling us about Build Kenya, promoting local manufacturing and industries in Kenya. What has happened? So we want somebody who believes that this country can grow economically. And we have seen them when they were with Kibaki, they were able to push the economy. They are the one who came up with the blueprint for Vision 2030. And a part of the Vision 2030, even part of what Uhuru advocated in the Big Four was removed from the Vision 2030. And we believe that for Big Four to be complete, now that Uhuru has only 1 year to be in the office, he needs somebody who believes in those issues and continue with the legacy that he has started. So that's why three of the issues that arose from the Big Four were actually removed from the Vision 2030. But look at the opponents of Baba. They will always just, they oppose him on flimsy grounds. They will say Baba is Muganga. We don't know where they get that from. And Baba is a staunch Christian. The other day he even shared to us his church. He's a strong member of ACK Church. Baba, while he was in detention for 9 years, he read the Bible from Genesis to Revelations. He knows it page to page, cover to cover, scripture to scripture. And that does not only know that, he practices values. Baba does not, he believes in working for wealth, not stealing.
Wakesa, you mean Baba? You mean Baba read the whole Bible while in prison?
Yeah, Baba read when he was in detention. He read from Genesis to Revelation. He also read the 48 laws of power. Yes.
What else? What else did Baba read?
He also read the 48 laws of power and many other books that I will not. I only shared that which concerns Kenyans because they talk every day when they stand up on Ambiwa in Muganga and they believe. They say we need Antichrist, we need the worshipper, and they believe. But that is just the homework of Cambridge Analytica, who came here to demonize Baba and make him look like. We have even seen the photos where people call and remove the head of somebody and put the head of Baba and say he's drinking blood from the forest somewhere there. Those are things that don't make sense. I think Africans have a problem. And one of the challenges that Africa needs to overcome is the issue to do with these things called witchcrafts, these things called religion. And the other side is capitalizing on that. It's capitalizing on that.
You see that one is happening on both sides. Like in the group I do see mnatoa kichwa cha mtu mwenye ana push wheelbarrow, mnaika kichwa ya 001 hustler. So
no, I don't want to talk to the other side. Let me focus on my side. That one we will do on their day of reckoning. But today I'm focused on Baba. I don't kindly interrupt me if you are bringing issues of the other side. Just bring the issues of Baba. So I've seen they create videos of Muganga. They create, even when they go to the forest in the morning and they are crowned elders of communities, they still believe that is Christian, and they want to make this God-fearing man to look like he's a demon. I can confirm to you, I have been even in his office. Baba believes, even on his desk, he believes in the Bible. Baba believes in prayer. They do prayers in the office. So he's a committed Christian. Is only that some are lunatics. You know, there's a difference between a Christian and a lunatic. Those who push things to the extreme just for political expedience. When you see a Christian who always carry a big Bible, it doesn't mean that he's the one who is endowed with the wisdom from above. No, some of them use that to cajole the crowd, to make people believe that they are the ones who are near the breath of heaven. But these silent people who only inculcate, by the way, I'm a strong Christian. But when I come to politics, I don't use like Bwana Sifiwe, like God said that. I will talk about politics, and you read between the line that I have strong values that I espouse from my religion. I will not come to hoodwink you here using the scripture, Bwana Sifiwe, sijui Mungu amesema nini. They even we are going to an extent saying that God has said this is the chosen one. Then after a few or years, we come and say Amalisa Ende. So can we be strong? Can we have people who are consistent in what they are saying, who are consistent in what they stand for? You cannot be having manifestos. In this year, you have this manifesto. In the next years, you have different manifesto. Baba's manifesto, when you look in all those parties and the seasons he has stood for, are consistent. When he stands and talks about land reforms, he believes in it and he doesn't change. He is Baba who came up with the Mau Forest conservation. The other side took issue with that. He's a Baba who came up with the push for reforms in 2010. The other side had issues with that. He's the Baba who came up with the BBI idea together with his brother Uhuru. The other side had issues with that.
No,
so
you are lying. You are lying. You are lying.
Consistency. Look at his consistency.
Wekesa.
You are lying. BBI is for Jonet na Dennis Waweru.
Wekesa, don't tell us about BBI. In fact, you people, you ate the taxpayers' money and Kenyans are suffering because of the COVID. So stop talking that. You are making us get angry.
That's a petty angriness, and it doesn't move me because you don't
Sasa,
eat
my brother,
money.
You don't
react over imaginary money.
Taxpayers' money was taxpayers' money was wasted. The procedure that was used to implement to kwani hakuna pesa ilitumika kukimbiza. Even if it is 1 shilling, it is taxpayers' money. Stop joking around, Bana Wekesa, because you believe in Baba.
Under which budget was BBI allocated money? Don't talk without facts. Under which budget was BBI allocated money?
Thank you.
So you want to tell us the money that was used to have here, those rallies
The half-truths are called conjectures, they are called innuendos, they are called hearsays, they are called...
Wekesa, let me say one word before I leave the show, my brother.
We are not here for hearsays.
Let me say one word before I leave the show, Wekesa. Raila can never be a president of this country. Take it from me, and will be here next year by a time like this one.
But that is not what we are discussing. That is not what we are discussing, and he has missed it several times, and we have never had ulcers, my brother. So that is not the issue we are discussing.
The problem you are telling us. You are talking of BB. You are talking of BBI, which is a matter which is in court, and it is something which is dead. You are discussing something which is dead.
allow me
Now, why are you
to...
flip-flopping, my brother? I'm just discussing what Raila is able to do. Whether he
Arome.
misses that,
You know
is not
what?
my problem.
No,
Arome.
what you're telling us,
Relax,
what you're telling us,
Arome.
Wekesa, what you're
Look
telling us,
here.
Wekesa, it's like the discussion that John Buddy, not John Buddy, this man Edin Sifuna, the senator for
Kindly be,
Kakamega, and
kindly
this
be
one for
consistent
Wiper, they were
with
discussing.
your ideas. Kindly be
You are being watched
consistent
by
with
many
your
people, my
ideas.
brother. Aye.
Kindly be
Arome,
organized
Arome,
in
why
your
are you
submission.
agitated about BBI?
Because it is dead and we should not even discuss it here. It is a matter which is before court.
Because it is dead or because you are asked to fund it?
It is a matter which is before court. We should not discuss it here.
Then why are you've been appointed on this platform to fight anybody who talks about BBI?
I
BBI
did
is
not
a fact.
even discuss it. I
It
just
will still
listed
be put
as
in the
some of
history
the
of
things.
Kenya that there was an attempt to make to amend the constitution in 2021, whichever. So you cannot erase such information from being documented, even if the matter is in court. That you don't have to go personal about it. Secondly, Raila's presidency and failing to be president, how does that affect you? Is your name Raila?
Thank you, guys. Let's move on from the two speakers. Hope the argument was healthy. Usitoke ka umekach. Oh, before Seronei Kim, kuna venye ukiingia hapa bila picha huwekwi. So don't acha kunitusi kwa inbox. Bado sitakuweka bila picha. Kwa sababu unaniambia toa nani uniweke na kuna picha. So ukiweka picha naona hapo chini. Endelea kunitusi inbox lakini bila picha na kutoa. Seronei Kim, uko na shida ya network, so tutaenda kwa Tergat. Tergat 2 to 3 minutes, Tergat. Sana 3 minutes.
Just one moment. Kuna maswali mingi lakini those guys were just shouting, they didn't allow questions to Wekesa.
Yeah. Hello.
When Bernard asked if Baba loses, how does it affect me? I think that one is being insincere. What will the parents of Baby Pendo answer? Then let me go to Wekesa. Wekesa, you say Baba read the Bible, the whole of it from Genesis to Revelation. One, looking at you with all your intelligence, if I use the same wisdom of Bernard, how would you prove he read? Because you have asked us to prove how BBI money was spent. So how can you prove he read the Bible? And does reading the Bible make him holier than thou? We have made him to be more like God. He's the same today, yesterday, and forever. Yet we know no man is the same. He has lost ground, and in any case, he also has weaknesses we can cite from here to Jerusalem. So tell us here now, when you tell us he's as virtuous as you want to purport, how would you prove that?
I was saying Baba is this Christian that does not brag, and I was just balancing the scale, and I saying people to call him
so
Muganga,
does that make him right?
You have asked
from
me.
Where do you gather your sources?
Let me answer, and then you ask me another question kindly. You have asked me. I was saying, okay, from the general perception, people have created it to look like Muganga, and if you ask them to prove, they don't have a proof. The same way you are asking me to prove, but I have proved to you. I have been close to Baba, and I know Baba espouses Christian values. But the other side have been lied to believe that Baba, even those who say Baba ni Muganga, were with him and they know he was not Muganga. They were with him and campaigned for him. They knew he was not Muganga. But right now they want us to believe that he's Muganga. And I've said he's not only read the Bible, he espouses those things, and in his character of leadership, you can see them. But the other people who just purport and show you, they will always see an open Bible. And yes, it's on Sunday we will see them with an open Bible. But on these other days, what they talk and what they do, the dramas they do, you wonder, is this the same Christian or is just the Bwana's viewer hallelujah choruses?
So saying to you, the problem is saying Bwana Sifiwe and doing the choruses.
Yes, that is
Then,
being a
Christianity is not
being a
in carrying
Pharisee. That's a
Bible.
Pharisee. That's being a
Christianity
hypocrite.
is the Bible carrying you. So carrying
So,
Bible doesn't make you a Christian.
so
If there are
reading the Bible
no
makes you a
Christian
Christian.
values in your life,
So
you
reading the
can
Bible,
carry the
Genesis.
Bible
No,
from
I
morning
was
till
So reading
evening
confirming
the
to
to
you
you
that
Bible,
will
you are
not
not
Genesis
a
to
want.
Muganga
Revelation makes
because
you a
Muganga
Christian.
doesn't read the Bible.
Reading the Bible
Mugangas
makes
don't
you a
read the
Christian.
Bible unless
The
you don't
devil
know
can
other
cite
Bible.
the Bible, my friend. The devil can cite the Bible, and that doesn't make him holy. The devil cited the
You,
Bible not
and
once,
that's
not
why we
twice.
are
The
telling
devil was
you, this
able to cite the
hypocrite.
Bible. So citing the Bible, reading the Bible does not make one any
And
clean.
you are disqualifying your candidate because that is what
I am
exactly
not.
he
I'm
does.
only
He
telling
goes
you,
in
telling
public
us that
and
Baba
then
read
comes up.
Genesis
He
to
wants people
Revelation
to believe
is not
that
a
he's a
point we should
Christian.
take
He
home.
wants people to
Wekesa,
believe that
Wekesa.
he's the preacher, that he was the CU guy in the Christian campus. But when he comes out, he's a fraudster, he's a liar, he's a corrupt, he's everything, murderer, everything. So what is this kind of things you are telling us?
No, let me bring some order. You started by telling us, Bwana Wekesa, that we should tujikite kwa Raila. Lakini ukituambia William alikuwa
I have
CU
not
chairman,
mentioned any other name. I'm only mentioning Raila. I've not mentioned any other name.
amekuja nje akakuwa
I've not mentioned any
fraudster.
other name.
We pia unatoka
I've
kwa
not
topic.
mentioned. Unless you are telling me that fraudster, it means somebody else. I've not mentioned anybody's name. And I will not mention in this session. Unless you are telling me corruption means another person.
The question you have been asked is very simple. How can you prove that he did what he did while in prison? He read the Bible.
Clinton, you people are losing, you are losing the direction of this discussion.
Now, let me tell you, Steve.
Somebody reading Bible doesn't require anybody to prove.
Bernard, the things we believe from other politicians is what they tell us. This is that's an excerpt from one of the interviews. You can go and check. He said, "I have read the Bible, and this is what I did. I was in prison. I will, if you want, I will share this clip as we continue.
But that one is very straightforward. You were told by Raila that he read the whole Bible while in prison. You just answered,
and I've also gone ahead and proved he practices that even in his office. I say that.
Correct.
So what do you want me to say?
Beating around the bush that you are sure he read the Bible. Say I was told by Baba.
I'm sure because he knows it from A to Z. He knows. But he doesn't go and you see these guys want always us to believe that when he holds the Bible, he holds his upside down, that he has no idea about it.
Okay,
which is wrong.
There's this
ignorance we are removing from Jet.
There's this beautiful verse that says, "Blessed are you if, as much as you have read, you are able to do what the Bible says." So
yes, and that's why I said he practices.
It was good for him to read, but unfortunately, he does not do
what verse is that, Jex?
Guys, this discussion was not about all the Bible verses. My memory verse comes from the book of Proverbs 18:8. You can go and read that. Hata mimi nimesahau hiyo line kidogo. It's long since I had a memory verse. I'll revisit. So let's move forward from that discussion. Wengine wametegea sana. Jex, najua unataka uwafinye kina Ben na Wekesa, lakini
that verse is John 13:17. I'm sure you are well learned and your English is not as bad, so you can read. So is it my time?
No. Let us hear from these Kenyans. Alafu hii argument yako na Ben na Wekesa kuisha itakuwa ni ngumu. Kayan Bernard. 3 to 5 minutes, Kayan Bernard. Unmute.
Okay, first of all, I'm Kayan Bernard, as you see there. In matters of the Bible, I just say it is not easy to discuss the Bible because the Bible is not like other books. So for those who are discussing that, it is not. If it is politics, let us go direct to the politics and leave it the Bible alone. Anybody can hear me?
We can
Yes.
we all can hear you.
Proceed.
So when it comes to the things we do with politics, let the leaders say their own what they want to do to Kenyans, and there we can move forward. The things that it is just we go with the principality and principles of a leader. It is not a matter of tribals or a matter of other things, but promise what you can do to the Kenyans so that we can know how we can do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kayan Bernard. Si Bernard, jamani. Okay, Kayan Bernard. Bernard, mute your microphone. Yes. Kayan Bernard. Mfalme, Otieno Mfalme. Kuna mwanamuziki anaitwa hivyo na amelala ile serious kabisa, lakini ako kwa show. Kick from studio ndio dawa yake. Jonathan.
Yes. How are you all?
Okay, wait Jonathan. Kuna mtu kwa show anaitwa Wafula kweli. Ana complain sana kwa comment section. Okay, kama wewe ni Wafula wa comment, ndio hiyo link. Click hiyo link ukuje uparticipate. Alafu nisamehe kidogo Jonathan. Kuna mtu ananitusi hapa inbox eti sisomi comments. I planned to read them sometimes back. Mfalme Arthur, I wanted to say something but siwezi join website. But this issue of voting someone to punish others will cost us much. Baba has not had full power and has been undermined all along, so we cannot blame him for land reforms. He has always meant well for the country, but those punishers have let him down all the time. Asante sana Mfalme Arthur. Evergreen Kwamboka Ntambo. Who is Baba? From 1970, Raila was in government. Up to now, nothing, he will not help the people. Now see people in the slum of Libra. They suffering and Okay, asante sana Evergreen Kwamboka Ntambo. Hussein Banapana. Thank you. Asante sana kwa maoni yenu kwa comment section. Jonathan, proceed.
Amjamboni nyote. Unajua Biblia inasema si wote wanitao Bwana Bwana wataona ufalme wa Mungu. Na kuna siku hizi mpaka manabii wa uongo. Kuchangia Raila. Raila unajua amepigania country sana Kenya. Like watu unajua wanamwanda estimate. Unajua like people let them try him like this 2022 like wampatia hata one term. Waone Kenya atafanya. Then ndio waanze kumjudge. Unajua like they can't judge him kwa sababu hajai kwa president. So let the people who judge him wampatie hiyo power hata kama ni 5 years. Then waone kitu atafanya, you know.
Umemaliza?
Yeah, nimemaliza.
Hey, Watanzania si mnasema kwa muda mchache sana. Jonathan, uko TZ? Hey.
Hapana, mimi niko Kenya Mombasa, but mimi natoka Kitale.
Oh. Sasa Ben unafurahia juu ni mtu wenu. Hakuna. So mtu next. Tusipoteze wakati bana. Kiprono. Kuna argument inakuja hapa mbele. So tumalize kuongea wote alafu we socialize. Kama uko na swali kwa mwenzako unauliza hivyo na hivyo. So Kiprono, it's your time.
Okay. Good evening everybody.
Sasa nani yako na hasira? Ochola, ni wewe umeongea?
Ni mimi bwana, muache hasira bwana, pole tu.
Sasa nani yako na hasira? Hebu address wewe mwenye yako na hasira.
Mwenye yako na hasira ni Aroma bwana.
Sasa ni wewe pia uko na hiyo redio?
Okay, wacha niseme hiyo.
Zima alafu kuje. Okay, Kiprono Daudi.
Okay, personally, I don't have a problem with Raila Odinga, but Raila Odinga anafaa kuupdate the way he carries out his own political ambitions. I think this is the only time that Raila Odinga is having an agenda when it comes to 2022, although he has not declared that he's going to run in 2022. 2017, the agenda for Raila Odinga was Tibim and Tialala, nothing else. And then Raila Odinga is always copying the agenda of other politicians. Like now, he wants to copy the agenda of devolution. And I think Raila Odinga believes in changing the constitution to make him president. You remember in 2009 and 2010, he was championing the change of the constitution in order for him to get power. In 2005, he was championing the change of the constitution to make him president. And then in 2017, 2022, he's also championing for the change of constitution to make him president. I don't know if the constitution is going to give Raila power or the people are going to give Raila power.
Now, Clinton,
and then also,
Raila
wait.
Historical facts must be kept within their context.
3 minutes.
The agitation for the new constitution was as early as the 90s. It was never about Raila becoming president. Let's keep facts right if we want to be part of a better Kenya.
Raila,
Clinton,
I have something to ask. I have something to say and ask Bernard and everyone else. Just one moment. Actually, 20 seconds. My question is this: why is it that when it is about a debate, that as much as we don't agree with everything that you guys at times bring on board, why is it that when it is time to speak for others, we are so quick to interrupt them? You don't allow them finish their point, because I think it is in order if we can allow everyone. We had Wekesa, we didn't interrupt him. So why do you, Bernard, think you have the monopoly of wisdom and ideas that no one else is as wise as you? I
don't claim that you are the one that has said that.
It is wrong.
I'm only saying if you want to talk about a historical fact, state it in its proper context.
Just to push your idea.
Don't push a narrative you know is a lie, and you are pushing it as if it's a truth. We will not allow that.
Push your idea. It's not about you allowing.
It is not pushing an idea. We are talking about Kenya. Kenya is a nation. A nation that has people to protect. We cannot be allowing lies to go on unchallenged. Why should we be here to propagate a broadcast of lies?
And that's why you will have your time.
The change of constitution has gotten many people dying. We have been fighting for this from the 90s. The Kanu government got out of office on the premise of new constitution. What are you talking about saying constitution change was to make Raila president?
The problem is this. You'll have your time. I'm sure Jacaranda will give you time to
I will
speak,
not allow lies to go
allow others to say what they have to say.
You're eating my time.
Raila made Kibaki president in 2002. On the premise that we will have a new constitution in 100 days. If it was new constitution to make Raila president, then he would have wanted to be president in 2002.
Raila was in government while Kibaki and Ngilu had formed the NK. So he came as a late arrival in that coalition. So he should stop cheating us here.
It is not cheating. State facts according to their historical facts and their calendar.
Which facts? Raila ran away from Kanu when already Kibaki and Ngilu had formed the opposition. He ran away from Kanu because
what do you mean he ran away from Kanu?
He was power hungry because Moi had chosen Uhuru.
He came to destroy.
Yes, Moi had chosen Uhuru unconstitutionally.
Which constitution did Moi break? You know, you are now lying, Bernard.
The KANU constitution, he didn't want nomination by people vying for the nomination. He wanted to appoint. Even
But Raila had, but Raila had, but Raila
to be nominated. It wasn't Moi's decision to choose the person to vie for the KANU ticket.
But Raila had joined other people's house. So how can you be a father in other people's house? KANU was
already made Secretary General of KANU. He wasn't he was no longer
through backdoor and through backdoor.
This is the point. This is the point.
Through backdoor.
Through election at Kasarani. Through acclamation.
Raila is an opportunistic.
Raila will not save you people. Just state your facts. If you have any, state them the way they are. Don't propagate lies in the pretext that you want your narrative to be weighty. Get facts, add to your narrative. Let your narrative be factual. That if we run this program 10 years ago, whatever 10 years to come, whatever you said will still hold water. So, don't just push dragging somebody into your narrative. That's wrong.
That is why you are here as a panelist. David is here as a panelist. Clinton is here as a moderator. You will have your time. Allow someone to say whatever is not factual. You have the opportunity during your time to make a rebounder. You have an opportunity during your time to state
deliberate lies cannot be let go.
When people will be looking,
by the time we are coming back to speak, the people viewing will have already bought into the wrong narrative. Just state your facts. We'll listen to them. I won't interrupt you. But if you want to begin to lie, we will let you know.
Good for the wise. One word is good for the wise. Allow people to speak. When it is your time, make your submission.
Speak the right thing, Jakes. Not just speak. Speak the right thing. Factually defend it. Support whoever you are supporting well. Please sell him a way you want, but with accurate facts. Not bad mouthing another person to make another person look good.
Thank you. So wajua shida yenye iko ni kwamba I cannot know what the next speaker is gonna say, whether it is true or false. Ndio maana tunasema everybody is entitled to his opinion. So how you interpret the opinion is maybe none of our business, but you have the time to ask him or her questions. So Arome, mimi nikikusikia vizuri, si Arome, Daudi Kiprono, ulikuwa unamaanisha kwamba Baba has always been fighting for the constitutional change. Immediately after Uhuru was elected, kulikuwa na constitutional change ya Sabasaba maybe. Na pia hii kuna constitutional change. So maybe that's what you meant. Lakini ukaongezea kwamba all this was to make him president, sindio? So how true is it that hiyo ya Sabasaba ilikuwa ya kumfanya kuwa rais? Alafu hii ingine pia ilikuwa ya kumfanya kuwa rais. So hapo ndio maybe tunachanganyikiwa, lakini finish your point in 2 to 3 minutes. So guys, tuache tu kila mtu aseme, wamebaki kama watu 4 hivi. Alafu tuulizane maswali. Lakini wengine wanakuja wanangojea mpaka wanatoka because we are stuck in one place. So Arome, Daudi Kiprono, malizia in 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Clinton. I don't know what parameters to somebody like Bernard uses to measure whether somebody is saying the right thing or the wrong thing, or maybe someone is propagating lies. You know, when we're in this forum, you cannot know whether someone is talking lies or is talking facts. It is good we allow everybody to speak his mind, whether he's wrong or right. But in short, I will say somebody like Raila Odinga was there in Moi's time, he was there in Kibaki's time, and he is there in Uhuru Kenyatta's time. I believe Raila Odinga works the best or very well when he is outside the government, but he always hunger is strength or ambitions on somebody else. He always believes in handshakes, kuungana after every government, anawacha watu wengine like Aroma huko nje, alafu anaingia kwa serikali peke yake. You know, Raila Odinga anafanya vizuri akiwa nje ya serikali. You remember when he was complaining or he was crying about nusu mkeka, sijui nusu nini, and he was in the government. So he was complaining about somebody said he brought the reforms of the Mau Forest, but he was complaining when he was in Mau Forest saying that hii nusu mkeka hata hakuna choo hata hakuna nini. So you are complaining and you are in the government. So in 2022, I think Raila Odinga should update his mind and start thinking like the day-to-day Kenyans. You know, coming and telling us about the history of 1963, the history of Robert Ouko, who killed Robert Ouko. That one does not even make any sense nowadays. You know, Raila Odinga should update his mind and come up with an agenda, not like the 2017 one, which he was talking about Tibim Tialala and nothing else. So in 2022, although he has not declared that he's going to run for presidency, the man has got very good ideas. But the problem is, we Kenyans believe that somebody cannot implement the ideas when he's outside the government. Like someone like Musalia Mudavadi, let me use him as an example. The man has got very brilliant ideas, lakini akipewa nafasi anakimbia kwake Sabatia huko. Anaogopa sana kukaa huko kwa serikali, kukaa huko kwa Nairobi. Lakini someone like Raila Odinga amekuwa akipigania so many issues when it comes to defending or advocating for Kenyans, but shida ni sijui yeye anaona shida ni constitution. Every now and then constitution is the problem. Every now and then constitution is the problem. So with what is going on now, I don't think the 2022 is going to be anchored on the change of the constitution. Let him come out clearly and give us an agenda, and then Kenyans will consider. I am not the only person who is going to vote in 2022. You people, you are going to vote in 2022. Then you are going to vote based on an agenda like the bottom-up approach, Hustler Nation ideologies. I think that one anchors with every one of us, because all of us are hustlers. We hustle every now and then on a daily basis. That is an idea, and you cannot come and give us the definition of Tibi Mantialala or even the hustlers. It is an idea, ideology that is selling to Kenyans, and Kenyans are buying it, and we will consider in 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. Some people here were born the other year. They never witnessed multi-party politics. It was terrible, and we won't wish to go back there. That is what made the claim for constitutional change, and this has helped us a lot. Mfalme Arthur. Alafu David Kiprono, acha tujaribu Ruto pia awe nje ya serikali, anaweza fanya vizuri kushinda nani? Kushinda Raila. Umeambiwa hivyo na Fabiano Adriano. Kenya needs new blood at the helm, and you here people are holding her back with your greed. You're wanting a piece of the pie. If you are honest people, you will not allow conmen to cheat you. Maoni yake Robert Mali. Girl child moja tu kwenye show. Bowen Sarah, niaje? Achilia mic Sarah.
Yes.
Yes, sema nasi.
Munanisikia?
Kabisa.
Good evening, guys.
Good.
I think I'm the only lady inside there.
Kabisa.
So I want to talk about, I'm Bowen Sarah. I'm coming from Baringo, that is Rift Valley. And I want to state like this. Naona kina Bernard, kina Nani, where is the other guy, kina Wekesa? They don't give time people to talk. Since yesterday, ningekuwa karibu na nyinyi nafikiri ningewaweka ngumi vibaya sana. One thing we want to state. Nafikiri tuko kwa hii Kenya, tukijua we are all Kenyans. I personally am a very tough politician. Ile wanasemanga behind the curtain. First thing, we don't need those people yenye wanasema ati mimi ni pro Ruto, the other one is pro Raila. That Kenya we need right now is the Kenya of peace. What we are seeing, in fact, where I live is Eldoret, not Baringo. And we have so many people who are cosmopolitan in Eldoret. Of which, mimi hakuna siku Ruto ananijua wala Gideon ananijua. The people who knows me are my immediate neighbors. And those immediate neighbors are other tribes. Sasa saa hii jirani yangu ananipatia chumvi ama ananipea kiberiti. And then at the long run election ikifika ati tunapigana. Hiyo ni kusema nini? Bernard, kindly unatupoteza kwa hii network hapa ndani. Na wewe unataka tu kujua wewe ndio mwenye, yani you want to know, you want people to sing your own song inside there. We cannot sing a song when we are saying this guy ati huyu ni mwizi, huyu mwingine ni mchawi, sijui huyu mwingine ni dynasty, this other one is in hustler. Hatutaki kujua hiyo. Nini yangu imeisha.
Umehang lakini tunakupata. Watu wa kufani Bo Sara, wacha kutuletea vitisho vya Kangogo. Fabian, si usemeko ile yenye inalinda. Okay, Bowen volume please. Tunataka amani Kenya. Asante. So Sara, ukirudi utaendelea. Ben, do you wish to respond kama amehang? Si utarespond baadaye maybe. Akisha rudi. Bwana, nimechoka na comments. Zingine ni za matusi tu, but tutasonga tu. Who is next? Jonathan ashasema. Sambi, have your time man. Ama huyu Imbwaga. But ana shida network kweli.
It's me.
Oh, Jex, sorry.
It's me. So, I think Sarah's point is well at home. Everyone should be allowed to speak and every opinion counts, because by the end of the day, we will make our decision, whether you support whoever you support. Going to what happened during the week, I saw Junet Mohammed and Badi say that Museveni has stayed so long in the seat. Now, if I come back to our nation, I can only say one guy who has always featured in all the ballot papers. Hence, he qualifies to be the Museveni of Kenya. One time it was Moi versus Raila. The next time it was Mwai Kibaki versus Raila for 2 times. The next for 1 time rather. Then it became Uhuru versus Raila 3 times. Now we want to go to Ruto versus Raila. Other nations like Tanzania have changed their candidates. Uganda, we had Besigye. We even have this Bobby Wine. But in Kenya, it is only in Kenya where we have one perpetual guy who has never conceded. Neither has he ever said he has lost an election. So we have one Museveni in Kenya by the name Raila Odinga. This man has fought, as people say, for parties, multi-party and all. But in the recent times, we have seen him going to bed with government, just like he did after the 1997 election. Before 2002, he went into the government in Kanu, destroyed Kanu, left Kanu, joined those guys who had prepared themselves, Ngilu and Mwai Kibaki, said Kibaki tosha, so as to keep on telling us that it was him who made him the president. Then unfortunately, after 2002, he went back to his word and he began looking for the seat. Bernard told us that he worked so hard that he promised us that within the first 100 days of the NAC government will have the constitution. Yet we know so very well in 2005 he led the no campaign. Actually, it is the birthing of Orange Democratic Movement. And after 2005, we ended up having the chaos in 2007, simply because we felt that he was rigged out. But all the same, we can trace him to most of the evils in our nation. This is a man who, over the years, has said he has been fighting corruption. But over the days, we have seen him creating an office in the Capitol Hill, and that office has been termed as a sanitizing agent. In this office, we have seen Anne Waiguru, we have seen many people going there, and once they are there, all their corruption charges, even others who have killed and all, we have seen all their issues being swept under the rug. As long as you make it to Capitol Hill, you are home and dry. So this is a leader who at times he says he fights for one thing, but his actions have proven differently. This is one leader we can attribute that when the Kemsa haste began, he was so vocal defending. He was so vocal saying that when the evidence will be produced, he will speak. We have not heard him speak about the matter simply because those who participated in the heist are most senior and closer to him. We have seen him that when the government has done funny scandals over the recent times, he has failed to come out and defend the common mwananchi he alludes to support. If we speak of the violence and the chaos that happens in our nation, we only attribute it to during electioneering and post-electioneering. During the other times, as Bowen was trying to say, we are neighbors, we are colleagues, we are friends. But what happens during election? What is this that happens that causes us to fight? One, it is someone who is a perpetual loser, who has never uttered the word, I concede defeat. You know, there are institutions that have been placed to settle political disputes. But if you cannot channel your anger, your disappointment, your disapproval to such offices, you'll be here crying out loud that, oh, my elections were stolen. And hence you mobilize those who support you to go to the streets, to boycott companies, not to buy things. And eventually when you see you have not succeeded, you end up creating a handshake moment so that you can create a BBI kind of thing. And then eventually we have a constitutional change. So this is a person who we can trace all the evils of our society to. If he is a person who fights for the constitution, he has failed to defend this constitution that he seriously supported in 2010. We have seen the president fail to appoint the judges. This man has failed to push the president to appoint the 6 judges who are left out. We have seen a president who constantly violates court orders. We have not seen, or even quote Raila saying or asking the president to obey court orders. He is a man who, as long as he's in bed with someone who dances to his tune, he cannot point a finger. So we need him to really come of age and tell us and do the right thing by condemning what is wrong. You know, we cannot be here saying, oh, as long as he has read the Bible from Genesis to Exodus or to Revelation or to whatever book he read, that makes him qualified to be a good person. A wrong person is a wrong person, whatever means, by whatever way. This is a person who says he has mwananchi's issues at heart. This is a person who, when fuel prices have gone up, we have not heard him speak. This is a person when gas prices have gone up, we have not heard him speak. When taxes have increased, if he calls Uhuru a brother, why is he not convincing him to help the common mwananchi? Down here, we are suffering. Down here, we are suffering from pay cuts. We are suffering from lack of jobs. We have not seen him. We have joblessness. We don't have tax waivers. And above all, to crown the whole matter, we have police brutality. We have people being killed all over because of curfew and all. Let me ask you for free, if he is a leader as he purports to be, we ought to have seen him defending the Embu 2 brothers who were killed by the police. It is wrong for the police to kill our people. It is wrong for the police to kill our voters. And we need leaders who speak We saw Ruto making a phone call to cool the crowd. We have not seen him speak to police brutality. We have not seen him call to order this police. You know, when one person dies, that is one person too many, dying for no apparent reason. We saw him speaking about George Floyd when he was killed in US, but because simply Kenyans we don't make international status, he cannot speak for us, because these Kenyans, we don't make it to international newspapers. That's why he cannot speak. But the volume was so loud when we heard him speak of George Floyd. He was there saying Black Lives Matter. Now we are telling him Kenyan lives matter. The Embutu brothers, their life, they matter. If I see any of my brothers killed because of the police brutality, there are courts to take them. There are jails to take them. They don't. No one needs to bury somebody because either they didn't have a mask, because they violated the curfew. That is wrong. That one can never be allowed in our nation. This is the person who has influenced his MPs to dance to the graves of people who have died with COVID. Why am I saying so? During COVID, we saw BBI reggae coming, and we saw BBI being propagated to so many of us. We saw the MCAs being given car grant when some of us couldn't afford mask at 5 shillings. We saw people not enjoying services because BBI was the thing. It was the priority. It was what Kenya needed, according to him. We need someone who, when we are suffering, we are able to enjoy and see our leaders on board. And finally, my final point. We have a leader who says that that rally ni legacy ya Uhuru, that kuweka stima ni legacy ya Uhuru, and so we can also say constitution ni legacy ya Mwai Kibaki, Thika super highway ni legacy ya Kibaki, Vision 2030 ni legacy ya Kibaki. Let's not say that as long as he was in government anything good was attributed to him, and when he's not in government any bad thing is attributed to Ruto and any other person. This is a failed leader. This is a selfish person who has never supported any other person. From 1997 he was the one, from 2007 he was the one, 2017 three times he was the one. We need him to say someone else is Tosha. If he is the kingmaker as he purposed to be, this is the time he endorses somebody else. We need him to quit this thing. Thank you.
Okay, what Sarah was saying is very true. This pro-Ruto, pro-Raila is very wrong way to look at this question. The question should be, what are their ideologies? What do they offer to the people? And this is why Ruto is winning. That is Robert Mali. But remember, Raila has been denied his rightful win. Maybe Ombachi was answering Jakes. Simeon Ndungu, Ruto and corruption are soulmates. Hey, Ombachi, Raila will never win. He failed when he was strong. Hey. After the old saga of Aidin arrest, the Tanga people like Jakes has lost the ground completely. Okay. Hayo ni maoni yake Ochieng Nyaboro ama Kizito. Matusi nayo hapana. Mna complain sisomi comments, lakini most of them ni matusi tu. Okay, next person. Next person ni Imbwaga. Ben, najua sikufanyii haki, lakini we are coming there, Ben. We ni dynasty wa hii platform, nakuelewa sana. Tulianza nawe from zero. Imbwaga.
Yesterday I said the Tanga people should lower their expectations. I see you guys are very bitter.
Being a seasoned member, being a seasoned member, Wekesa atakwambia kwamba ujaribu ujikite kwenye mada ya leo, kwa sababu wewe kama seasoned member,
okay, thank you. Okay, let us save time. We can't run away from the reality.
Moderator, can you walk upon?
We can't run away from the reality.
Wait, Imbwaga. Heavy K, kuna nini?
Wekesa, take the lead.
We can't run away.
What's your problem, Heavy K? Heavy K, we are talking to you. What's your problem?
Yeah, I'm seeing that people are not following what is supposed to be done. I'm saying, Sorry, are you hearing me?
Heavy K, we are talking to you. What's your problem?
Yeah, I'm seeing that you are not taking your role. People are just speaking anyhow. Can you give us timelines? Can you give us some time so that everybody will know that? Sorry, are you hearing me?
So can you give yourself what you want us to give you?
Yeah, I'm seeing
because
that
we
you are
cannot hear.
not.
We don't know what you want. What do you want? Give it to yourself then. Do you want your own topic or what do you want us to give you? Na pia kama tumekukasirisha sana kwa sababu Mbwanga alikuja mbele yako, so lazima aongee mbele yako. Pia kaa backstage. Yeah. So proceed Mbwanga.
Okay, let me just go to the topic of the day. I want to tell Kenyans that politicians are politicians and they will remain to be politicians. So we should allow every politician to sell his manifesto. And at the end of the day, let us check on whose manifestos augurs well with what we want to see in our leaders. But also, we should remember that some of these things that are contained in these manifestos are just mere words. Unless a leader has an ability to implement whatever is contained in that manifesto, then the losers are always the people. So you can come here, tell us this one has good manifestos or what, but unless these leaders
Mbwanga kuna shida ya net. Angela akirudi ataendeleza. Naona bado ina load. So Angela. Oh, wait.
Hi, everyone.
Angela. Sorry, Angela. Mugambi, sikuwa nimekuona. Are you okay, Angela? Aseme then. Wewe pia tumekurank pale kwa Dynasties. So tunakuelewa, Mugambi.
Angela may go on. Then I'll come after her.
Okay, thank you, Mugambi. Thank you. So Angela.
Yes, hi everyone. Hope mko poa. Mnanisikia?
Yes.
Mi hata sijasoma topic. Topic ni inasema aje kwanza? Clinton, nangoja uniambie topic ndo nianze kuchangia.
Oh, hata nilikuwa nimeconcentrate kwa vitu zingine. Topic ni inahusu Raila. Raila ameinsist kwamba ni yeye peke yake anaweza kumshinda Ruto kwenye uchaguzi mwaka ujao. Je, tunajiuliza ni ukweli ama ni chocha tu anajichocha? Wewe kama mkazi wa Nairobi, unaona ni ukweli ni yeye anafaa ama aseme Mudavadi tosha, Waita tosha, vitu kama hizo? Alafu pia tunaomba sana ukiongelea hiyo topic, kwa sababu watu wa Ruto wana complain sana, kila siku ni yeye, unajaribu kumkwepa William. We just focus on Raila's presidency from next year ikiwezekana, lakini pia ukimention Ruto hatuwezi kataja. It's your decision. Yeah. Ama utangojea usikize venye inaendelea alafu uongee baadaye.
Network yangu iko poa, acha tu niongee ile matime my network iko sawa juu ita drop nini. So, anasema yeye peke yake ndo anaweza shinda Ruto 2022. It's very hard and difficult for him to win your election. I tell you this. From the ground niko ndani, I think it's a mixed up ground. And somebody who voted for Baba 3 times won't vote again. You understand? People have changed their minds and now they are thinking differently on the ground. Somebody who voted for Uhuru Ruto bado amechange mind. You can find somebody anakuambia, me I won't vote again, sitapiga kura. So hizo expectations za ni 10 million strong hamutaziona tena. Believe me not. Whether you like it or not, whether you have come from Raila stronghold, whether you are a Papa supporters, but there is something have changed people's minds and now they have known who are true politicians. Na hii ni Kenya ni ya kina nani? It belongs to where? And how shall we survive in Kenya? Who can save us in Kenya? Right now, watu wanafikiria kama tungekuwa na mtu mwingine apart from how politicians wote, afadhali angesimama wampee kura, wajaribu yeye, wamuone nini anaweza fanya. All these people have been in government. What have they done? Instead, Raila ametupandishia gas. Gas sini yake. Mepandisha gas, sasa anaweka pesa. You can't tell me that during this corona time haujali maslahi ya wananchi, then you expect them kukuvotia, kukupigia kura. Only those who will vote for Raila and Ruto are the beneficiaries. Raila amekupa kazi, Raila ndo alifanya mtu wa Raila ndo alifanya ujipate mahali fulani, unafanya kazi fulani. It's all about that. But the common mwananchi, and they are the most voters, high votes come from them. I think they have changed their minds. So it will surprise him kama anasema ya kwamba ni yeye tu atashinda. Yes, anaweza shinda. But believe me not, turnout si ila aliona last time. It will reduce. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Asante kwa maoni yako. Godfrey Wamalwa.
Yes, sir.
In 3 minutes, sir. Okay, Heavy K in 3 minutes. Heavy K.
Yeah. Hello everyone, how are you? Yes, I've read the topic. It's interesting. Yes, are you getting me? Yeah. Hello everyone, how are you? Yeah. What I can say about Raila is, number one is objective. That is the good thing with him. The second one, the problem is that he's going for something he knows he can't get. What I can say about Raila is, so instead, what I can say and what I can tell him now is that it is payback time for him. Sorry, yes.
Wait, huwezi jisikiza at the same time unatuongelesha. Fanya moja. Chagua which one do you want to do? Do you want to hear the show or you want to talk? Ama in short unatupiga na heko. Rekebisha heko alafu you continue from where you've left. Nancy.
I think Angela needs to unmute, to mute.
Okay. So where's this guy? Heavy K, proceed. After removing all these. Heavy K ako nyuma yetu na kama masekunde kadhaa. Hajanisikiza hata. Mike akiji unmute siwezi nikamu unmute, so it's not possible.
Yes. Nakusikia.
Man, uko na access more. Umelog in mara ngapi?
Heavy K, I think you are listening on YouTube and talking in the on the platform. You cannot do both. So mute whatever. Do what? Post the player from YouTube so that you can be audible here.
Okay, Nancy, talk to us, Nancy.
Hi, my brothers. How are you? I've missed you all.
Long time.
I've missed you all, but I've been very busy with work. You can see I'm actually going home from work now, but I've been watching very interesting politics in Kenya, and we're in a very sad state of affairs at the moment that, to be honest with you, I think all these politicians, Raila, Ruto, and everybody, they need to go home so that our country can heal and find peace. They're the reason why our country is divided. I cannot see how Raila will get 50+1 on his own. I think the NASA split it's a deliberate move by all of them, so they can split the vote and send us for a reland, which again, we have very selfish leaders. The country does not have money. People are dying. Kenyans have not been vaccinated. Sending us for a reland is a waste of billions of shillings that can be used to vaccinate Kenyans and also cushion Mama Mboga na mtu wa boda boda and all those young people who are not employed. And whenever Angela speaks, I feel like a breath of fresh air. I wish Kenyans can get on board and think the way she's thinking. She says, I voted Raila many years, but I will not vote for him because when I needed him most, he abandoned me as the person who voted for him. And I think history will judge Raila harshly come when the history books are written because of what has happened. We're seeing failure in government. He's supporting constitutional crisis. He's causing constitutional crisis. Before, we used to applaud him and accept his contribution because he used to hold government to account. Now he's cheering the same government, the same people who called him Mogoroki and
Clinton,
Muroki
watu wako na ujinga kwa hii page kama Nancy ako na ujinga kwa sababu alipigia Raila kura. Uko na ujinga. When did you vote Raila? Wacha ujinga. Na nyinyi wenye mko na ujinga hapa. Watu waseme ukweli. Raila is what Kenya misses and what Kenya needs.
Hold on. Rupia, please.
Nitakuja hapa saa 4 na hiyo ujinga yenu I will address you.
Mind your language.
Rupia, hapa hakuna mtoto wako mwenye unasomea. Unaona hapa kuna rika ya mtoto wako.
Hakuna mtoto wangu. When you voted now you are still living in the slums. That is happening.
Toa kelele, hatuhitaji kelele yako, kuwa na heshima.
For not defending USG nini. Did you elect opposition government? Nonsense. I will come for you at 10. Just wait for me here. Nyinyi ni wajinga, mnasema vitu za ujinga hapa ati sijui you needed Raila. You need the government to protect you. Which Raila do you need?
I will not engage with your level of intellectual. I'm above that. This is not why I'm in this show. I'm ready to speak with someone who we can debate with. So I'll leave you with your opinion and insult, and I have nothing else to say. So, as I said, I cannot see how they will win. The split of NASA is to cause us to go for a reland, which Kenyans should refuse and actually mobilize yourself to make sure you vote for one candidate to make sure that Kenya does not go back for a reland, because that could even precipitate some crisis in Kenya. At the moment, Kenya is in a very, very delicate position, and I hope that you Kenyans, you have the mandate. You give these people power. I hope that you stand together and make sure that our constitution works. But I can't see how Raila will win on his own. Thank you guys. Na nimefurahi kutukanwa na Rupia.
Pole dada.
Pole Nancy, Rupia unamuelewa tu jinsi alivyo na unakaa na yeye.
Can I take my time now?
finished. I finished my contribution, so can go to somebody else.
Clinton, are you here? Or I think Mugambi should
Mute.
go on.
Nimemute. Oh, sorry. Mugambi, nilikuwa na kuomba ulipeana time yako kwa Imbwaga, lakini alikuwa na shida ya network. Anaweza malizia. Imbwaga, you can finish in 3 minutes, then Mugambi John should take his time back. Shida yake ya network pia inarika. So Mugambi, it's your time.
Okay, thank you so much. And before I start, I want to let us not.
Nancy, how are you?
Let us not personalize.
Rupia, we need order here, please. We need order here.
Nancy is my friend. I'm greeting her.
Rupia, umelewa ama uko sawa tu kabisa?
Mimi niko sawa. What these people are saying are not adding up.
But you don't have to
You
call
know
us
when
stupid.
when
ni
no,
mtu
I have
unaelewa
not
hii
said
show.
stupid. Hii Kiswahili ndio saa zingine ni nzuri. And what these people are saying does not make sense. You need the government. And if you, the problems we are facing now,
opinion yake, then you also say yours, man.
They have to know that the problem we are facing is because of the government, not the opposition. Sasa kama Angel ananiangalia tu kama sijui maridadi ingine.
Wewe siwezi kuangalia. You are the people who normally make people not vote for Raila and not Raila to be president in Kenya. You are among them. Rupia.
You will continue suffering.
Thank you, Angela. Thank you, Angela.
I think.
Man, I can remove you mpaka nikutoe hata hapa chini uende kabisa.
Clinton, let's move on, please. Forget Rubia.
Let me get my time without interrupting. And before I speak my point, I was
Mugambi, your audio is not good. Your audio is not good.
Amen.
Kizito, mbona nisiongelee walevi bana? Ama nimeingia kwa kanisa? Nimeguza pabaya. Pole. So, ameenda kurekebisha network. Who is to speak next then? I don't understand now that Rupia cause confusion.
Okay, I'm here, Clinton. Can I speak? Because the rest have spoken.
Je, na tulikataa watu wa giza. Una promise kesho utakuja na picha ama?
Kesho ndakuja na picha. Sijachana nywele. Juu nimeshinda home.
Okay.
Unajua ukishinda home kama saa zile uko off, unajua sisi hatunanga maid kama home ati uko na house girl. Sasa zile umeshinda home, itamia ku clean, kupika nini, kesho ni Monday. Saa zile saa hii niko rough. Na sitaki munione nikiwa rough, mnaweza hepa.
Proceed, Jen. It's your time.
Okay, mimi nilikuwa tu nataka kusema na ni Bernard na Imbwaga. Okay, sisemi kwa ubaya, nasema I'm just addressing you as my brothers. Unaona saa zile Rupia alikuwa anatukana nani Nancy, alafu kwa background mnacheka. Imagine it doesn't reflect nini vipoa, kwa sababu ni kama mna encourage. Na understand? Alafu pia tunaambiwa tu kila saa, siasa tusiweke kwa roho, tuweke kwa mapafu, tunapumua. Una understand? Because by the end of the day, kama Rupia vile anafaitia Raila hapa, Raila amjui individually. Una understand? Raila si ati atakuja kuweka nini food on his table. He still has to work hard, alishe familia yake, kama ni school fees alipe na kila kitu. Kuna mama alikuwa hapo before akisema vile neighbor yako ndio utake care of your neighbor, kwa sababu yeye ndio utamuomba chumvi. Ukiwa usiku mgonjwa, yeye ndiye atakimbia kuja kupeleka hospitali. Mimi Ruto siwezi pigania Ruto anijui, siwezi pigania hata Uhuru anijui, siwezi pigania Raila anijui. Afadhali tunipiganie nyinyi hapa, tukiwa na nyinyi hapa, kwa sababu saa hizi nikiwa na problem nitakuja hapa kwa hii platform. I can access you people but I cannot access these leaders. Ndakuja kwa hii platform niwaambie manze mimi niko hivi na hivi, mtanichangia kitu kidogo na pengine nijisaidie. Una understand? Lakini nita access aje huyo Ruto ambaye ninapigania hapa? na hata anijui, ama Raila ninapigania hapa na hata anijui, how will I access him hata anisaidie na hizo milioni zake ako nazo? Lakini nyinyi hapa juu naweza ku access, mtanipatia kidogo kidogo na niweze kusaidika na shida yangu, una understand? Lakini kukuja unaanza kutukana mtu, unaanza kuita watu mjinga just because amesema Raila this Raila that, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Kila mtu hapa you speak your opinion. Kila mtu anakuanga na opinion yake. It doesn't mean that what we speak is what it is. Kila mtu anakujanga hapa, tunapiga siasa, unasema what it is, vile unafikiria, kama vile maoni yako unaona. Kuna wengine kwa comments nasema hapa, oh, Raila will never be president. At this moment, we don't know who's gonna be president. Only God knows. You understand? So, tusishinde tukipigana kwa watu ambao hawawezi kutusaidia na hawatujui nini individually. Afadhali nipiganie mtu kama Clinton. At least Clinton mimi naongeanga na yeye. Clinton najua yuko 1 hour away from me. If I take a plane, I'm in Germany, I can reach Clinton. Una understand? Lakini sitapigania mtu ambaye hata sina phone number yake. Hata kama nikiwa na phone number yake siwezi mreach. Hakuna haja, tuwekeni tu siasa kwa mapafu vile tuliambiwa, unapumua. But we have a right. Yesterday Wekesa alisema kila mtu ako na right ya kugive opinion to who he's supporting, and you can support whoever you want. Si lazima tusifosishwe kunini sijui una support nani. Wewe toa maoni yako, alafu by the end of the day, jana kulikuwa the argument was very heated, but at the end of the day watu walisikizana, everything was okay. Na hivyo ndio inafaa, tupige siasa, to argue, alafu at the end of the day we are all brothers and sisters. Tusipigane tena, hii maneno ya kupigana iliisha kabisa. Tutapigana juu ya wanasiasa tena? No, unapigana na wewe unakula shida huko na yeye amekaa huko kwa choo yake starehe huko Karen. No, we don't do that. Let's just argue, agree to disagree. Kila mtu atoe opinion yake, kila mtu akitoa anatoa opinion yake, alafu life continues. Lakini saa zile mtu analeta matusi, please let's not laugh at the background kumuonyesha ati oh you're doing something good. No, because it was not acceptable vile Rupia anatukana Nancy. Nancy alikuwa tu anatoa maoni yake. Surely we need some respect. Thank you.
Can I speak now, Clinton? Am I audible enough now?
Yes, sasa kwa sawa, lakini kuna kitu kishangaza hapa. Kuna huyo dada yetu anaitwa Sofia Orao. Sofia, nikiangalia tu profile uko msichana complete, lakini maneno unayoyatamka kwenye comments, hey, tafadhali kama uko na shida na Nancy, muinbox alafu mrekebishane huko ndani, lakini making such comments has make sense. Tafadhali nimeomba kwa unyenyekevu. Mugambi Jo.
Okay, thank you so much. And I was saying before my network misbehaved, as long as we are in the opposing sides, let us debate soberly, devoid of any insults, disrespect, or any form of looking down upon anyone. I understand today I may be supporting Raila, tomorrow I'll be supporting Ruto. So if he insulted me when I'm supporting Raila, how will we interact when I'm supporting Ruto tomorrow? That said, let me go back to my point, and I want to demystify some things that were alleged here, that Raila is in government. I think the only time that Raila got into government, it was in 2013. In 2017, Raila participated in the general election, but in the rerun, he didn't. So that disqualifies him from being the opposition leader. Raila, after the repeat of election, he became like any other citizen, like me, like yourself. That does not mean he isn't the party leader of ODM. He is the party leader of ODM, but he is not an opposition leader. So whoever is here trying to argue that Raila is so quiet because despite Kenya's going through hard times, blame your government or blame a Kuru court who went in the rerun with Uhuru Kenyatta. Kindly, from 2017 to 2021, keep Raila off the discussions of whether atakutetea ama atakutetea. That said, I think when I read the topic, it was saying that Raila could make the best president. And to speak on that, I want to say in 2022, I think we need to vote soberly without being so much emotional, without giving sympathy votes, because I think what is happening in our country today is as a result of our 2013 voting through our emotions, because we thought we should not allow one of us to go to ICC. So when the people who got to office themselves, they were not prepared to be the president anyway. I can say that rightfully. But because the fates hand them that time, they got into office. They have done what they have done. They have destroyed the economy that Kibaki left, which was rich. So that said, the reason as to why I think Raila can make the best president is the following. Number one, what is the character of Raila? How can we define Raila Odinga? The time he has been active in opposition and in government. In opposition, I want to go back to 1982 coming forward to 2000 to 2001. Raila has fought for so many things that can't go unheard or unappreciated. Number one, that guy has been jailed for 9 years, not because he stole something or something from someone. No, he was fighting for multi-party democracy. I know most of us, they will tell us that Raila was not the only one, but Raila could not be the only one, but he was the leader of all that. In Mount Kenya, we had people like Kiraito and the rest, Wamwere and the rest. But Raila is the person who sacrificed so much. He was tortured by the Moi regime. He didn't relent. In 1992, he was still active in politics. He didn't apply for presidency, but he fought for what we are having here today. For example, you can hear everyone can go and insult Uhuru. If it was Moi's time, you tried not only to insult, but talk something negative about the president. I think the best thing your people could get is looking for you in Gong Forest and other forests. So the freedom that we enjoy today is as a result of Raila's sacrifice, and not him alone, he and other people. However, he was their leader to some extent. In 1987, I agree, Raila got to the presidential ballot. He became the third after Kibaki and Moi. Kibaki and Raila, both of them argued that the election was not free and fair, because it is only in 1997 that we saw caskets being airlifted carrying the ballot papers which were in favor of Moi. So if Raila said in 1997 the election was not free and fair, every one of us who has read history or who was there at that time can say the elections in 1998 were not free and fair. Come in 2002, many people will argue that Raila went to bed with Moi. After you lose an election, you become a citizen and you go where your interests are best suits. If Raila realized that his interests are best suit in Kanu government to an extent of dissolving his party, let us not blame Raila for that, because after he lost the election, he became an MP but not the president. So he went where his people of Langata could best get the services of the government, and his interests are more taken care of. Come to 2001, when Moi had the delegation in Kasarani. Moi, Raila, Saitoti, and other icons in Moi government, they didn't expect Moi to do what he did, because Moi had picked Uhuru as a way of giving back to the Kenyatta family. So if Raila bolted out of Kanu in 2001, it's understandable, because we can't allow the president to handpick someone when you have called the delegates. So in one or the other, love or hate Raila, in 2001, he was rightful to come out of Kanu when he enjoyed Kibaki. most people are saying that Raila is claiming that he made Kibaki the president. I want to make this thing clear. In 2002, the government was kind of a nusumkate. However, when Kibaki got into power, the people around him sidelined Raila Odinga. Whatever they had planned, whatever they had agreed upon when they get to power, Kibaki betrayed him. And that's why in 2005, when Kibaki was pushing for the change of constitution, Raila, Uhuru, Balala, and Ruto and all, they didn't support the change of constitution because of what Kibaki, through his people, took the people who made him to get into power through between 202 and 204. That said, in 205, Raila formed the Orange Democratic Movement, which came and split into what Kalonzo went with, and Raila was left with ODM. Come in 207. In 207, Raila participated in the election. The election, Raila won in almost all the provinces except for the central province. However, when the results were relayed by the Kivuito, they say Raila has won, surely. Who wins like 7 provinces and loses in one, and then he is not declared the president? Kivuito himself saying that he can't tell who was the president in 2007. That said, it means that if Raila said the elections of 2007 were not fair, even the chairman of the ECK, that time Kivuito, didn't know who won the elections, and Raila was rightful to say that the elections were unfair. Come in 2013. 2013, to be frank, Raila did not defeat Ruto. However, Ruto could not have managed 50% plus 1, which is the constitution requirement for one to be the president. And the point was that, yes, Uhuru could have won, but not with the 50% plus 1. However, when they went to court, the court dismissed the case because of kind of anomalies that they said. So in 2013, the election, Raila, if he said he didn't win, it could be unfair to Uhuru and Ruto. However, what you would have said is, from my observation, from what I've heard from the ground, it is so hard for these two people to have got 50% plus 1. Come to 2017. In 2017, Raila participated in the election. There were so much anomalies in both sides. The case went to court. It is the court that said the election was not free and fair. Raila's issue was this election has not been free and fair. When he went to court, the court bought his idea and said this election should be repeated. However, there were some acceptable minimums that Raila had set and his people in NASA, which were not met. Meaning, his refusal to go and participate in the rerun was also kind of a genuine, because if he wanted the overhaul change in the electoral process and it wasn't done, how do you tell that man to go back to the elections? That's it. I think from my observation and from how I've seen Raila from 1982 to now, Raila can make the best president, because this man has never got a chance to be in government as the president. Look at the Kibaki legacy between 2002 and 2013. Most people accused Kibaki of so many developments. However, most of the fingerprints in the mega projects of Kibaki came between 2009 and 2013, meaning from 2002 to 2006 there was nothing, and that was the time that Raila was with Kibaki in the government as with Nusu Mukate. Most people will say yes, Raila complained. Yes, he complained. Remember, this was a grand coalition government. Meaning, if Raila today went to Narok, he expected to get the full government reception. He could go to a point, even a chief himself could not come to receive Raila, and he's the prime minister. So as a human being, leave alone being the public speaker, how do you expect Raila to behave? Of course, he'll say this thing is not fair. Today, most people are saying that the government is sidelining one of the government's wing. The same case as Raila was complaining, even this other person is so rightful to say that he is being sidelined. But please, kindly, don't blame Raila for whatever is happening in the government today. If elections are to be held today, free and fair, let whoever wins be the president. But to my opinion, from how Raila has committed for this country, he makes the best bet. Let me finish by 2 points. We have seen the leadership of the young people, because when Ruto got to parliament, to the presidency, the executive, we were told it was the young against the old. The old they were referring to Raila. The young was Ruto. Look at how they have left our economy being. Our economy now is just in the downward trajectory. Look at Kebaki time. Kebaki was so old, but he made sure the economy has stabilized from Moi, and it has started kicking up. Meaning, even if we want to get the president, I think these people who are old, who are composed, and who are mature in this politics can make the best bet for the president. Let us not vote with emotions. Let us let us try to analyze these people who are seeking for the presidency, and let make the best person win. From what Ruby has said, in Mount Kenya we are fighting one thing. People are saying that Raila is the best candidate. However, his followers, they are the ones who are making Raila not to be loved by everyone. So as Raila supporters or as Ruto supporters, let us try to accommodate everyone. Let us try to wash our past mistakes. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that chronology of events.
Amolo Odinga in elections of the High Court assumed the office of the People's President, Republic of Kenya. So help me God.
In the shortest time possible, the son of the first Vice President of the Republic of Kenya took an oath of office as the People's President of Kenya in front of the crowd at this historic grounds. Flanked by Miguna, the self-styled NRM General, Ruaraka MP TJ Kajwang, and Sia Sorengo, Raila through his himself as an alternative president, this being the culmination of a series of things dubbed the People's Assemblies to bring change to the system of governance.
Today's step is one step towards doing away with electoral autocracy.
And like he has done before, the ODM leader, whose NASA colleagues were conspicuously absent this afternoon, reiterated what they had been agitating for since the August 8th election.
Wakenya wamechukua hatua ya kuondoa utawala ya kiimla na kidikteta.
Raila on this day seeming to give an excuse why he was participating in the administering of an oath so important to his supporters all by himself.
Kalonzo Musyoka hayuko, lakini Kalonzo ako na si. Kalonzo ataapishwa baadaye, sawa, kwa sababu ya maneno ambayo mtakuja kujua baadaye yale yalifanyika. Musalia Mudavadi na Moses Wetangula na Kalonzo Musyoka wako pamoja na sisi.
In a short speech, Raila laid out his agenda after exercising what he called his right and that which members of parliament who support his mission claim has not signed or violated the rule of law.
Well, you need to wait because there is a committee which is Assumption of Office Committee, which has the details.
Raila Odinga is going to form government from today, and we have not declared this day or the events here illegal. And I want to tell you, I'm well read, I'm a legislator, I have been in parliament for 3 terms. We passed these laws. I know there is no law we are breaking. We are within the law. Whoever thinks otherwise, let us meet in court.
While the day was expected to be a battle between the police on one hand and NASA supporters on the other, much of the day without any major drama. NASA supporters swimming in the historic Uhuru Park ground and dancing their hearts out, eagerly awaiting the big day. Many started streaming into the park as early as 6 in the morning and spent much of the time.
Sisi Tangatanga tutapata hii namba kweli? Tukikuja hapo Uhuru Park bwana. Hey. But we trust in God maybe. So next person please. So thank you Bwana Mugambi kwa hiyo historia ndefu wenyewe. Kidogo tu unitoe kwa hii kampi yangu lakini sijatoka bado. You still need like hours to convince me. So fighter. Okay, Kizito. Hey Ben, you can now talk.
Ben, you can now talk.
Sorry for that, Ben.
Sorry for that, Ben. Sorry.
You can have your time.
Good evening, everybody. To me, I would like to be very short.
Okay.
I would like to be very short, simple, and clear. Despite of all the things we people are talking here, we are Africans. Africa mentality is what is killing us. An African is somebody that you give something from your right hand and he take it on the left hand and he say you never give. All of us here who were born during Moi era knows very well that even before, if to say we could have gone with Moi era, we could not have been even having a platform like this. Children like Angela, they could not have known that even there's something called telephone. That day was the day of the people who use this red booth. If everybody knows the red booth, those were the days whereby you go, you line like this and you make a telephone call. Okay, anyway, in short, what Raila has done, I don't think, even if he's not the president, if he will never be the president, even if he leave today and go back to Bondo, the same Kenyans who are saying that Raila cannot do it are the same people who will call him that come from Bondo, please come and help us. You just saw it just some few years, he decided to keep quiet. He's not talking about anything. It's not people like Angela, they've started feeling his absence. What of if he went to Bondo? What will you do? Will you run away from Kenya? So that one, only that's why I really appreciate, I really enjoyed the way Angel was talking. It was so nice. He said how Raila did this, Raila did not do this. But if you summarize all the things he was saying, which means that Raila is the best person to come. Because he will really miss him when he's not there. I don't know even anything to add on top of how Raila can be good because everybody, even this Jamiwani, he knows that for him to go to school, it's only that Raila who made him go to school. Even Raila paid his school fee, but he cannot even say. Thank you.
So how can I say things that never happened?
So is it my opinions are the ones that made you to come in studio or what?
Okay, thank you.
Kizito, answer the question.
Kizito, maneno yake matamu ndio yamekuvutia, kumekwaje?
No, I just like I just wanted to say hello and to remind you people that all the negative things that you people are saying Raila never did. That means you really miss this person. It's only that the Takataka people, they don't want to come out and say, no, we want this. Because anything is only that Raila can do this. Raila could have done. Why is it that no day you will hear Tangatanga people saying Ruto could have done this? Ruto never even talk when people are not having vaccine. Ruto never talk. He's talking of people not having vaccine, Mama Mboga Mboga, but he's making vaccine company in Uganda. That's why he's not talking. But Raila was talking. He was saying, if you make me the president, I will do this. He has never been the president. He never got that chance to be the president. When he's outside, he started to use his powers to help you. Instead, you are fighting him. What can he do? He's also a human being. He's also Father Fidel. He need to go and sit with Fidel and Rosemary. They roast some maize together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fighter.
Okay, thank you. Can I now say something? I beg.
Ben, just finish. Fighter kwa dakika kama 3 tu hivi alafu unamalizia. Na Fighter ni kama atusikize. Tumempea time ya kwanza imepita.
Najua sikusikia. Niko hapa mzee. Habari ya leo. Bernard, how are you?
Karibu.
I want to say hi to everyone here because last time I left here, it was not okay with me. I just decided to come back and say this when Jakorondo is here because he was not around that time. But nevertheless, I want to go straight. I would have wanted to ask Mogambi a question, but I don't want answers from him.
Nilikukosea bwana, ndio ukaenda ukaningojea nimekuja.
Not sure, but no. I wanted you to hear the case, but I don't want to put that close today. So I want to ask Mogambi some few questions, but I don't want answers from him. I just want him to listen to the questions here while I'm submitting. Number one.
So what kind of a question and you don't have answers? Is that a question?
No.
If
He will
you ask a
answer them.
question, expect an answer.
I want him to listen to the questions and he will get answers for himself. Because we might have all those answers with us. In the first place, I want to condemn the act of allowing Mr. Rubia to insult. The moderator.
Let me tell you.
Just a minute. The moderator will have the hand to stop me from insulting.
Rupia akiingia kwa show, siwezi jua comment yake anataka kusema nini. Wewe saizi sijakuwa mute. Wewe umejenga.
But when he continues, Mr. Clinton, when he continues,
Bernard, the first statement kuhusu Bernard, si ingesikika, ningedu. So,
yeah, you must stop someone insulting. Please, you must stop me if I'm insulting. You must remove me. You cannot allow me to continue. Thank you. So that was by the way. Anyway, let me go to my point. Mr. Mogambi, which is the minority party in the government, in the government or in parliament? That's the first question. Is ODM. Which is the work of the minority leader in parliament, or what is the work of the minority leader in parliament? Who is the leader of the minority party in parliament? And the last one, how do you overhaul electoral institution within 90 days and then that institution be able to deliver to Kenyans an election? So, after finishing those questions, I didn't want answers. Those ones you answer them at the own time.
One statement. In the current constitution, we don't have office of
Mugambi, your audio is still not good. Your audio is not good, Mugambi.
We have the minority party in the parliament.
3 minutes.
Okay. We have the minority party in parliament. We have the leader of the minority party in parliament. And there is a work specified for the minority and the majority party in parliament. You cannot run away from that. Let us stop there. So what I'm saying is this. In as much as we all know that the Raila has been part of the people who have fought for this country for freedom, which we agree and accept. I myself in 2007 supported Raila and campaigned for Raila in 2007, where I was to the last person. But it does not mean that because of what he has done, because there are so many people who have been involved in this change, which we are talking about today, we must vote him. What I'm wanting to tell you people is this. The behavior of some of us, like the Rupia behavior and the others, is the behavior that makes most people don't vote for Raila. Because you cannot force Raila to us. You make Raila look bad when Raila himself is not a bad person. So, if we want to vote for Raila, let us be kind to other people. Let us show that we can survive with others whenever they give their opinion, whether it's not accepted by you. Let them finish whatever they are trying to say, because that's what they know or that's what they have. But when you seem to be knowing you are so much aggressive, or you are so much bully to others who are against you, then you cannot convince anyone. You cannot give anyone a reason as to why he has to vote for your person whom you think is the best candidate. So, in as far as I'm concerned, Raila has played his part. And as he has played his part. There are other new energetic leaders who should come on board and do what is left. At this time around, Raila should go home and rest, or if he should not go home and rest, he must be advising from outside there and let these other new energetic and charismatic leaders who are coming on board to lead the country. You cannot take Raila away from the government of 2017 to date. You can't. There's no way we can run away from that unless we want to hide behind our fingers. Raila has been in the forefront of the government. He knows what's happening day and night. Whatever is happening in the government from 2018 to this day, Raila must be one of, if there's a blame to make, he must accompany the one who is the leader, who is the president. So we cannot run away from that. What I'm saying is this, it's time for change. Let me finish, Mr. Clinton, 1 minute. It's time for change, and the change is here. Hassan Nation is the real change that we need. Thank you.
Before Baba
a question
quits,
to you before you go. A question to Fighter before he goes. He asked us very strong questions. Who is the leader of the minority party in parliament? What is the role of the minority party? All those questions had one specific answer. Then in conclusion, you go right 100%, 180 degrees, and now claim that Raila has been in the government. What position was he holding? And yes, what position was he holding in this government? When last was he in the cabinet meeting where policies and decisions for governing the government is take place?
Bernard, who is the chairman of the Financial Institute in Parliament? Who is the chairman of finance in Parliament? And from which party is that? And who is the leader of that party? Let us not hide from the truth.
The government does not work from Parliament. Parliament is an independent body, different from the executive. Let's not mix the two things.
But
Parliament, the finance committee is always headed by the opposition from time and memorial for accountability. The public accounts committee, if that's what you mean.
That's not the finance committee. Ben, you have to agree there is a confusion since 2018. Gladys Wanga holds a position that should be held by the government, the person from the government side. So you have to judge anyone.
He's the mover of the government. It is
the chairman of the
budget committee.
She's the chairman of the budget committee. Ana budgetia opposition ama government. Surely. Kuna confusion bana, hata kama ni handshake. Yes, tunakubali ni handshake, but there is confusion in between.
The truth is, after 2010, the parliament doesn't have two floors. There is no opposition side and government side. From 2010 constitution, the whole parliament is supposed to hold the executive to account. That is how the 2010 constitution has framed it.
In the same 2010 constitution, in 2013 and 2017, kuna opposition candidate mwenye alikuwa position Gladys Wanga ana hold. Imeanza tu kufanyika
hakuna opposition in 2010 constitution. That is why we are saying we need to review the constitution so that you can go back to the one you are used to. Because what you are accusing us of, it does not exist.
We don't have a opposition, my friend.
Yes.
Wait. Let us not shout. ENM Fighter, Baba amezeeka na anafaa kuachia viongozi hao wadogo waendeleze. 3 examples
aende nyumbani.
Sasa 3 examples zao viongozi wadogo baba anafuatia ni
Sasa mtupatie mtu ambaye ni kidogo mdogo kiasi ambaye anaweza
unamtaka
kukumbuka
nani?
mambo, sio papa. Papa amezeeka ana nyumbani.
Unamtaka nani?
Nyinyi
Ruto.
mtupatie kijana yenu, sisi tunawapatia mzee na
Okay, Clinton.
Sisi tunataka
chagueni kijana.
Clinton.
Nyinyi chagueni kijana kwa Hustler Nation.
ENM fighter.
Clinton.
Guys, let's have some order. Let's have some order. Time yake imeisha na ENM fighter malizia. Ni kijana yupi unataka kuwe rais baba akishaenda nyumbani?
Nasema hivi, this is what I'm saying. We have the Hustlers Nation leader, Ruto, UDA. He has shown us beyond doubt.
Thank you.
That he can take care of the young, the old, from each and whatever tribe.
Thank you. Your time is up, bana.
Thank you.
ENM fight. Nilikuwa nataka tu mifano ya hao watu wadogo wenye unataka Raila awaachie. Thank you for telling me he's the Hustler Nation. Okay. Ben, it's now your time. Hatuwezi peana kwa Makoha tena.
Thank you, please.
Ama
Thank you.
tupeane.
Makoha is also my name, so you would have given to me. All the same.
Dynasty Yaga kuna burning issue.
Yes, Ayaga.
Thank you very much.
I will donate half a minute.
No, give me 2 minutes. I will also give you my 2 minutes wakati yangu ikifika. You know, to have a pastor in the room is a good thing. Sometimes anapoesha mambo. You know the problem we have with the so-called hustler, shallow-minded people. They don't read. The problem, they don't read. And I always disagree with them in a point that they don't read. The constitution we have today, the whole parliament, from the speaker, the majority leader, minority leader, everybody, and even the committee chairs, they are doing one job, oversight role. That's how a presidential system, which we have in Kenya, works. You know, people like ENM, they don't understand what we call the presidential system. Presidential system, I'm a talker. Bernard, continue.
Just finish your point. Finish your point for the viewers. Finish your point for the viewers.
In a presidential system, the whole parliament is doing oversight role. There is no side for opposition and no side of government. But people like EMF, BBI was just taking them to where they can understand, and they opposed BBI blindly, where we have the left and the right side. In the parliament we have today, there is no left and right. Anybody can sit in any committee. There is no law guarding Gladys Wanga for sitting in a finance committee. And there is no law guarding Otiende Amolo for chairing legal and justice committee. There is no law. They are just talking, but they are not giving us that there is law. These committees belongs to government, like what we used to have, and certain committees also belongs to the opposition. Nothing like that.
Ayaga, was Gladys Wanga given this position after handshake? Mbona hatukuwa tunaona vitu kama hizi between 2013 to 2017? Hivyo kwamba haina opposition hii wakati tu from 2018 to date.
Let me tell you, Clinton, in those committees, for you to be a chair, you are voted by a committee members. You are not given. Let us remove this thing in your head that somebody
and for you to be removed as a chair, when you are voted as a chair, you are voted. For you to be removed as a chair, what do we do?
By members of the same committee. And parties, like parliamentary parties. Let me tell you, there is thing called parliamentary parties. There are only 3 parliamentary parties: ODM, Jubilee, and Wiper. So those parliamentary parties are the parties that forms the committee. The other parties can be joined through affiliations, like for the Kenya, maybe through NASA, through ODM. That's why if NASA is dissolved, the ODM can remove all the members in the committee that is not ODM members. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. They have the numbers because there you are voted by the members' party. So Gladys Wanga was voted to that position by the members of the committee. If you believe 5, ODM has 4, Wiper has 3, and the rest wako hapo in affiliation manner. If you want the interest, you can be. Yes, nothing wrong with that.
Okay, thank you.
Jubilee was strong. To every member belongs to Jubilee because Jubilee was united. When Jubilee got divided, they become weak. And even ODM can even take all the chairmanship of all the committees because the members of ODM strong and solid in every committee. In fact, it is just a sympathy. ODM is doing to Jubilee, is doing to Wiper, is doing to all these parties. They can decide to pick because it will be a vote and nothing's happened after that. Nobody gives.
Okay, thank you.
It's not like a majority leader. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. You took my 2 minutes, but mine will be short, I believe. Thank you, Clinton, and everyone else. The debate is building up very well, and I want us to keep it sober as it is. And Baba's stake on the presidents is it's something that is overdue based on the country and what the country is faced with right now. Young leadership have been tested from 2013 to date. Their delivery has left us crying like every other person is complaining. So any mind that says that we need younger leaders who have hot blood, they are going to perform better, wazee waende nyumbani. We have never had Kenya performing at its best, led by the young, and we are proved for the 10 years that we are about to conclude in this particular term that their leadership has been wanting in many ways. So I will support Baba's presidential bid on the following reason. Number one, he's mature and fatherly. Right now, the nation needs a father who can bring everyone together and make everyone feel safe under one umbrella called Kenya. Any person pulling in their own direction, wanting their own thing, is not fit for that seat at this critical moment. We need to be shepherded again, be brought back on the same table, and be led into the right direction. And the best person to do that, Baba, performs better than everyone else. Number two, he's sober. He's cool and collected. One, he can manage his anger very well. He is a person that has been offended many times, and severely for that matter, but has been able to forgive those that offended him and still managed to work with them. That is why my vote for him is a vote for Kenya, because right now Kenya is wounded and needs somebody who can help the healing process. The only person who has seen the colonial time and then our independence time, and he has a whole understanding of what the country has suffered and how the country can come out of what they have suffered, is one Raila Amolo Odinga. And if we really want to heal the past, capture the present, and secure the future, I believe we need to leave him, to let him carry us to that place. Number 3, his passion for Kenya and his passion for Kenya, one indivisible Kenya. I was blogging for NASA during the last election, and all of us who are blogging, we were for let us part ways. We gave Baba no choice on the matter. We were ready to cut ourselves off, leave Kenya with the Central Kenyans, and then we go begin our own country. But Baba will not buy that. Despite the fact of the pressure of the people, the pressure of all the people who are in the struggle, he still stood with his belief in one indivisible Kenya, willing to sacrifice everything else to secure one Kenya. That's one person that we can bank on, not by hoping he could do. He has proved from the past that he can forego his personal interest to secure Kenya. I believe that is an important observation that we all cannot wish away. There are some of the people agitating for leadership right now. If they were pushed to the corner the way Baba has been pushed several times, we will not be having Kenya surviving as a country as at now. And so we need to give Baba a chance. There are a lot of claims saying he's a perpetual loser. He has lost many elections. He does not accept defeat. Defeat is not to be accepted. I've said that before. If somebody is defeated, he should be shown how he was defeated and prove he was defeated. You don't push me and you tell me accept you are defeated. Defeat is not accepted, especially when it comes to election. Just do a transparent election. Let it be transparent. Let it be verifiable. We go back to the server. Let's check. This one streamed in like this. This one streamed in like this. You got this. You got this. This is where you lost, and this is how you lost. If you can't do that, then there must be some magic you performed in between. And Baba has stood by what is right. In fact, he doesn't want to be president by default, and he doesn't want to be president by cheating. He wants to be president legitimately by winning a clear-cut election. And that makes him stand out from all other opportunistic contenders who are trying to portray themselves as the saviors right now, when all the while they have been eating and enjoying the other trappings of power without complaining until something fell apart, and now everybody is on his neck. Lastly, okay, let me talk about corruption. Baba is the only one that has said what he will do with corruption. The other people have yet to tell us how they will handle corruption. And if you look at Kenya and corruption, corruption is the main power behind the ailment of Kenya. So if anybody has no roadmap on how to get out of corruption, he must not be given that seat. So let us support Baba on the ground that he has a solution on corruption. He's been accused to be the sanitizer. Well, if he's the sanitizer, I don't understand how somebody can be a civilian. He is not in government and he doesn't hold any office. He's not the chairman of the anti-corruption, yet he's able to call somebody in the office and sanitize the people. How powerful is this particular individual that clears people from corruption cases? People who are in government are telling us that somebody went and sanitized another, and the person sanitizing is not in government. You are carrying us for fools or something. Baba has been consistent on the issue of corruption.
Baba was seen last week on a GK vehicle.
Una
GK
GK vehicle.
Yeah.
Lift unaweza pewa na mtu yeyote. Kuna shida gani? Nishapewa na GK.
Oh, hiyo alipewa lift. Okay, thank you. So, malizia Ben,
Oh,
malizia Ben.
I have always begged us, let's remain factual, especially when we want to make some serious claims. So to sanitize people who are alleged by corruption, if there was any case that Baba has partook in corruption of all the successive governments, to the best of my memory, Baba has been in their wrong books. Okay, if the molasses thing was true, and the other corruption claims of Dominion land were true, Baba has been in the wrong books with the Kibaki government, has been wrong books by the Moi government. They would have taken advantage of that and finished him with it. So if until now they have not gotten anything to put him in prison for, you are lying for him, saying that he's a beneficiary of KEMSA. Story ya gas. Baba Spectre International anatengenezanga mitungi ya gas. Ajazangi gas mitungi. Yeye anaunda mitungi, kampuni za gas zinanunua mitungi kutoka kwake, zinaenda kuweka gas ndani, ninyi mnanunua gas. So Baba ndiye aliongeza VAT ama taxi kwa mitungi, ama gas ndio iliongezwa cost?
Pengine ameongeza hadi ya mitungi.
Kama aliongeza, si aliongeza kama mfanyabiashara, kwani aliongeza kama mwanasiasa? Hata saa hii nimeenda kununua makaratasi. Mimi natengeneza vitabu. Nilienda kununua makaratasi jana, nakuta tu rim moja ya makaratasi wameongeza 100 juu yake. The other week it was cheaper. Now I cannot even afford it. So things have gone up generally, and we cannot be blaming Baba for it. As everybody wants to take.
Wewe mtu unakutana na Baba ana kwa ana karibia kila
Lastly,
siku. Unakomplainia karatasi.
No, I'm just saying that even karatasi imeongezwa 100. Ni mna complain gas. Si gas peke yake imepanda, kila kitu kimepanda. Ni kwa sababu hapa imebadilika. Remember also, there was a waiver of taxes during the first wave of COVID. All those taxes have been brought back. And when they have been brought back, including the Wi-Fi I'm using now, I'm now paying 3,000 extra from what I used to pay. And I was told it is the other tax and then the other tax that have been added. So things are generally going up, and it's not Baba making that happen. Let's not blame Baba for the same. Constitution change was initially when we are passing 2010 constitution. The people who opposed the constitution, they said 80% is good, 20% is bad. Then we agreed. He said, let us pass it as it is, then experiment with it for 10 years. After that, we will what? Review. That was all agreed. Now, when we have experimented with the constitution after 10 years, we say now let us have a relook. The same people had a problem with 20% are now telling us the 100% is okay. Let it continue the way it is. Now, I fail to understand. Is it now the 20 that became 80, or 80 became 20, or 20 joined 80 and they became so nice that we forgot there was a problem with it? We are not being sincere. And if we need to have 2010 constitution implemented to the letter, with or without review, Baba's presidents will guarantee that. Any other person, they will play Kati the way they have played Kati for the past 10 years, giving devolution, they give the service, they don't give the money. They deploy the people to the devolution office, they don't give them the offices. All those games will end when we have somebody who believes in true change. And there is no Kenyan living today who believe in true change for this country that can match Baba's passion for making Kenya better at the expense of even himself. He has my vote.
Alafu kuna kitu sijaielewa kutoka kwa wafuasi wa naibu wa rais. Wanasemanga Kibra. Mbona kama baba hakusaidia watu Kibra, mbona wanampigania hivi? Si watu wa Kibra ndio wanakuanga soldiers wa baba. Nimeuliza tu kwa
Baba is a
unyenyekevu.
household name. It's a Kenyan issue. And Kibra is the hot seat, yes. And the people who are not in Kibra, when it was part of Langata constituency, are the ones who are claiming that Baba did not help anything. But if you were in Kibra before, Kibra during Moi's time, and then Kibra during Kibaki's first term, when Baba was made Minister of Housing and Road and all that, the transformation is like day and night. So there has been progressive development in Kibra. The Kibra we have now is more sophisticated than what we used to have. So let us not claim that, because the residents in Kibra are still living in shanties. In fact, one of the reasons why they are still in shanties is because of the people who claim to be the landlords in Kibra, who have refused the developing of the houses because it is their plots and they want to retain them as shanties and claim that if the government has to take it, they have to buy from them. So part of the reason why Kibra has not changed is not that the leaders did not want change. It's mainly the landlords who don't live in Kibra yet collect rent from Kibra, and they want to retain Kibra as it is so that it continues to be an income generating project for them.
Yeah, I think that's the problem na baba atamaliza hiyo shida ndogo. Watu wa Kibra, vumilieni tu. Imebaki miezi. Kwanza leo ni tarehe 8, exactly 1 year. Na bado mnangojea BBI. Itafika kweli?
Next week, this week.
Ikifika August 19th najua mtalala. Alafu hiyo 20th usikie wale majaji wana sweat wakipanguza hivi.
No, David Masanga was here. He told us where the judgment was written.
Okay. So BBI itarudi. Naulizia baba. Itarudi. Okay. So
nobody can stop reggae.
Maureen,
Okay,
guys, let us keep time. What's hajaongea for 2 hours, man. 2 hours na 40 minutes. So let us talk for like 3 minutes, then we start again. Keeping quiet for 3 hours, then hey, yeah. Yes.
Clinton.
Yes.
Wekesa, I know it will be very bad for me to talk after Wekesa. So I want to make my point that I
the same way it is bad for you to talk before Maureen. Simwachie tu kidogo Ayaga. Aseme kwa dakika. Kama anapatikana.
Maureen, are you there with us?
Amejileta. Wajua Ayaga, wewe pia tuna group kwa ile group yetu ya Madynasty. So relax, kanyagia hapo.
I'm not a dynasty.
When dynasty wa hii platform kama Ben, mimi, Wekesa, kunywa. Nyinyi ni madynasty wa hii platform.
Na Ayaku, don't harass my girlfriend Maureen. Don't harass him, Ayaga.
Maureen, unmute. You have been protected.
Hey.
Okay, hata sijaelewa topic ya leo ni gani?
Maureen, leo tunasumba ndio right.
In fact, next time, Mr. Moderator, next time, please pin the topic here because so many people they like just seeing us talking. If they come, you ask them to talk, they say, "Sijaelewa topic." The topic is always on top. Before you join the channel, there's always a topic. Next time, moderator, please pin it down. Because this is of somebody coming. If you give her a chance, my sister, don't take it in a wrong way. But if you give her now to contribute, she doesn't even know what to say. He will just be starting by, Ruto or Raila, because that is the only thing she has been hearing. Please, let her know the topic first.
Thank you. Daktari King Enterprise something. Don't sleep on the show, man. Utakutoa. It's either uamue uende.
Politics.
Kizito.
Ama uzime picha. Ama zima picha. Zima picha.
Kizito.
Okay, proceed Nancy.
Clinton,
Maureen.
nauliza topic ilikuwa ni nini leo?
Tulikuwa tunaongelea Raila purely baba.
Baba.
Anasema kwamba he's the right person to defeat Ruto in 2022. And then pia tuna assume akiwa rais atatufanyia nini, na saizi hajakuwa rais ametufanyia nini? Unaona tukimpea next year anaweza akatusaidia, ama kulingana na wewe hakusaidia, hata akipewa hawezi akasaidia. So your opinion, you choose where you take your point from.
Okay, for me, I don't have issue with Baba. Baba could be the best president, but now Baba alijingisha kwa hii handshake at the same government. He was like kama Baba angebaki kivyake, angeingia kwa hii handshake tungempatia kura, lakini now Baba is there. Akiona corruption kwanza, KEMSA pesa zinakulwa, is there. Nimesikia Bernard akisema ati Baba yuko kwa gavana, tunaendanga na Uhuru kufungua ma projects wherever. Now Baba is just part and parcel of seeing the way Kenya is going down now. When Baba was in opposition, he was doing very well, but now he's so confused. I wish tuangekaa tu kuko kwa opposition, sasa tungemvotia next. But anyway, for me, I think Baba cannot do anything now. His chances are done. Baba tu apumzike tu, akwe statesman na akwe tu, as you said, akwe tu baba, akwe tu father figure hapo, lakini sasa hizi saidia anything. By the way, ame lose chances zake, na alijaribia the most kushikana sahi na Uhuru gava yenye nanyanyasa watu sahi, unaona. So for me, about Raila, for real, I don't think he's the best choice.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry. Yes, Daktari. Ayaga.
Tena ama ni nini?
Yes.
Ayaga ni wewe.
Oh. Thank you very much. I can see Wekesa, Bernard, Clinton, Zito, the big man, Maureen. Let me start my Maureen. It's simple and clear. Maureen, Baba is not in the government. And there is no way you guys can link Baba with the government. The people who are linking Baba with the government knows nothing about the constitution we have in Kenya. Baba is raia ya kawaida. Maureen, my sister, Baba ni raia. He never participated in October 22nd election. When the election was called, Baba never participated. So the person who participated and became number 2, according to our law, is Akuro Aukot. If Akuro Aukot is not doing his function, it is upon you. It is upon you. The same Baba you are telling to go to Bondo today is the same Baba you will call maybe few years when you notice that maybe the number 2 will not do his work to work for you. Calling Baba is like calling me Ayaga today. Ayaga, come and defend us. I never voted in August 22, Uhuru's birthday. I remember people were telling us here in Nairobi, I've been in Nairobi since then, Let us give Uhuru a birthday gift. And they went ahead and give Uhuru a birthday gift. I never participate. Even my right as a voter, I never voted. So imagine somebody who never participated. Baba never participated. Baba never come to ask you to vote for him. Nobody. NASA never did that. So if you want somebody to speak for you, Akuro Aukot, Third Way Alliance, number 2 in that rank, after beating Martha Karua, Abdullah Dida, Ole Kiapi, those are the people you should ask why they are not asking for you. Simple and clear.
I beg that
Today people are
you now
talking
make your points. You now make your
yes,
point.
people are talking about Raila Odinga. I have only one reason why I defected back. Bernard made a valid point that
You defected back.
Eh?
Explain.
I'm back
Umerudi NASA. Umerudi inaitwa nini? ODM.
ODM kitambo sana. The day I made my declaration, I posted it on WhatsApp. Go and check. Look for history. I'm back fully. And I always say one thing. What Bernard was telling us here that they were about to secede, those are David Ndis' idea. Those are David Ndis' ideas. It was not NASA's idea. It was not about the two people who are advocating for secession was David Lee and Miguna. Let us call a spade a spade. Don't go as into circle here as if ANC called for secession, as if Wiper called for secession, as if Ford Kenya called for secession, as if ODM called for secession. The people who call for secession are two people, Miguna, and David Lee. And I told you when I was joining here that the day I left ODM is when David Lee joined ODM. That's the day I quit. Wakati alitoka mimi sasa sikuwa na budi but ningeingia tu. Simple. Let me go to my point. My point is very simple and clear. The reason why I'm supporting Raila Odinga to be the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. And anybody who was thinking that Raila Odinga won't run, maybe you are not in Kenya. And if you are in Kenya, you are insane. And if you are not in Kenya, you are brainwashed. I knew from the point go that Raila Odinga must, not even will, must run. Raila Odinga, after comparing the list of like 5 top politicians we have in this country today, because we will not import. For presidency, no importation. We will not import from Uganda, from Tanzania, from anywhere. We have 5. We have William Samoei Arap Ruto. We have Raila Odinga. We have Kalonzo Musyoka. We have Gideon Moi. And maybe now the 5th, 4th, Joho, Mutua, Mukisa Kitui, Kivuda Kibwana. They can make a 5th, 4th. After analyzing the 5 categories, I went to Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga is the only politician in this country today as we speak, has never been charged in court with corruption. All corruption you are talking about, molasses, sijui kazi kwa vijana, those are hearsay. Raila was never charged. William Ruto has been charged in court and even accepted to return the land of Mteshi. Musalia Mudavadi has been charged in court. Kuna hii Clark alikuwa hapa Nairobi, amekufa juzi kwa hii maneno ya Lang'ata cemetery, amekufa. huu mwenye amepanda miti hapa Nairobi mingi, Gakuya. Is it Gakuya? You will remind me the name. I don't think ni Gakuya. There is somebody here amekufa the 2019. In fact,
Kaguyo or
2019.
Kaguyo?
Gakuyo. Yes, Gakuyo. Thank you very much, Bernard. Gakuyo was charged alongside Musalia Mudavadi, akawachiwa hiyo ngori, akakufa peke yake kule industrial area. Jela baridi Kenya hii ilijengwa na koloni. William Ruto was charged, hiyo nimesema. Kalonzo Musyoka amekuwa charged na ile shamba anakuwa kule ya NYS, amekuwa charged. Wetangula has been charged in court by selling our embassy in Tokyo. I was watching Olympic in Tokyo today. He was charged by selling our embassy in Tokyo when he was Minister of Foreign Affairs. And again, akakuwa charged by selling the Grand Regency. Everybody knows where the Grand Regency is. Ukipita hii parking ingine hii parking ya Swamp, ukielekea Anniversary Towers, hapo kuna hoteli kubwa tena ya kifahari ilikuwa inaitwa Grand Regency, ikaitwa saa hii Laiko Regency. Kwa wale wamekuja Nairobi juzi, inaitwa Laiko. So amekuwa charged. So if I compare the top
hiyo ilikuwa
four,
ya Kimonya. Kimonya must go. Si nafikiria ni yeye alikuwa amekuwa mentioned hapo Grand Regency.
Okay. Whatever you want to say. If I compare the top four alone, leave alone the top five. If I compare the top four, all these guys has been charged except Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga, even during the coup, Moi never charged him because Moi was a smart politician. That's why we call Moi a professor in politics, professor of politics. Moi angerest Ayaga today, and he knows very well Ayaga has done nothing. And they detained to Ayaga without taking Ayaga to court, because when some matter is in court, is a live matter. That case can move as long as the world lives. So Raila Odinga, all these propagandists who are telling us, oh, Raila Odinga was in charge with the coup, why could they charge him in court? He was detained unlawfully, incommunicado, without charging him in any court. And if Raila Odinga was charged with that coup of 1982, I was not born. Even our firstborn was not yet born in my family. Yeah? I want a case number and file number and OB number that Raila Odinga was charged with a coup under this case, and the judge who was to proceed over the case. Nothing. Moi was smart. Moi was just torturing you, detaining you, but not taking you to court. Because Moi knew a moment you are taken to court, even if you are in class 6, this year one day you will do a research. When we are giving you a certificate of good conduct, the case will be mentioned there and how it went. You cannot
Ayaga,
get that in Raila. I'm finishing. I'm finishing in 30 seconds. And that's why I, as Ayaga, am supporting a human being who was born in Bondo by the name Raila Amolo Odinga. Not because we are Luos, but because I've compared the notes. I have looked around. I have separated propaganda from the truth. And I have seen separate water from the oil and actually settle on water, because water you can survive, not oil. And I say, no, Raila Odinga is the man to be. I'm done. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. It is very interesting that these intelligent people debating here can confidently vilify Raila for handshake. Where could we have been economically and socially without handshake? Who says Raila is in government? Which section of the constitution justifies Raila's being in the government? Please stop feeding blindly on propaganda generated by selfish yet corrupt politicians. James Romans. Asante James kwa maoni yako. Okay, Ndeto.
Okay, asante sana Clinton. And let me take this opportunity to say hi to all the team members. You know, we started this good educative platform, and we have to keep moving. And we have also to appreciate every topic that is brought on board. Leo sijui kumekuaje, nimekaa kwa backstage sana. So I don't know what exactly was happening, but I appreciate that finally I am in the show. So, naona today's topic is very interesting, that Raila insists he is the right person to defeat Ruto. First, that is near truth, because in Kenya, I do not see another person with who can match the influence of one Raila Amolo Odinga. So by him claiming that he is just nearing to defeat Ruto, that one maybe I can accept that he is Ruto's match, so they can compete. Although Ruto is a bit ahead. Let me say something happened today in Mount Kenya. I saw one Jimmy Wajegi claiming that he will fill Mount Kenya region orange with orange colors, because he is also aiming to be nominated as the candidate of ODM. This is a concern, especially to the supporters of Raila, for this one thing. You remember in 2013, Jimmy Wanjigi supported the government by then, the one that was made by Uhuru Kenyatta and William Samoei Ruto. So he supported them massively, financially, and also with maybe other things that were required in the process. But in 2017, I think the government of Uhuruto failed to comply with what they had agreed. So this guy decided to shift his support to ODM. And for sure, we also saw what happened, that even the election was rigged, and it led to nullification of an election. So what I am saying is, this is not also a guy to ignore, especially when it comes to financing of election. I know it takes, for a presidential candidate, it requires a lot of money. And that's why I can see if that is their plan, like to use Jimmy Wanjigi, who is a Kikuyu, and when he gets to Mount Kenya, in a way he will be accepted by a substantive proportion of population. So, and also the funding aspect. You see now, in a way, it's like these people are fearing the Tanga so much, because you can imagine now the dynasty is also like coming together with all the rich people in this nation. with the name of winning an election in 2022. Then we are hustlers, and you know hustlers do not have much money. So I am really waiting to see what this will transpire to. But I have one kind of point of which is giving me a lot of hope. That one, unlike Raila Odinga, his opponent is influencing and supporting youth leadership so much, of which Kenya is a youthful nation. And I'm very sure that when more young people get into positions of power or seek to be elected, then in a way they will be supported by their fellow young people. Unlike the big group led by an old man, then also the leaders, majority of them are old. I know everyone knows what the slogan used to be, kazi kwa vijana, pesa kwa wazee. So I also think that if that is brought to light, I see Raila, even if he self-claimed that he is the best fit, maybe to compete with Ruto, I feel that's an area which can scale down or can outweigh him when it comes to maybe the presidential winning for president in 2022. So another thing, I saw Raila proclaiming that in fact he did not came to the government like to take any role than to give advice, maybe to the leaders. Okay, maybe basing on him it could be right.
Summarize.
But this person, okay, let me summarize. But this guy, this Raila, he is using the government cars to go all over. Yet the guy is not a statesman. He is everywhere. We can see even the government state people, these big people in the government, they are even going along him, and I believe he is also highly secured. So, but if he is not in the government, why then be favored with all these kind of allowances? And we have seen also those who are in the government like Ruto denied maybe the security personnel who should secure him. I think hapo tunachezwa. So that's
Raila
my
is a former prime
contribution for
minister.
now.
He's entitled to some level of security. Just
Thank you.
like Moi was given security even in retirement. Kibaki right now is under state protection as a former president.
Thank you, Ben.
But
Thank you.
but
Thank you,
Bernard,
Ben.
I think the reason why I'm complaining is because the incumbent deputy president is the security hardware and software is somehow decreased, and yet he is active. So what is so important with this former prime minister?
A point of order.
Thank you. Thank you. Guys, I want those people who talked at Samoja to also speak. Simeon, do have your minutes, and then we are done. And then Rupia. Then we are done. Yes, Ayaga. Yes. Ukombali na mic bana, Ayaga.
Just 1 minute, please.
Sikupati poa. Yeah, proceed.
I'm talking. Give me 1 minute, please.
Okay.
If you can hear me. Thank you very much. I want to tell Ndungu on GK Ndeto, on GK vehicles, You know, governors are given GK vehicles. If you go to a county where a governor is your governor and you went there by a chopper, the same governor will offer a GK vehicle to carry you where you are dropped by the chopper up to a point where you are heading to. So that should not be the issue we are discussing here today. You know, these governors, I want to talk to Neto. These governors, they are behaving like presidents of those counties. They have, number one, the flag and all the authorities, and they are using DK vehicle. If today as Ayaga, I'm a party leader called X, and I have 24 governors, and I'm heading to maybe Mombasa, and Joho is my governor, and I'm moving from Nairobi by a chopper, not my vehicle. When I landed there, I'm expecting a junior who is heading that governor, that county, to accommodate me. What is wrong?
But
Raila was
Ayaga, the only issue that I have with Baba using GK or government vehicle is, you know, we are very aware of what transpires. Whenever he come to the congregation, does he really talk about the developments you are talking about, or he just politicized? He is just selling his manifestos. So you cannot come here and lecture me that, you know, Baba is affiliated to the governor of that area to do politics or to do what?
Thank you. Ayaga, you are lying. Ayaga, governors vehicles zimeandikwa sijui GV something na 040.
Exactly.
040 something, not DK,
Clinton.
not DK. So let's move on from that story. Simeon Dung.
government of Nairobi, and I can tell you.
But zile vehicles zimeandikwa governor 044 zinamaanisha ni
No, there is governor. Okay, there is governor's vehicle, but the county government is not a different government from the government of Kenya. All the officers in the county government use county government of Kenya vehicles.
Kuna county government inaitwa county government of Kenya.
Yes.
Kuna county government of Kenya.
I'm telling you that there are no 47 governments in Kenya. There is only one central government, and there's the one that owns the vehicles that facilitate transportation in different counties, and all of them are GK.
So let me rectify you somewhere. Ayaga, governors wana gari yao official imeandikwa GV001 nambari ya county. Hiyo ni ya governor. Ya pili, county government officers, wale ma ministers wako na hizi ma pickups ama vehicles zao zimeandikwa county government something hapo. See something, ndio ujue hii ni ya county government na hii ni ya county government of Kisumu.
You Google the information.
The national government doesn't buy vehicles to be used by county executive officers in different counties. Alafu wapeane number plate inaitwa GK. It is not happening. Natoka Homa Bay. Naona I see our vehicles. The GKB. What is the difference between GKA, your Land Cruiser, and GKB?
Don't argue before I talk, because I have the correct thing that I want to tell you. Can I talk?
Okay.
They are county governments. There are county governments that have not actually registered their vehicles as GVN, or like Siaya is CGS, County Government of Siaya. Kisumu is CGK. Homa Bay is CGH. But there are county governments that have not complied up to now. So the ones that have not complied, they are GK. So whether it is GKB or GKA, that is just a form of registration that somebody registered late.
According to your information, which county governments? Baba alikuwa Kisumu na GK. Kisumu hawaja register.
But what is your problem if Baba is
No,
using a GK? What is your problem?
That is not our problem. You are lying to me that county governments wanatumia gari za GK. How? Hizi county
They
governments
are county government. No, first,
gari yenye
you wait.
alienda nayo kwa holiday venye alikuwa acting governor ilikuwa GV nambari ya Nairobi. County government of Kisumu, ukiangalia gari ya Nyong'o, there was a time Nyong'o Obado wa ina line wanaenda sijui semina gani. Unajua tu Obado ndiye ako kwa hii gari kwa sababu ya nambari ya county yake. Nyong'o ndiye ako kwa hii gari. Not GK.
Do you know that there are governors that stopped using GVN because of the bothering of people, and now they're using GK?
Can I answer you now that you are stuck, guys?
I know.
No, what I'm saying is the correct thing.
Direct
If Baba used GK, that is
okay,
government of
let's
Kenya.
get information from Wekesa. Let's get information from Wekesa.
Bernard,
you have seen Uhuru has been doing projects in different regions, isn't it? He has done. So he's going to do. There's a plan to do the project in Nyanza. Then he goes to Western. Anytime he does the projects, it is under his jurisdiction. Anybody who is sent to inspect that project or to bring people together and then work towards that is under his instructions and it is under his facilitation. Raila was there under the facilitation of Uhuru. Full stop.
Na hii magavana kutumia magari za GKB ni uongo, si ndio Wekesa?
Si uongo.
No.
Wewe ni Wekesa.
So Wekesa, you are saying that Baba is working for government.
There is a upcoming
Wekesa.
meeting where Raila will be. Uhuru
But
will
even
be.
you can be
Wekesa.
sent by government and given a GK to go and even do some government job somewhere. As long as
Nauliza,
there is
so-
the permission is there, is given.
So you concede that Baba is working for the government.
Leave alone that. Even
Who are you
Raila-
working for, my friend?
Answer me.
Which work do you do? Do you work for William Ruto or do you work in government that you work for government?
Now, Raila
Do you work
is,
for Raila yourself?
No, me, I work for government. So I don't.
Yes.
I
I
also
work
work
for
for
government.
government.
So you can work for government. Who cannot work for government? Any citizen of this
And
country
Ruto-
can work for
and
the
Ruto
government
is
of
in
Kenya.
government. And
Let us
Ruto is
ask
in
the
government.
Can we answer yes or no?
Which people does he use? Which people does he use?
Clinton, please provide leadership on this platform.
Okay. Simeon Ndungu. Simeon Ndungu, it's your time.
It's my time now.
It's my time now.
Let Wekesa answer me first, Clinton.
Wait, Clinton. Proceed, Simeon.
Okay. Hi everyone.
Okay.
Hi everyone. What I'd like to say is that this is Sameko.
Ayaga,
This
mute.
is Sameko. It's still Sameko. I don't know where's
Ayaga, mute your microphone.
Yes, okay, so okay, right now, okay. What I was saying that Raila to me is the best candidate for 2022 because Raila's given a lot. He has sacrificed for this country, and he deserves a chance. Since the era for fight for multi-party, he was there. For the change for the new constitution, he was there. The second liberation, which we say that Kibaki got the presidency through a second liberation. So for me, Raila should be given a chance to lead this country. And most of the people was arguing that Raila should not be president. For me, that's wrong. He deserves a chance like any other Kenyan. And for those governors who like calling Raila names, I won't like to say them on the live show. they are forgetting that if it were not for Raila who was steadfast and fought for this constitution to pass through the 2010 constitution, they could not be occupying those seats. Some people could not be even senators. And those MCAs who are the loudest to criticize Raila. So I'm trying to watch my words because I don't want to be very vulgar. So, and for Ruto, if I compare Raila and Ruto, if you ask me, Ruto was the person who opposed this constitution, the 2010 constitution. He said it was bad. Right now, there was a chance to improve the things that were bad in that constitution. He still opposes the BBI. Now you wonder, the same guy who's been opposing the constitution for 2010, right now he doesn't want any changes to be made on it. For me, he sounds like a, sorry to say, but a confused man. And if that's the guy we're going to give a chance to lead this country, a guy who is like, what can I say? He likes recruiting the youth, the poor. And it will not call the youth. He likes to manipulate the poor in a way that he lies to them that we are hustlers. How can somebody who's a billionaire call himself a hustler? A guy who, when the printing of T-shirts for UDA, instead of giving it locally, the tender went to, I don't know, Dubai or wherever. A guy who's not bringing investment in Kenya, taking investment to Uganda, and you wonder if he was a true, if he says he's patriotic, he's working for Kenya. He could have said that, could have told Ayadin, come and build that vaccine factory in Kenya. Why in Uganda? So, which means there's some money. That money, in short, is not clean. You have to go and invest it somewhere in Uganda to save face. It is for vaccine, while truly it's not for vaccine. It's for some unknown purposes. That's why he went to hide the money in Uganda. But if the money was genuine, he could have invested it in Kenya. So he feared detection. And if you see most of businessmen who are not straight, they tend to hide their money outside Kenya. They don't like to invest it in Kenya. Yeah. And then for me, my closing remarks, Ruto is not fit because all the people he associates likes associating with them, they are not clean. They are
Maintain the topic of today. You are,
I'm
I think,
maintaining
Clinton, you are allowing him to come out.
Deto, I didn't interrupt you.
Tell us why Raila is
No,
the right
please.
person.
Hold your horses. I didn't interrupt you.
Yes, so why discuss, don't move out of discussion of today.
I'm the topic.
Order, everyone. Order.
No, but he has to maintain.
Deto, mute your mic.
Deto, hold your horses. I didn't interrupt you.
Horses, my brother. Unawashwa na nini? Relax.
Just relax. Just relax. I deconstruct your preferred candidate.
Ongea mambo ya baba, acha narudi.
Okay, let me continue. Before I was rudely interrupted, I was saying that the reason why Ruto is not the preferred candidate, number one, to me, the people who he associates himself with are of questionable character. Number one,
Clinton control this guy. Let him tell us about Raila.
Deto,
Shut up.
stop that, listen, and you can rebound later. You can respond
You'll have
later.
a chance. Yeah?
Nimetaja Ruto
No, the truth hurts.
nika
The truth hurts. My friend, I'm very lethal. If you have seen in the chats, don't let me go. Let me not go through that direction. People in this
Biri
platform
though,
know me in the
and
chats.
tell
I'm
us
very
about
lethal.
Baba.
I'm very lethal.
I'm very
Ndeto
lethal.
don't.
Leto tunakuheshimu sana.
Huh? Okay, let me
No,
continue.
it's gone. It's gone. Continue.
Okay, I was saying that Ruto associates with likes associating himself with people who are of questionable character. Number one, Museveni. He has been in power since 1986. So a person who was born in 1986 has completed primary school, university, has gotten married. His child is in secondary right now. If a person has stayed for power almost for 40 years and has failed to transform his nation, and and somebody is going there to do benchmarking on how to be a president of Kenya, really, okay, let me not say what I was going to say, but in short, the character of the deputy president is just questionable. Everybody is associates himself with are of questionable character. Maraya Dean, who else? Just thieves. Either is a thief, terrorist, uh, sijui that word is a dictator. Let me go with the dictators. Those are people who I can associate them with. So, in short, for me, let's give Baba a chance, even if it's for one term. Let's see what Baba can do. Thank you.
Oh, Ben,
Yes.
let me say something in rebuttal of what Deto has said. You know, when these people who are opposing Baba, they lack points or they lack critical thinking, they start touching everywhere. So, bringing the issue of the GK number, please. Mr. Deto, do you know the office that Baba owns? Raila Odinga is the African Union African Union representative for the infrastructure development. If Baba goes to Ethiopia, you'll be given the respect that comes with that office. If he comes in Kenya, you'll be given the respect and the reception that comes with that office. So Baba coming with a GK in Kisumu or wherever he went is not an issue because Kenya is benefiting. Actually, it is upon appointment of Baba in that position that you have seen so much infrastructure in Kenya, and Uhuru can let that one go free. See him when he's in Ethiopia. Which vehicle does he use? Does he go with his V8, the blonde V8? No. The government takes care of everything. So Baba is beyond Kenya, and the Baba should never be misconstrued with this greenhorn politician who, when you sit in a V8, you think you are a good leader. No.
Thank you,
Okay,
thank you, Ndeto, thank you, Simeon Dungu, thank you, Alex. Oh, thank you everybody. Lakini mimi naondoka, lakini kuna kitu umenidanganya hapo kwa number plates za sijui county government nini nini. Ben, hata kama unataka kudanganya, kuna vitu kuna echo bana.
Rupia
Thank you very much.
Kuna echo. Rupia kiasi tu. Kiasi tu na kuachia. So Ben, hapo kwa number plate mmetuchezea. Lazima mkubali kwamba county government iko na number plates zao na nambari zao kwa hizo number plates. Maybe that's the last point I can make on the show, then I quit. Ben, in Kenya, all vehicles are required to have a registration number, which is unique, uniquely used to identify it and link it to the owner. GK to mean government of Kenya are plates used to identify all vehicles owned by the government. The government doesn't own vehicles from the county government. Two, county government. Wait, two, county government. County government vehicles have a unique number plate that starts with the county code in that order. The plates are unique and different from all the 47 county governments. Municipal council. Hayaga, siuzime. Please, kidogo tu alafu na kuachia. Municipal councils sijui number plates. The vehicles were inherited by the county government and they are now county government vehicles. The plates are usually in green with initials of public vehicles. That is, they start with KAG, KAK, na hizo zingine zote. Parastatals and government institutions, the plates are usually blue in color. Najua umeziona. KDF have a very unique number which follows the international numbering that is unique while on their missions. Their plates, unlike other government agencies, don't begin with GK. Wamepeana mfano but siwezi zoom nione. Alafu public vehicles are very easy to single out. Their plates are yellow in color from behind and white in color from the nose. Hey, is it true? Sijai kuwa keen hapo. They all begin with K something.
Clinton.
Custom mode. Kenya gives motorists a chance to customize their plates. Hiyo ni kama Madam Bossa Kothe. Sijui trailer number plate ZF.
Clinton, do you know there are government vehicles with specific number plates like KC something? And there are government vehicles that have more than one number plate. That one is GK, the other one is KC something, the other one, they have more than one number plate. Do you know that?
Yes, I know. That's why nimesoma hapo juu kwamba kuna government.
So government I know a government vehicle that is GK.
Yeah.
And it is also KB something. And it uses the two number plates. Do you know that?
At the same time, not at the same time,
but it is allowed to use the two number plates.
Ayaga, hata tupatani bana. Sema tu anapokiongea washi. Hey. So Charles, hapo kwa number plates, let county government have their number plates venye unaona hapo Kisumu, naishi Kondele kwa town. You see, ukiona hii gari unasema hii ni county government of Kisumu. Wakati huyu mama alivutwa kwa lami na njugu yake, mliangalia number plate mkasema gari ni ya county government of Kisumu. Si mngeenda kutafuta hiyo gari county government of Migori, ama kama ilikuwa KA something. So baba alikuwa na gari ya Hayaga, nimekuachia na hiyo iko yote. You can take over the show.
Thank you very much. Don't leave before I answer you.
So how will you answer
What we have in Kenya is one government. Clinton, what we have in Kenya is one government. You are reading from a bylaw. A bylaw is where each and every county have a number plate. Go to room 44. Room 44 iko Nairobi County Government, where those number plates zinakuwa issued. And I want to tell you that government vehicles, GK, each and every governor. Do you know even why all governors were banned from using the flag, Kenyan flag? You cannot tell us that. You can't.
Okay.
Governors
Okay.
walikatazwa kutumia bendera.
Okay. Na hizi magari zimeandikwa hizi magari zimeandikwa GB 044. Ni za MCS.
Clinton,
Ayaga,
kama
mute, I ask you a
unasaidia
question, then you unmute to answer me. Kuna echo uko nayo.
questions bado. I'm
Acha tu
alone where I
nikuulize
am.
swali, alafu
Ayaga, hold on. Ayaga, hold on. Please, let's have some order.
So I can mute you ndio hiyo echo ipotee, alafu ukijibu unaachilia mic yako. Mimi nauliza panel, zile magari zimeandikwa governor ama GV044, GV001 ni za ma deputy governor ama ni za ma MCS wa hiyo county? Now that governors wanatumia GK something, zile GV001, GV044 ni za kina nani kwa county? Na hizo GV zinamaanisha nini? Ayaga, answer me.
Ni GVN.
GV.
It's GVN, not GV. GVN.
GVN ni officials from the county, not the governor. Take it to the bank where you can take it.
Which
And
officials
those
specifically?
Which officials specifically? The said number plates are issued at room 44 kwa county government of Nairobi. That's the central.
Ayaga.
I'm
Be
giving
truthful sometimes.
Yeah?
GVN stands for governor, not any other thing. You know, you just like GVN 042 is governor 042 who is Nyongo. GVN 047 may governor. But what I want to tell Clinton is
county government.
Can you
not
mute?
governor.
Can you
County
mute?
Government. County
Can you
government.
mute one?
Not governor.
Now, you people, I think you are losing the direction of this discussion. Can we get back to our discussion and forget this governor stuff?
My friend, let me tell Ayaga one thing. That county governor
We are losing the
CG something, not that. GVN is governor. CGS is county government of CI. CGK of Kisumu. CGN of Nairobi. You mute so that I educate you.
Ayaga, hiyo echo atuendelee nayo bana. Hapana. So, kuna mtu hajaongea kweli?
Mimi.
Mimi niliongea saa moja.
Ayaga, unasema una echo but everybody can confirm uko nayo. Si tunakuonea. Saizi umezima na kila kitu kiko sawa. Lakini ukiwasha tu hivi
saa moja.
Kabisa, ndio najaribu kukutetea hapa.
Mimi sijaongea. I've not talked.
So Ben nawekesa, the debate is on your hands. Mkimaliza mnaweza contact Mtembei. Juu mimi kwangu
and you have to know that I was next, whether you are Ben or Wekesa. I have to talk next.
Saa 5 kamili, I beg to sleep. So guys, mkidebate muendelee kudebate poa. Lakini Charles, you misbehaved kabla urudi hapa. Ukipata mtu anatoa point yake, mheshimu please. Kwa sababu haukumwambia kitu cha kuja kusema hapa. Unaelewa? Na kama mko na personal differences, you know where to solve.
Jamiwani, you know one thing.
Ukinipata natoa point, then you start saying you are stupid, you don't know what you are saying. No, hata kama umesoma mpaka wapi. You just control your feelings.
Jamiwani, hao watu tunawaambia ukweli bwana.
Sasa ukweli na unamtusi in a way. There are so many ways of telling her the truth.
Walikuwa nasema ujinga, so we were correcting them. But it's okay. I apologize. Now I'm very good. I want to give very nice points.
Okay. Wekesa na Ben. Si muendelee na nasema mkilala mlale poa. Bye for now.
Okay, thank you everyone. I want us to restrict ourselves to the topic. You give your views and remember the other people who are also waiting in the queue to speak. If you have an interjection or something, lift your finger or your hand. we will pick on you. But let's not have some noise exchange. Ayaga have not said anything. You have something to oppose already. What is it, Ayaga?
What is it, Ayaga? Yes, I do. Clinton is persecuting my friend Rupia on a case where Rupia was not a victim.
Wekesa, usiongee kwa mtu mwenye hako kwa platform. Let us culminate that.
Let us culminate that.
Ndeto, what is your problem?
Ndeto, what is your problem?
My problem is when Clinton was there.
Ayaga mute first.
Ayaga mute first.
Ndeto, I just gave a direction right now that if somebody says something and you want to interject, you lift your hand, then you will be picked to speak.
Let me
You
speak.
did not do that. You began addressing Ayaga when he was making the nini, before he even said what he wanted to say. So please, let's maintain the order. We are all mature people. We don't need to be monitored to do what we are required to do. So let Ayaga make your point. But Ayaga, you have a very serious echo from your end. I don't know why. Are you listening from your YouTube or something? There's a serious delay from your end. Not when you are speaking.
Not when you are speaking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Iko sawa ama?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, thank you.
No, I'm supposed to talk.
No, I'm supposed
Bernard,
to talk. Bernard,
what are you doing?
what are you doing?
Ayaga has not finished stating his point.
Stating his point. Rupia, I'm defending Rupia in the first place.
Okay, defend.
There was an accusation made before that Rupia is the guy who had problem with ENM lifestyle. It was not.
Okay, too bad.
Where did
he
you
has dropped
disappear?
off. Now we are going to follow the following order. We hear from Rupia, then Robert. Robert has been here fighting to get in. Finally is here, so we'll get to Robert. Then Wekesa, who spoke at 7. It's now about time we had him again. Then we take another round. So Rupia, Robert, carry on.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Even though I wanted to talk earlier, because there are a lot of points that I wanted to related to what
Rupia, carry on, please. Redeem time. Oh, it seems Rupia is stuck. Robert, are you set? Unmute Robert and talk to us.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, carry on. Unmute your mic.
Thank you, Ben.
Yeah.
I hope I'm audible enough.
Kabisa, karibu.
Maybe a quick one before I make my point. Ben, you need to control this panel so that we don't have shenanigans in this serious kind of debate. My point in regards to the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga is very simple, right? Raila Amolo Odinga is a statesman. He's one of the key politicians in this country that you cannot wish away in any political context. And he has got all it takes to be the leader of this nation. He has mentored, among other than, is now we call them the competitors. So going forward into 2022 election, I would like to take a very independent stand on all those contestants. And my reservations are, at one point, all these leaders have been in government. They've had opportunities at different levels to actually actualize some of the policies, some of the promises, some of the manifestos that we see recurring. But all this never happened when they had this opportunity. And now that brings my independence in this matter and my perspective being different with the likes of Ayaga and the likes of Clinton and Ndeto who are here, that as young people, we need to see beyond what these politicians are telling us. Why am I saying so? What other thing do you expect? Maybe, for example, let me give you an example with the current one. The deputy president is actually the second in command in this country. With all the powers that we know such officers have. But you see, he's still promising Kenyans that he will do A, B, C, D tomorrow when given an opportunity to be at the helm of power. Yet, actually, he is at the helm of power. In the current constitution, you cannot actually differentiate the president from the deputy. It's actually one office constitutionally. And even deputy president being the principal assistant of the president. And that means that in the absence of the president, he takes over. That means that he also acts as an advisor to the president. So all these shenanigans that we are now seeing or that are coming out, that you see, I never had my time, or we had a good relationship in 2013, 2017, but now you see I've been sidelined and all that. Well, you had an opportunity, a whole 5 years. What did you do? We need to start taking our leaders to task, and that's the way to go. Even His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga, he has had an opportunity, as a party leader, to take the governors that actually win election with his party to task. There are billions that are being given in every circle of the budget in this country. What do they do with those billions? Has he held a meeting purposely to just take these governors into account? As a party leader, I'm not saying that that is wrong, but I'm saying as a party leader, and you have a party that you're running, and you also want to showcase that, okay, this party is a national party with values to the people, then you must also be, you must also take the lead to actually take some of your people to account with some of the billions that they've been given. We've been seeing a lot of investment in some of these counties, but as Mwananchis, we just keep quiet. Why? Because maybe some of them are also our brothers, or also we also benefit from some of these proceeds, and maybe that's why we also keep quiet. But again, remember that this nation will never change if the young people still think along will the prominent people, let me call them so, that has been running this country for ages. We must take a different path if at all we want to save this country. And this is my solution to young people. We are nearing the next election. If you have all the credential that is needed by the IBC, don't mind about where the campaign money will come from. You can remember that young man in Meru. He never had even a bicycle, but he campaigned. door to door. He walked through door to door, and people listened to him. And now he's an MP. So let's not ride on millions for us to become leaders in this country. Let us create a culture that you can also be a common man, and you can also have nothing in the bank and still become a leader in this country. Let us not encourage the kind of handout country, because that is now what we've been riding on. And these leaders have mastered the art so well that they claim to know us than we know ourselves. I would not like to see the kind of altercations that I've maybe witnessed here for the last 30 minutes that I've been here. Seeing young people maybe throwing words at each other, irrespective of where you come from. It doesn't matter whether you're a Luo, you're Mukamba, you're a Kikuyu. We are all young people. And if we want to change this country, then we must stop dividing ourselves along those tribal lines. It will start by us as young people, and we must show this leadership, the elderly, the Jimmy Wanjigis of this nation, the Raila Odingas of this nation, the Uhuru Kenyatas of this nation, the William Rutos of this nation, that the young people can take care of themselves and they actually can formulate a way for themselves. Thank you for the opportunity, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Robert. That's a good one. Just before I let you go, the elders wants to see young people prove themselves. The disappointment from the elders is that the youngest MPs we have given opportunity to get to parliament, they have not shown us any difference. So what difference will young leaders make when the ones we gave a chance disappointed us?
Correct, Ben. Can I answer you?
Go ahead, answer me.
Okay, now, thank you for that good question. You see, the problem is that the young people that we begin an opportunity, we saw the likes of, if I can give you an example, the likes of Sakajas, the likes of Babu Winos, the likes of, there are so many in this country. But you see now, they have got some trappings above them that if they start making their observations known, their perspectives known, clear to some of these party leaders, they get reprimanded. The Malala, you know, we just witnessed what happened. It was I was removed from being a minority whip in Senate, and we've seen this all going around. But you see, that's not the end of it. We've seen also tremendous progress. One of the progress we've seen, the young parliamentarians coming together and having some kind of associations amongst themselves, led by Sakajas and Babu Wino. And that in itself is a start.
Okay.
It is a start, and it's something that we can also ride on as young people and make our point. You see, and again,
okay.
the only
Thank you.
way.
Thank you.
Okay.
I don't want you to spend more time on that, but your response is good. But I take it to be debatable, because when I say that young people need to prove themselves, Kina Sagaja Sagaja and Malala specifically, they were given very high offices and great opportunities in parliament to prove themselves. But rumor has it that they began eating and the meat became too hot for them. So the elders began to be careful around them. All the same, what I mean by young people proving themselves is that ability of standing out as a leader and refusing to be mixed into the cobweb that makes leaders wrong. Mambo na corruption, mambo ya kununuliwa ili ubadilishe ile miswada imepitishwa na committee so that you favor a particular person. The moment these elders buy you, they will always have you because you have already partaken into the scene. Now, please, everyone who is behind the curtain, please, we are making the screen look very ugly. If you don't have to hide yourself, show yourself, because we are removing people who can't show their faces. We would rather have a face in the dark than have no face at all. If you must hide yourself, weka picha kama Simon. Simon amejaribu, isipokuwa watu
Bernard,
kwa comments wana maswala
Bernard,
yao, sitaki
Bernard,
kuingia hayo.
Bernard,
Yes.
Robert kidogo tu. There's this guy who is called sijui John Dirangu something.
Yes.
It's like he's questioning where I'm coming from. I think in this platform we didn't come to argue who's your father or whatever, you know. So I think to set the record straight, I'm from Othaya, Nyeri County. Yeah. So anyone saying that sijui Matiang'i or whatever, you know, we should not go to such lengths, you see. Yeah, even anyone, if I don't agree with you, you know, if you want to know somebody who lacks points, yeah, who doesn't have anything to say, people like John Dirango. Just look at his comments, full of baseless, useless comments that don't make any sense. It's better I argue with somebody like Ndeto. We argue on a point-to-point basis. He can not agree with me, I cannot agree with him, but at the end of the day, that is his stance. He supports Ruto, I don't. But it doesn't mean that I don't come from a certain area. So I think he should man up and be mature. You see, even
Okay,
if somebody like
thank you, Simon. You have made your point. Don't spend more time on that. On the other hand, we are in a public platform. We don't have control on who comes on our channel or who doesn't. But all in all, let's stand for Kenya. I believe the reason why we're on this platform is for Kenya and not for our individual gain or to make anybody become better than the other. As much as we are from different schools, different wombs, different communities, we are all different. Just to help out on your point, we used to have an elderly man in our village who had many children. And he would go and drink his changa, and then he would come and begin to brag. He say, I gave birth to everyone. I gave birth to nurses. I gave birth to doctors. I gave birth to lawyers. I also gave birth to thieves. So as much as we come from the same womb, we will all be different and will have different characters. So let's have that understanding. But that Ndirangu man, please desist from using the unacceptable language. If you want to argue, come to the platform. We'll give you an opportunity. You air your issues. Stop hurling insult and making funny claims. Robert, quickly in 1 minute or so. Angela, are you lifting
Thank you,
your
Bernard.
hand?
Yes.
Okay, just after Robert is Angela.
Thank you, Bernard. I wanted just to pose and maybe maybe to challenge the co-panelists that with this small question: can we also front a young person to become our president? Yes, we can. The answer is yes, we can. And I can see a number of you nodding their head. Yes, we can. It's only that we don't have the will. If today we say it is Ndeto who is going to be our president, we can campaign for him door to door from each and every place where we are. And tomorrow he will become our president. You see, these are some of the ways that we can change this country's political atmosphere that we are in. Because now,
Bernard, I have a
at
different
the situation.
opinion on that.
Look at the situation that now we've been put in. We've been put into a kind of a situation that Ruto's people think that if Raila becomes the president, then they are going to suffer. Maybe the cases that have been there is going to be unearthed. Raila and Uhuru and the team are also in fear of this young man becoming a president because of maybe his authoritarian nature of handling things. You see? So for us to avoid all these things, we can also have one of our own. Can we have that discussion? Even if it's not today, tomorrow, Bernard, we can also have that discussion here.
I have a different opinion over that, Robert.
Go
For
ahead.
me, I don't think even being young is an agenda. I don't even like people who talk about women agenda and youth agenda as if it's the only agenda that you can stand for for an election post. These guys you call Kinawarengo were once young, and they came up with something called young tax. Right now, if you ask them about the same, they have a different opinion because they realize age changes, and so do we. Everybody will have a problem with the same things you are forcing right now to argue about. In 15 years, 20 time, you realize age is catching up with you, and now you will realize young is no longer something enticable. Can we talk about things that outlast? Even when Obama came to power as a young person, the only person he chose as a running mate was the old person who called Joe Biden. Why so? Because you realize that even when you call as a young person, you need all the votes, you need all the demographic, and that's why in US you will go into it and look. I need the Hispanos on the. I need the lamb. I need the women. You need to look at the demography of the society and say, I need my agenda should cut across. I cannot just come that the reason I want to be elected is because I'm young. Therefore, I'm looking for all the young people to vote for me. That doesn't even make sense. You are already discriminated. It's called balkanization. Balkanization just moved from one form to another. And that's why we're talking about rich versus the hustlers versus dynasty. It's a balkanization. Old versus young is a balkanization. Can you come up with an agenda that attracts youth without just looking for youths as voters? Even the old, even the parents, what they are doing in their homes is they want to know that their children are doing well. No old people don't want to see young people doing well. So even if I am old, when I am in power, what do I advocate for? If I'm talking about Vision 2030, is that, will I be there? No. So if a leader has a foresight about Vision 2030, then that's a leader of the future, and he has taken care of the youth in that. But if a leader is talking about wacha nipatie vijana wheelbarrow, even if you bring all the young people on your side, the vision is baseless, it's useless. Now look at the young people you're talking, Kinonzoro, when they are in parliament, their work is to fight each other. So is that what we want to say, that that espouses young leadership? Is that what you call change, that when young people come to power, we will see change in this nation? And when you see them, Jaguar and Babowino fighting in parliament, Makofi too, that is not what we want to see in leadership. Can we have a people with a vision that it does not balkanize our nation? It does not look like when I stand, the old have a problem with me, or when I stand as an old, the young has a problem with me. When I stand, the women have a problem with me. When I stand, the Kikuyus have a problem with me. Then when I stand, can we talk about issues that doesn't balkanize, doesn't discriminate, doesn't look like they're undermining a certain demography in our society?
Okay, thank you, Wekesa. You have made your point. Robert, what is it?
Bernard, would you mind to give me a minute, please,
Let me
before
just respond
before
to
Robert
Wekesa.
comes in?
The response was for Robert.
Let me just make my point clear. Maybe Wekesa didn't understand what I'm talking about. I'm not actually segregating any group in our society. Actually, what I meant was that if you look at this country, the way it has been governed since our independence, it has been having a clique of people. And this clique of people have been there for the longest time possible. That is what I meant. And also referring to young people.
Robert,
Yes.
just to remind you, 2013, the election was won on the premise of digital versus analog.
And we
That
said
was
we
the
have
in
had
thing.
the youngest president
They
in
let
Africa.
us put in the young people, the old people to go
That's
home.
where I'm coming from. That is where I'm, that's where I'm going
Bernard,
to.
Bernard,
What you need
have
to
the
answer
youngest
us.
president in Africa.
Hold on, Wekesa. Robert, hold on. What you need
Yes.
to answer us is compare the Kibaki's Grand Coalition government, second term, led by two old people, you're calling old people, Kibaki and Raila, okay? Their performance then, and then the performance of the digital guys, 2013 to date. Who wins, in your opinion?
Bernard, I wouldn't want to be guided on what to say, but I wanted to be allowed to speak my mind. And allow me to state my point clear so that and Wekesa understand what I was talking about. When I talk of young people, I don't mean young people without vision. There are young people in this country with vision, with quality leadership that can take this country to higher stride. And going by your example, you said that in 2013 we ushered in young people to lead this country, and it also brings this point: how young is young? But without going into that point, it boils down to the vision you have and the interest you have for this country. So even if you bring a young person today without a vision, like Wekesa was saying, then we will still be in the same problem. What I meant by my point was, we've been having certain people in power, certain people just surrounding that power, certain people that are well known. If you stand in today or a child is born today and you mention a name, they will tell you that Fulani from a certain family. You see? And I don't also want to discuss families in this meeting, but what I want to put across is that let us create a country that any person, anywhere, be it young or old, but it is old with vision. It is young with vision that can help this country. That is what I meant.
Okay,
and I'm
thank
saying
you, Robert.
that,
Thank you, Robert. Please, let's Angela mkono yake naumia. Tafadhali, Angela, endelea.
Okay, thank you. I just want to answer your question, Mr. Bernard, by saying this. Our young people have no visions when they go to the parliament or senate or whatever. Their main aim is they have the interest with their money to feed their pocket. So they have no vision for leadership. But I think it could be better for us to mix this generation. You see, we get the mzee there who has fatherly love for our country. At least he can guide these young people and give them the right direction. We elected the government of young people, and now we are ending up crying because all these young people, you have never seen them defending anybody else there. They never defend common mwananchi. Their main aim is just to sit there and say their salary is not well up, they have to increase their salary. Their allowances are not being given on time, they have to be given their allowances on a higher amount. You understand? And when you compare Kenya with the other countries, you will find that in Kenya, our politicians are being paid higher than any other countries around us. And that is what makes us not to develop our country. That is what makes us, our common mwananchi, to suffer a lot. But when we get there, four wazees who have fatherly love for our Kenya, they knew that they want to stabilize Kenya. They want to make Kenya a better place for living. They'll have to guide them and tell them that we are not investing in our stomachs. We are investing in people. We are leading our people to make them happy. You understand? You know, in Kenya right now, you can just compare Kenya country as like you're having a father who earns money and he's a drunkard. So all the money is being taken away by the wagemaji pombe, and then the kids are suffering, not being educated, not feeding, not being dressed up. You understand? So we have to change our reasoning. If you can get the wazee who have that wisdom of King Solomon, and then we can have a better Kenya. But this younger kina Osoro, kina Babowino, their main aim is just to eat and feed their stomachs, nothing else.
Okay, thank you, Angel. You are for hybrid, mixed, and that's how African leadership is conducted. The elders lead the way. The young people succeed in different age set, even in assuming leadership. I don't know why we ran away from that. Ndeto, what is it before we go to Dorobo?
I have 2 points with reference to what has just been said. I think what is his name? He has come out of the show. The point he was trying to raise is it's very significant. For example, I've seen someone on comment talking about you visit at Kikuyu, also visit at Keharo, Muranga, and see the capacity or capability of young leaders. So I think it's all about being ambitious, because the reason why all of us went through school or other trainings of life is for us to be nurtured and also to come up with the simulations. It may not be exactly what others have done, but when something is done by a young man, they do with a lot of energy, they do with a lot of interest, and it is well done. The other point is about this wheelbarrow thing. I think some of us misunderstand the wheelbarrow, like the way I've heard Wekesa demeaning it, that someone is just giving wheelbarrows. Remember, one of the big 4 agenda is at the housing. Now there is there is nothing you cannot evade when you are constructing. And I think that's where this guy borrowed the idea of wheelbarrow. But wheelbarrow, when you hear wheelbarrow, it does not entail like the deputy president giving wheelbarrows to every young person. No, it's all about the basic startup of a hustler or a person who is economically weak. So this basic startup can be that wheelbarrow we are talking about, can be a kibanda, it can be maybe a shaving machine, it can be, you know, UV sim. So don't take it as at distributing wheelbarrows to all Mount Kenya youths. No, it's the basic tool to enable a person who is economically weak to have a good startup. So not about wheelbarrows.
Okay. Thank you, Neto. You have made your point. I know it is an emotive matter. Wekesa, you were supposed to speak, but nilipatia Ndorobo. Wacha Ndorobo amalize, alafu Wekesa utachukua hapo ukichukua usukani. You will make your submission, alafu tutaendelea. Ndorobo. Tolos. I don't want to
Hello.
spell your name.
Yes.
Karibu.
Tolos.
Tolos.
Thank you very much. Today I'm also back, and good to see Mugambi, good to see Deto, good to see Wekesa, good to see all these guys. I like the way people are chatting the way forward as we go towards election of 2022. I'm a supporter of politicians because I'm not a politician. We are all supporting these guys, and I realized that we have interests. Our interests are so much diverse and different. If you look at the Kikuyu nation and the other business like-minded guys, theirs is if you look at what they want in politics, they want people who will safeguard their businesses, who will make them bring an enabling environment for their businesses to thrive. And the moment you promise these guys that I'm going to create an enabling environment, if you go to every town now, most of all the towns, the dominating tribes and are the Gikuyus, and there is nothing wrong with that in business. In fact, if you go to Kirinyaga Road nowadays, it's not like before when we used to have Indian Kikuyu, Indian Kikuyu. Nowadays it is Kikuyu, Kamba, and other people. Yani, the black race. I'm not discriminating against. I'm not against color, but when you see what these guys are doing, it is their effort. You will even go to New York and you will find somebody preparing githeri. So it is the environment which is enabling them to do business. Now, when it comes to other people, we are really reliant on the. I remember sometimes we go around Parliament. These people following politicians. Hey, it is not you not find Kikuyus in groups following politicians at it is a group. Mtu unasikia watu wanaongea Kinandi, unasikia watu wanaongea Kijaluo, group kubwa nini. But Kikuyu in fact mpaka wewe unasema the best friend you can have is a Kikuyu, because at the end of the day, what do you want? You want money. You want money. So me, I'm a supporter of William, but if I compare the two, let me be very frank. If I compare Raila and Ruto, Raila is so moderate. It's so moderate that I even don't know. This guy we one day met somewhere, and I looked at Raila and I said, you know what? This guy, there's something people does not know about Raila. This guy is a good person. But you know, he cannot be just that good without his jeshi yake, and people who support him. Now that is now where the problem comes in. People now they click around these politicians now. Hey, these are now they define, they had start defining you. They define you. You see, politicians are being
Bernard,
defined by
is
people
someone
around.
allowed to profile people because he has talked about some politicians in parliament hanging together, and then he names a tribe, and then he says this one are thinking right and this one wrong. Then he's now. Are we allowed to profile people here on tribal?
I did not profile anybody. This is a description. I did not profile anybody. If somebody takes to a stand and
Then
tells you,
come out clear.
I did not profile anybody.
You have said, and let me paraphrase what you
Okay,
said.
sir, I get your point.
Okay,
Dorobo,
let
just
Kunos,
make your point clear.
point.
Just finish your point and avoid getting too close to violating the rules.
I get you. So, what I was saying is this: as much as we have supporters, we have people whom we are supporting. For me, even if Ruto loses this election, is with his age, he still have time. He can even vie again in 2032. Leave 2027, he can still vie at 2022. So that this election, it is winning should not be a do or die event. Huh? We would like to at most see whether young or old. We should all agree that we are Kenyans, and at the end of the day, what will come, what will they will provide in the table is the most important thing after 2022. So let us not see 2022 as a defining or a life or a life sentence for in politics. It's not like that. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. You're done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay.
I have a question to Tolos or what?
Angela, go ahead.
Bernard, you are mute. Bernard, you are mute.
Okay, sorry. Angela, go ahead, ask your question.
He said that Raila is a very good politician, but he's a Ruto supporter. Then why if Raila is a good politician, then he needs your support. Why do you support Ruto and leave alone Raila?
Angela, do you know
What is good with the Ruto, which is not
me,
good with Raila? And I think Raila is 75 gooder than Ruto.
Angela,
Angela, is that English? Gooda.
Angela, do you know?
Yes.
Do you know?
Dorobo, go ahead, answer the question.
Do you know my name is would always sell me out. That is where the problem is. It's like saying we have my name is Onyango supporting Ruto. It will never be recognized, even if you vote for me, and my name is Onyango. Nobody, even if you start working and I see your name is Onyango, before even you talk, this guy is a supporter of Raila. So that is why we have a problem with this country, and it's not in it will not be my first time.
No, Tulos, umeulizwa swali vizuri na dada. Sikiliza, swali ni wewe umeanza vizuri kwa kusema kwamba Raila ni mtu mzuri, okay?
Yes.
Sasa akakuuliza mbona wewe unapiga debe Ruto na umesema Raila ni mzuri, na nini kizuri kwa Ruto ambacho kinashinda uzuri wa Raila?
Okay, you see, what if it comes, if push come to shove, let me tell you for free, we are village mates with Ruto. Now, somebody will always, even if I go to Eldoret, it was one day I was in Kisumu. I told somebody if I want to commit suicide, just go to Apple stage 2, Apple Kisumu, and shout, Ruto, Ruto. You know that is the end of me. I'm going to die that day. That's suicide. That's suicide.
I
But
don't know
Baroka,
about that,
I think you are wrong, because we are fighting out for that voting tribal. We are fighting to vote for visions of people who can make a better Kenya. You see, me, I cannot be voting for my Muluya and he's not making any change in our Luya land. You understand? Better I vote for somebody who can bring change than voting for my tribe. You understand?
Yes.
And I think these political tribes, we have to end it. You understand? If we don't end it, even if we debate at Mutembei 1,000,000 times, we won't change Kenya.
Carlos, when I stand at home and look just 5 kilometers from my home to the other side, I can stand and see the home of Wetangula. So is that a neighbor? But that does not define my politics. I've never been in Fort Kenya, and don't intend. I'm in ODM. And most of the people disparage me because they think like I'm not. Why am I? You know, these are description in our mother tongue. And you love the strangers. But I have my own reasons why I stand for Raila, and so I cannot say that because I'm close to Wetangula, naturally I should be. And this comes with a risk. Even 2000 and it was actually 2017, not 2017. I think it was 2013. We were campaigning for that time Waluke in ODM, and this guy came and there was a fracas, and we were almost got into trouble. But we have stood a test of time, and we have proved that somebody can pursue the idea which he believes in. So don't be. In fact, this thing you're imagining, that going to Kisumu and shouting Raila, Ruto, you'll be lynched. It's completely opposite. Me, I was even in Bomet, and I was still discussing issues of Raila recently. It's not the way people think. It's not the way people perceive. This society is a free society. It happens only when some sponsored goods are around. But when you just meet people on the street, people are very open-minded. They are able to discuss these ideas. So hata Ruto alienda Kondele and he had a warm reception. And people thought like, kwani kuliendaje?
You see, the reason why I voted for I voted for Moi one time. I voted for Kibaki. When people were voting for Moi, I voted for Kibaki. I voted for Raila when people were voting for Kibaki. That is when this country almost went to the dogs. I've voted for Uhuru. In the last general the two or three three elections.
Yeah.
And I think at the moment Raila has not told us that he wants to become the president. Let us be frank. He has not come out to say he wants to be the president. So at the moment, the guy who has said he wants to become the president. So at the moment,
Tolos, we get your point. Tunajua kura yako tuko nayo, ni vile tu atakuja kuiitisha. Kwa hivyo tutatuma baba aje akuone, mkubaliane, hakuna shida. Naomba tu wale watu wako nyuma ya curtain, tafadhali tuone nyuso zenu, mnafanya screen inakaa scary na
Bado
viewers,
tuko tu. We are out.
we want to see your faces to make the screen brighter so that the people following us can see they are people they are following. If the screen is too dark, it is very hard for you to follow the proceedings. Thank you very much.
Wacha niseme kitu moja. One thing. Nilisahau Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard, you know what? Let me tell you, there's something I wanted to tell you about Raila. One only. You know what? We had we lost a relative, and this relative is a friend to Raila. You know, he sent us last year. He sent us 100. This is not Vitina. He sent us 100,000 Kenya shillings. This guy called Gideon Moy, he sent us 100,000 shillings, but the guy was given, he brought 80,000. A guy called Nick Salad, he's very angry, ni mtu mwenye akona njaa mingi. So Raila, people say ati asaidii mtu. I really, hata mimi nashangaa, asaidii mtu aje.
Okay. Thank you for clearing that. And it is there are many people who commit a lot of atrocities in the name of the king. If you remember in the 70s, the Magento movement, many things were done in the name of Mzee Amesema when Mzee never said anything. So that's why we need to have a recheck on this person claiming he has been sent. Is it true he has been sent, and how much was he given when he was sent?
Okay.
Now, please,
Ben.
let's make progress, please.
Ben.
Robert, you have spoken. Let's have the people who have not spoken speak first.
Ben, I just want to ask
your round.
a question. I want just to ask a question.
Answer a question or ask?
I want to ask a question.
Hold on. Wekesa has not made his submission. I really want to give him to make submission, then you can ask him the questions. When he has made his submission.
It is to all of us.
The question is to all of us. Okay,
yes,
Robert,
it's for the debate.
Ask your question now.
And now, thank you, Bernard. I wanted just to bring back the co-panelists to the elephant in the room and maybe ask this question. What do you think Raila would do different? He will do different given an opportunity to lead this country. And ask the same question to William Samoei Ruto. I want to ask that to every panelist that is here.
A very good question.
Can I answer and give my submission?
Kesa, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. One of the things is that I've never doubted Raila's doing things differently. One, because he has packaged himself as a reformer, and his idea of government has always been based on reforms. Raila, when he was given, was it 2 or 3 years in Kibaki's government to lead the roads and transport ministry, that is when all buildings went down until he was stopped, because he believed that government land belongs to the government. And if you have illegally invested in government land, you are supposed to leave. But there are those who compromise with such a people, and they want even to receive kickbacks in return. You just give me money and then we will allow you to continue hanging on government property. So he has demonstrated that. When he was prime minister, the first thing he was to conserve a Mau forest. And for him, he believes in posterity. And that's why when we talk about leadership and youth, anybody who is forward thinking, anybody who thinks about generations to come and not just receiving things for now, is a leader, is a statesman. So he knew very well that that thing will bring him into trouble. And by the way, it was a costly thing he encountered, because was the beginning of his troubles with the Rift, and then he lost his voting base. But this is a leader who can sacrifice the votes for the sake of posterity. So he knew that conservation is you are conserving more forests, not just for the current generation, but the generations to come. Because if we destroy our water catchment areas, we will not have another Mau, and we are affecting the climate, and we will affect our economic status, and we will affect our backbone, agriculture, which is the backbone of our society. So that was a reform agenda that he pursued, and it costed him. Another thing that Raila stands for up to now, he stands for the marginalized. And that's why his idea, there are people who argue that he's looking for positions. My thoughts will be, if Raila wants to be president, he will also be very happy if he is a president, under president, and deputy president, and not president, prime minister, and then 5 positions. Who else wants to distribute power? Everybody wants to amass power. So if you talk like he wants 5 posts because he's looking for position, for him that is not his thinking. He sees that the way our society is structured, and first of all, we have a challenge of tribalism in Kenya. And that means that the structure of our government only encourages hegemony. Hegemony is where 1 or 2 powerful communities stay in power for long. So to break that cycle, he realized we need to have a structure where even a Moran can be president or a prime minister. Even a small tribe somewhere can also get opportunity to be in leadership. So for him, he looks at, if we restructure our governance, then we give opportunity to all people, regardless of whether you come from a small tribe or a big tribe. You can be able to channel your ideas and be a leader in this country. He also has passionately talked about historical injustices and land reforms. And for him, he believes that the lands which were acquired illegally, these are illegalities that happened with the start of our nation. These issues need to be addressed. They may not be addressed conclusively, but we cannot just hide under that, because there are people who are naturally subject to be squatters. And so if we don't deal with these land issues, we will have a societal problem, and these struggles will continue to happen. So for him, he has always been advocated for land reforms. Now, somebody asks, what will he do differently? BBI is a revolutionary in its own, because it was addressing our social status, addressing our political status, it was addressing economic status. It addresses itself to the tax issues, it addresses itself to the youth opportunities, it addresses itself to our justice system. How do we want to restructure our justice system? That issues where our corrupt judges were obstructing justice, we were given an opportunity to have a redress through the ombudsman. Although some clique of people want to make it look like ombudsman is a way in which the executive want to have checks on judiciary. We have over-glorified judicial independence. No arm of government is solely independent. There is also interdependence of the 3 arms of government, where executive, where parliament has checks and balances on executive and on the judiciary, where judiciary has checks and balances on executive and parliament. So the 3 arms are interdependent. When we create checks and balances, some people argue that we want to gag the judiciary, which is not true. No arm exists on its own. And by the way, we talk about arms of government, which means government is always one. These are only three arms, but belonging to one government. And then when we go to the head of state, there are not more than one state. The head of state is the head of the state that constitutes with the government which has three arms. So that is where the unity comes in. But people want to make it look like judiciary can exist in utopia. Utopia is where you are somewhere and you lack connection to any other part. So there's no part of government that can exist in utopia. All governments, all arms of government are interrelated, and they are answerable to each other. They are accountable to each other. Uhuru has a right to understand how the judiciary is being run, and that's why he's given the last part of it to do a signature on anything that appointments that comes from the judiciary. So that is why we are pushing for the building bridges. And what will he do differently? He saw that maintaining the political demographic that we have been having, where us versus them could not help this country. And that is why he changed the matrix. He changed and come together and shook hands with Uhuru so that we can restart, have a fresh start. And this was going to change political dynamics. Some people are arguing that why is he having a coalition with the Jubilee and is dead? Because those are people who just think about votes. For us, merging with Jubilee is more than just looking for votes. And he has stated clearly, if this will pay me the price that I will not be the president, so be it. But my cause is I want us to have a nation that it does not indulge in corruption. And that's why he talked about jailing the corrupt. And people say it now. The problem with Raila is he uses his mouth to chase away votes. Because these are people who just think about votes and votes and votes and nothing else. We will jail the corrupt if given chance, and if we cannot jail the corrupt, we cannot get the votes because we have promised to jail the corrupt, so be it. We will still be there and listen to them. People who are telling him that we are taking you to Bondo are the same people who are arguing and saying Uhuru amalize aende. They realized they never voted for Uhuru. They were only chasing Raila to Bondo. And they woke up and they realized Uhuru is in State House in the guise of chasing Raila to Bondo. And Uhuru himself invites the same guy they were chasing to Bondo into State House. So doing things differently is looking at the structural struggles of our nation and begin to go against the grain that has determined our struggles up to this point. If it is social balkanization, somebody needs to have courage and say, why have we had struggles between Kikuyus? I don't sugarcoat things. Why have we had struggles of Kikuyus and Luos from the inception of Kenya? And how can we just ignore?
We are not getting Wekesa.
Sorry,
What are you
community
saying?
ancestor. What do you mean you are not getting Wekesa? We can hear him. Okay, you have issues with
Am I
your
mute?
name.
Am I mute?
No, Wekesa, we can hear you. I think community has an issue with his network.
Yeah, I'm saying that what is this thing that has brought a rift between the Luos and Kikuyus since inception of the country? And can we do it different? Can we break that chain and say that from us going forward, there will not be arangos between Kikuyus and Luos? And by doing that, we don't need to create another rancor between one tribe and another. And that's why we invite that the building preachers was opening up the country. Uhuru was very comfortable going to Nyanza, and he feels at home when he's there. And that is when you are talking about what is he doing differently, you can feel it. You can feel it that the political in the political field has changed, and the aim is to re-engineer our politics and bring about stability. I beg to stop there. If somebody has a question, can ask.
I have a question.
Yes.
Wakesa, you see, the building bridges initiative was not all inclusive. Let us be fair. It was not all inclusive. It was between. It is like the way you are saying now. You want to bring together Kikuyus and Lugos. That is not bringing. That is not building bridges. That is breaking other bridges to build others. Building bridges initiative could have been a national thing, a national forum, something which everybody else could have been inside, so that if any rankles would have come out of that building bridges initiative, it could have been now that is all inclusive. It's not about two people.
Okay, let me say this in a summary. Building bridges was begun by two people, the leader of government and the leader of opposition. And that in itself means that they were bringing two demographic population together. When Uhuru came, he was coming not on his behalf, but with his constituents. When Raila came, he was coming not on his behalf, but with his constituency. And we have had let me just go straight to the point. We have had the challenges with the deputy president, but he was on television himself saying, before Raila called Uhuru, he called me 4 times and I refused to pick the phone. So the argument is somebody was not for the idea of building bridges. However, the principals said, for the sake of the nation, they went ahead and did it. And the way you introduce an idea, you don't introduce it, you first of all craft the idea and then introduce to your followers and sell it to them. So when they sold the idea to their followers, fortunately, us, the principals of NASA, accepted it, even if they said they were not in the light in the first place. They accepted it and they embraced it. The other side, somebody did not impress. But there was the second handshake that was done and televised, and all of us saw. When there was a national prayer breakfast, Uhuru made the second attempt and brought all the principals. And everybody confessed. You can go and play that clip. You will hear what Ruto said. You will hear what Kalonzo said. You will hear they all confessed that this thing is good and they need for the sake of the nation. That was now incorporating more principles in that. But that after the prayer meeting, they go back to their cocoon. So you attempt, even this thing you attempt, but you cannot achieve 100%. So if it has failed, it is because some of us were looking for 2022 more than unity of this country. And you can take that to the bank. The problem with BBI has never been BPI. The problem with BPI has always been 2022. Will it edge me out? Will it affect my political ambitions?
Question,
Okay, thank you,
question to
Wekesa.
Wekesa. Final
Chulos,
question to Wekesa.
hold on,
A question
Jex.
to Wekesa from what he has said. He has said
Ngoja
that,
kwanza, Jex. Ngoja.
it's a valid question. It's not
Mbio
even a
namna hiyo.
comment.
We are not through with Tolos. Let's finish with Tolos, then we come to you.
Tolos was
Have
asking
you
a
been
question.
answered?
Yes, sir. He has answered. He has answered. You see, the problem. You see, when he said that after the handshakes, now people have started going back to their normal cocoons. I agree, because even if you look at the OKA, sijui the OKA or ama OKOA, sijui OKOA, you see already they are inviting they are inviting Raila to that fold, and without Raila, OKOA is nothing. You see, And there was one day Ruto said, no, Raila said, for Ruto to become the president, he needs me. And I've always said that's 100%. So these things of us wanting to do who to become the president or whatever. Don't if we try to bring the BBI again into this thing into again as we go towards 2022, I think this is also we shall be campaigning on two fronts, which will not take us anywhere. The best thing which will make 2022 a better election is to forget about BBI and concentrate. If Raila is wants to become the president, let him come out and say he wants to be and give us his blueprint. Right now, I see workers are campaigning for Raila. Raila has not even said he wants to become the president.
My friend.
Okay, thank you, Tolos. Jex, what is the matter?
Wekesa rightfully says several things that are interesting. He says that while others were seriously looking for 2022, you say that others were seriously building bridges, right? Now, where were the bridges destroyed in the first place? My question is this: how did we find ourselves needing these bridges to be mended? Number two, if we create issues so as to create bridges eventually and then create the division of other bridges so as to be seen we are the best, do you think that is how a country is built? We have over 44 tribes in our nation. How has the Rendile been united to, you said that Raila and Uhuru brought their constituent. How was that child in North Hor represented? How was that child in the center of Mandera represented? Who spoke to them? And then when you say finally that there was a second BBI or there was a second handshake that took place in a hotel or rather in a prayer meeting, but I tend to think what we have ever always been hearing was the first handshake. The 9-point agenda were not discussed in the public. They are discussed by two people. So tell us, if truly this was for Kenya, why didn't we have even more than 9? Why didn't we have the issues from the people from different places brought, so that it is not just 9, it is more than 9? The other thing is, Raila was not just one person from NASA. We had so many other people. So why did we have just one person singing and dancing and doing all things? It was him all along, and that's why, and that's the reason why NASA fell, because it is one person who took the forefront and wanted to take all the glory, take all the honor, and unfortunately, it led to his collapse. If this was to unite the nation, I tend to think we should all have worked together to make it a success. It failed because we failed to listen to all of us. We failed to put our hands together. We failed to make it of unity of purpose. So I ask you,
Jakes.
Are you contributing or asking question?
how was it a unifying factor if it fails to unify even the very two at the top?
So let me answer briefly where I feel Mugambi will help me.
Bernard, let's not mix issues here, because I had asked a question and you've not asked me whether I'm satisfied or not with the answers given.
Okay, Robert, you will revisit that. Let's settle this one first.
Okay. Jax, in strategic management, they say that when you bring many people on a table, it takes longer to make decisions. So that's it's wisdom when you have two people to make a decision. And I know even on your side of UDA, that's why they are struggling to include the PEP and the TCP parties. They want to deal first with UDA and then they will include others later. So in strategic management, the more people you include, the more you delay the decision making. However, they had not stopped them to include them in the process. And that's why I talked about the second handshake. And then from that, there was the committees, which even if William proposed around 4 or 5 names, and then they went to the people and they took the views. So even the
I
person,
agree,
the
Wekesa,
Robo,
but you're forgetting what I've asked you. I'm asking you, yeah? As much
you
as
asked
there was
several questions, I'm answering one at a time.
Yeah, that's why, but you're confusing the first question I'm asking you. You are saying that the second handshake happened, but the 9 points agenda, they were the first handshake. Why didn't we have more agendas to be raised in the second handshake?
9-point agenda encapsulated everything that we are going through as a nation. The policies are broad. You see, when you talk about historical injustice, it's a broad thing. So when everybody comes, he puts flesh on what they interpret as historical injustice as far as Cumberland is concerned, as far as cost is concerned. So you cannot reinvent that. There were broad spectrum. And so each and every other person come just to put the flesh on them. So in terms of how even the small communities have been incorporated, when you go to West Pokot, you'll find that there is a truce area between the West Pokot and Turkanas, where they build their preachers or build peace, because they have been fighting. For them, they have not been fighting for presidency. They have been fighting over cattle rustling. That was an example. So building bridges was an example that we can end our conflict, and it should be relevant to us. If our conflict is about cattle, let's settle it. If our conflict is about presidency, let's settle it. So we cannot say we can bring a Turkana to have to build bridges with Kikuyu, and they have never been fighting. You see, so it has to be relevant.
Wekesa,
We
Wekesa,
have these
where
people
does
who are
that live?
in
Where does
conflict,
that
and
live?
what was the source of conflict, and how do we settle the conflict?
Where does that live, multi-party Wekesa?
Building bridges has nothing to do with destroying parties.
Tulos, we
It has.
hold on, Wekesa. Tulos, we establish a rule here. If you want to interject or Nini, you lift your hand, then you'll be picked, so that there is no unnecessary noise, so that the people following this program can understand what is happening. So let nobody just pick up a conversation from nowhere. Thank you.
Yeah.
Wekesa, have you exhausted your point?
Okay. Yeah. So I have said that, and then on terms of multi-party, okay, Jex, have I finished your point first?
You're just beating around the bush, not really hitting the nail.
Okay. Let me support Wekesa in one point, please.
Okay, go ahead, Mugambi.
So, Jakes, I feel Jakes has a problem of these two gentlemen meeting and shaking hands.
No. Mugambi,
No,
you're not
wait.
Answer my
No,
question.
Jakes, just
Don't
listen
Let me
out,
answer you.
then you
Let me
can
answer you.
intercept.
Do you remember when we had the prayer breakfast at Safari Park? We had the two antagonizing parts, that is Uhuru and Ruto, Raila and Kalonzo coming, apologizing to each other, and embracing this reconciliatory process. Out of the four, it is only Ruto who was chickened out. So the problem is, do we say the three were mad and the one was sober, or three were sober and one was mad? So I know Jakes has taken a very different side from me, but if we go to that meeting that was a prayer breakfast, we saw this gentleman shaking hands and apologizing to each other. Out of four, three have held to their stand and their apology. So why do we have one who has chickened out? If we can answer that, I think Jake's question can be answered.
No, you have not answered my question. You have raised a different point, and my question was not on on burying the hatchet, because they all decided to bury the hatchet. That's what they did. Now, my issue is, and the question is, in the event that BBI happened, what has been pushed is not that prayer breakfast you're talking about. It is 9th of March, and that's what I've asked. Raila was not just a person, he was a team. We had 4 people behind him. We had Musalia Mudavadi, we had Wetangula, we had Kalonzo Musyoka, and we had Isaac Ruto. And then, funny enough, he had millions of people supporting him. I asked Wekesa, because Wekesa, this is what Wekesa said. Wekesa said that when Raila was speaking, he spoke for his constituent. When Uhuru was speaking, did the same for his constituent. My question was, who spoke for the Lendila? Who spoke for those people in North Hor? Who spoke for the Maasai? That was the question. So please don't go
Jakes, allow me to ask you. No, Wekesa, hold on. Jakes, allow me to ask you a question in reference to your question.
We don't answer
When you
questions.
voted, hold on. When you voted for Uhuru Kenyatta to be president, were you not delegating him to speak for you? And when we voted for Baba to be president, were we not sending him to be our representative?
So where is the
And
question?
constituent doesn't mean a tribe.
That is question number one.
Constituent
Question
means
number two.
The whole NASA
When-
constituent and the whole.
Hold on, Wekesa. When
the
Baba
question is
took
for
the
Jakes.
decision to
Allow
do
Jakes
the
to answer.
handshake, hold on,
Interjection.
Jakes. When
The
Baba
question
did
is for
the
Jakes.
handshake,
So let
we
me
had
answer.
tension in this country, okay?
Ben,
And when
Ben, may
Baba
I
went
interject?
and shook hand with the Uhuru at Arambe and said, everybody retreat, no more demos. Did we continue with demos?
So can I answer your 2 questions?
Thank you.
When you ask me when you voted for Baba, now I'll liken Baba to a team. He is like Barcelona. When we talk of a star player, he does not make the entire team. He comes with a striker, defender, and a goalkeeper. Baba might have been the goalkeeper, the striker, or whatever he was, but he had Musalia as a midfielder. He had Kalonzo to supply the ball. He had what do you call him? This other guy from Bungoma supporting him. Ruto the same was a midfielder and a goalkeeper for Uhuru. These were the people we saw. These were the people who were coming and campaigning. So when we voted, I might have voted because I support Ruto and because Ruto
No,
was
Jakes,
running. Listen,
Jakes,
you
you're
have asked me a
avoiding to
question.
see what is obvious. On your own analogy of a football team, when the referee has an issue with a team, does he talk to every player or he talks to the captain?
The captain. Even before they begin
So
the game.
when we talk of Harambee Stars, do we talk of the captain? We talk of the team.
What
When
we are
Kenya
talking
went
about
to- when
when
Kenya went
they are
to
in the
Tokyo,
field, the
we are
captain
not
speaks on
talking
behalf
of
of
the
the team.
leader. We are
Baba
talking
was
of
the
the
captain
team.
of the NASA. Uhuru
None
was
of
the
the team
captain of
members
Jubilee.
knew
They met
actually.
and made a decision.
Bernard, let me answer him straight. When the team begins, before they decide which nature of a game they play, ref calls captain 1 and 1, and then they toss the coin. There are only 2 people.
But they are a representative of teams
I answer you.
if they don't play on a single.
Whatever decision the captain has tossed the coin, it affects the whole team.
Then,
You
Ben,
two are
kindly let
breaking
me
your own
interject.
rules. You have said that no one should interject when someone is speaking. That's what you're doing comfortably and boldly. So you have asked me a question. It is only courteous if you can allow me to finish answering your 2 questions. Now, your last question was what?
I thought you are the one asking questions.
Okay,
It was
let's
your
do
time.
this.
asked me a
Let's do
question,
this.
so I will answer it.
Jakes, you're
it
coming
was
to do
not
your
your time.
submission.
You are only asking a
Hold
question.
on, Wekesa, please.
Ben, let me come in between. Let me just come in
have
between.
mercy on me. Now, look
just
here.
let me come in between.
I don't want to lose my head right now. Let's relax. Robert, you're going to ask your question, but hold on.
I'm not
Tulos,
asking.
what is the
I want just to help you between the 2 gentlemen.
Robert, you are going to speak
Unmute.
after Tolos. Let Tolos say what is agitating him.
You see,
Yes.
you know, there are 2 things which has been raised here, even with Mugambi. Mugambi has said we saw people shaking hands in what do we call Safari Park.
Yes, Safari Park.
Yes, we saw it. But you know, those were just any other greetings. Mmekutana kwa chai, ni watu wanaguzi. The other ones was a serious handshake with head attachment. This other one these other ones was just by the way. They had nothing to do with the handshake. Alafu on the issue, I had asked something about now what will happen now to multi-party. The reason why we have two teams when there is a final is because there will be a winner and there will be a loser, and the losers they will walk out of the field. These ones now, what the handshake is trying, what we are trying to say in building bridges is that we want to do away with winner and the loser. And there is no way in a democratic society where even in America where we will not have a loser. We will always have a loser, whether we like it or not. Somebody will lose an election. Please let us not cheat ourselves.
Have you read the BBI? The proposal for the BBI constitutional reform was to have an official opposition leader, which means you will lose election,
But
will be
Bernard,
recognized.
you are not fair.
The shadow
Bernard, you
cabinet.
are not fair.
Is that a winner?
Okay, sir, please, let's maintain
I
order.
think,
But that was my question, Bernard. He told me he
let
was
us
asking
raise
you a
hands,
question.
Hold on, everybody in that talk, please. Now, if you
Give me
are
a
pushing
chance.
me this much, I will soon surrender. Everybody mute your mic. I'm trying
Give
to be
me
as
a chance,
lenient as
Bernard.
possible, but you are breaking all the rules. If we are not governing this platform, then there is no need of us meeting here. Robert, what is it?
Thank you, Ben. And I wish we could have a very constructive and strategic debate rather than sideshows that we are seeing here. Maybe a straight answer to Brother Jakes, because I see Wekesa is trying to marinate things and doesn't want to set things straight, is that let's not mix political, what I may call political, because what we've seen, we have a truance between the two, that is the Right Honorable Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta, to try to bring the country together. And we are trying to mix it with political betrayal. If you try to have the two, then we won't finish this debate today. Those are two different things. Because you see, whatever we are having in Jubilee, if I may call it, is a political betrayal. And whatever happened between Kenyatta and Raila Odinga was a truance towards a certain agenda, trying to bring the two sides together. And it has got nothing to do with the principle kind of a thing that Jakes is trying to raise. Because remember, each team had got a leader. So if each team has got a leader, then things start at that leadership. Then it trickles down to up to the last person, that is the membership down there. Now, if Raila Odinga and the president met and then came out and told Kenyans what the discussion was all about, and even opened up through the BBI thing that Wekesa has been explaining, so that every Kenyan can have an opportunity to to give his or her input in that document, if at all there is. So I don't see the issue where someone come up and say, "Oh, I was not consulted. You see, we never, we didn't make such decisions." All the same, what should be asked is that, was that the right thing to do? If it was the right thing to do, how can we now come in all together and bring all our heads together and discuss things on the table? Going forward, as I finish, brother, is that how I wish we could change the perspective of all these debates and maybe remove our sycophant clothes outside that door as we come into this meeting, and maybe discuss things that are very strategic in terms of building this nation. Because if we come and bring in issues of I asked this panelist a very straight question, and no one has answered me. I say, give the two protagonists an opportunity to lead this country, what do you think each of them would do differently? No one has answered that question. And I'm going to sleep without an answer. Wekesa has tried, but he was just putting some marionette on a bread and maybe trying to put it in a microwave
Do you
to
mean you
make it
ask
small,
you had an answer?
but not
Did
answering
you
a
have an
question
answer?
asked.
Did you have an
Now,
answer? You know you cannot
I'm
ask
not
a
saying
question and you say
I'm
Wekesa
not
is
you have
okay.
an answer.
Wekesa, hold on. Wekesa, hold on,
I'm not.
please.
Let me make my point, Wekesa. I'm not saying that I had maybe an
Do you
answer to
have
this.
an answer yourself? Ama you just disparage people
I
that you
wanted
have
you to
an
tell
answer?
me. I wanted you to tell me a very straight thing. If Raila is given an opportunity to lead this country, he will be able to do A, B, C, D. And mind
I'm not
you,
Raila. I only try my best, my friend. So
then
even
what?
you don't have an answer.
Then stop being a psychophant to that extent, brother. Speak
It's
up
all,
your mind as an individual.
no, Robert,
And that's what I'm saying.
That is
And
my
that's what
hold
I'm
choice.
on.
saying.
If you are not
Wekesa,
a
hold on. Robert,
psychopath, it doesn't make
both
you
of
better.
you,
Can
please.
you go and sleep?
Both
And
of you,
that's what I'm saying.
please.
I will go and sleep, brother.
No, no,
But
Robert,
we must
let's
have a constructive and a very strategic debate.
Constructive
If you have
is
to help
telling us that
ourselves,
let's put together youths and elect them to their leader. That is
this
constructive.
is
That is just creating
this
another
that,
demography of psychophancy
that
to from one member to another one.
it depends with the perspective you
That
look
is
at it,
just
brother.
your
It
interpretation,
depends
my
with the
friend.
perspective that you look at it.
You
now
But
the
I'm
think
two
that
of
saying,
you,
supporting
can
Raila
you
is
please
psychophancy and
just allow
supporting a
me make
youth
my
is
point,
not
Wekesa.
psychophancy. You think supporting
order
a youth is
Just
everybody,
allow
not
me make
please.
my
psychophancy.
point.
Order.
Just allow me
Wekesa,
make my
order.
point.
Robert, look here.
Yes,
Robert,
yes.
I really want us to be very mature on this platform. There is a difference between psychophancy and advocacy. But I will not get into that. What I want you to give me is, you have asked a question. Somebody gave you the answer to how he sees a particular candidate is going to perform. The other person will give you how he sees how the other candidate is going to perform. And all these are hypotheses, is guesswork. And the only way to tell is from their historical performance. So looking at William Ruto from 92 to date, okay? Looking at Raila Odinga from the 90s to date, they are not going to do anything different from what they have been doing. If in their history they never did well, give them power, they're going never to do well. If they had opportunity and never performed, there is no way they are going to be changed by taking an oath. It's just like if you are a lazy man and you get a beautiful wife and you come to us as pastors to join you, saying, do you do, I do, does not change you into a strong, hardworking man simply because you are married. So offices don't change people. The people you put in office, the same way they are, that is how they're going to perform.
Correct, Ben. And I think you've summarized my question.
And
I will
Bernard,
just
if we
say,
allow people to
my
attack
co-panelists,
others,
you have a
Bernard,
good night.
if
Sorry,
we allow
Wekesa, hold on,
I've not
Wekesa,
attacked
please.
anyone, Ben. For
you
the
can't call me
direct
a
perspective, I've not
sycophant,
attacked anyone.
and I don't even know your political ideology. You don't call me a sycophant, and I have no idea
You've
your
already said it,
political
brother. You've
ideology.
already said your political stand. You mentioned it. It's
And
very
I'm not
clear.
afraid of it.
It
Even
is
if you
on the
call me
wall,
a
brother.
sycophant, I support Raila, and
It
I
is
have
on the
no
wall.
apology to anybody. I have no
For
apology.
record purposes,
Okay,
Ben.
thank you. Please, you
I'm
two guys,
not.
hey, let's debate properly. Mwache hii nini, wacheni hii kuchemka tafadhali. Tumekaa
Let me.
hapa 5 hours. We are about to close the show, so don't spoil at the end. Better is the end of the thing than the beginning thereof. Can
Ben,
we
thank you
hear
for the
from
opportunity
community?
and have a good
No,
night.
Robert, no, your time is up. We hear from community, then which this other person I'm waiting for.
Yes, thank you. I hope you are getting me.
Yes, we can get
Yeah,
you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for giving me this very opportunity in order for me to give my submission. Now, in fact, I want to tell Mr. Jex like this. You remember in 2007 when there was a problem between Kibaki and Raila Amolo Odinga. You saw what happened. You know, in order for Kibaki to be able to run his government well, he was supported by the Wiper Democratic Party, that is the vice president of that time, who was Kalonzo Musyoka. So, coming to what happened at Arambe Stairs, in fact, Raila Amolo Odinga is the one who met President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and they had handshake. You know, sometimes I'm telling you, or I'm telling all my brothers and sisters who are listening to me that, in fact, politics is about interest. Raila Amolo Odinga, for him, he saw, maybe you saw what happened in 2013. Raila Amolo Odinga stayed in the cold. In 2017, after what happened through the IBC not giving credible elections, then Maraga nullified that election, and Raila Amolo Odinga did not involve himself in the repeat elections. So Raila Amolo Odinga, being right now is a father in terms of politics, because his politics is at high notch. He said, maybe in his heart, he said, if I'm not going to get a handshake with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, perhaps I cannot be able to get something out of the resources I used. So Raila Amolo Odinga, in fact, he went, but from that time up to this very moment, Raila Amolo Odinga, in fact, he has achieved. Even look, it is through this handshake, Raila Amolo Odinga has been able to get that Ministry of African Infrastructure. So Raila Amolo Odinga has made money. So Wiper principle, he was given a job of bringing is it Riek Machar and Salva Kiir. In fact, these people are benefited through this handshake. And then the other thing, in fact, you know, me, what I know, Raila Amolo Odinga, when he was at Uhuru Park, eating the Bible. In fact, these three leaders.
Community, would you be kind to allow a question?
Yes, kindly come on.
Okay, so according to you, in 2013, Raila, Kalonzo, and the likes, they were in the cold, right? That's what you have said. But in 2017, thanks to BBI and thanks to handshake, they are now not in the cold. One is busy doing infrastructure, and the other one is busy doing peace talks for other nations. That's what you have said. So, so in this country, what legacy are we leaving behind? That when you're in the cold, you need to cause chaos the next time, so that you're not left in the cold next time, so that issues don't come up next time. So you create scandals and issues so that you are not left in the cold. So you want to mean our leaders, the best they can do is to cause mayhem so that they can be appointed in this post that you have said, and by the end of the day get money as you have talked of. So to you, the best they did was to get money. To you, the best they have done is to join organization, simply because from 2013 they were in the cold. Is that what you want to build for us here tonight.
Very dangerous.
My brother, I'm answering you that very question. In fact, what led to be Raila Amolo Odinga to and his co-principal or his friend to initiate the issue of BBI? This was because of Chebukati not doing his work very well. So my brothers and my sisters who are listening to me, if at all we are not going to put Chebukati into task to ensure that the general election or any elections which will take place in Kenya is not free, credible, and even just. These things will every now and then be recurring. So in order to stop this, let us ensure that this 1 year we are having before next year general elections, let Chebukati ensure that my vote at the polling station counts at the national tally, so that all this issue of building bridges cannot be able to be recurring every now and then. So to my submission of today, we are saying about Raila Amolo Odinga. Is Raila Amolo Odinga someone who maybe we can be able to rely to take us the canon we want? My answer is no. Same to William Samoei Ruto, as I've been telling you. Why am I saying no? Now I will answer Robert. There is a question Robert asked about what new will Raila Amolo Odinga bring. You know, my brothers and my sisters who are listening to me, as long as Raila Amolo Odinga, first, Raila Amolo Odinga, he has not said he will run. But now let us talk that Raila Amolo Odinga, yes, he will run. Now, if Raila Amolo Odinga is truly going to run, will he really bring sanity in this country, Kenya? I'm saying no. Raila Amolo Odinga, he has not convinced me as not community, as Harun, that he will lay mechanisms to manage what we call corruption. You know, corruption, in fact, everybody within this panel, you know that corruption has really ailed this country. This is a very, very bad disease. So if Raila Amolo Odinga is not coming out to tell us, apart from jailing the corrupted people, what are the structures is he going to put in place in order to ensure that this monster is really dealt with, even if it is not going to be dealt 100%, maybe 95%? Is he going to put a decree that if at all you steal, you are going to you are not going to be taken to court, you are just going to be hanged in broad daylight at Uhuru Park? You know, at least these people can be able to stop stealing. The other thing why I'm doubting Raila presidency is, as Raila Amolo Odinga told us, is he going to give my kids free education? Will Raila Amolo Odinga going to give me what we call free health care? He abolished this NHIF, so that when I'm sick, I call ambulance, I'm taken to hospital, I'll be able to go and get attended free of charge. That is what we call free healthcare. Will Raila Amolo Odinga
Have you
ensure
read
that?
his health cover?
No,
I mean,
Wekesa, allow him to
universal.
finish.
Yes.
I'm just asking, and he will incorporate in that. Have you read his health cover? Universal health cover.
You know, that is what in fact I told you. If at all I'm going, you know, anything can happen. You know, or Raila, we want Raila Amolo Odinga to come clear and tell us you know, right now we are just pitting in the bush because we don't know if at all Raila Amolo Odinga is running. But if at all is seriously going to run, let him come out clear and tell us, truly, I'm going to run. That is when we are going to go into the his manifesto and what have you. So if at all is going to run,
Community, can
yes,
I
sir.
Please
ask you a
conclude,
question?
community, conclude. Your time is up.
Yeah,
Can I
yeah.
ask
Let
you a
me
question? Community.
just continue.
One,
Ask me.
okay, my question is, today's topic is that Raila is not ready to allow another candidate vie with the ODM. Then you are saying that he has not declared his
No,
presidential bid.
Leto, you are wrong. That is not the topic.
What is the topic, Jakes?
Let me read it for you. The topic is Raila insists he's the right candidate to defeat Ruto in 2022. What is your opinion?
Exactly. So does it not imply that he is in the presidential bid?
He hasn't really said that directly. He just said he's the best. But the other day he said he's willing to listen to people. That's why he said Nyanza itaongea and everyone. And then they will create a huge, what do you call it? Wekesa is able to explain more. But eventually they'll sit down and agree who becomes president and who is the running mate. But him on his own, he hasn't said. Am I correct, Wekesa?
Don't ask for
You are correct. And
confirmation.
when people are on this, when you are on this forum, you assume he's going to run, and then you say yes, because now if you say
So we should
we
ask
wait
you,
until
right?
we are assuming he's going to run.
But
And
you
then
see, the issue is community is saying very well, and I agree with him. He cannot go down and criticize his manifesto as per how I'm seeing what he's saying, because Baba has not fully declared, and
Now,
number two, he hasn't come and defended his agenda.
all that we are doing here is projections.
Okay.
There is no guarantee of anyone, including those that have declared. There is no guarantee that they are going to be on
even
the ballot
William, you are told he will not be on the
until
ballot. So
the IBC has received your papers and have cleared you and you've been gazetted. So all this Nini we are doing right now is projections, and you give your analysis based on what you think. Let's
So
not
Bernard, how
cast
do you help
everything in stone.
community? Bernard, how do you help community then?
Community, I have told him in a straightforward way.
He wants to.
Raila posted his
No,
universal
kidogo
health
tu.
care. Community has not read, so
I don't know
he
if you're
cannot
listening to
expose
community.
his
There's something
ignorance.
community is saying.
Wekesa.
Listen to
Hey,
community.
wewe unajua ndio chairman wetu hapa. Tafadhali.
Yeah, let me finish by 1 minute.
Community. Community is saying so many things that I wish we can all hear. Both those who support Ruto, those who support whoever you support. There's something community is saying, and he's tailoring his argument on Mwananchi-based issues. That's why he's asking, what has Baba said on health? And Wekesa is trying to tell you to read the. I don't know what Wekesa is saying you to read.
He has posted on the health. He has posted.
But it's one thing to post, but we don't know who has posted.
If you have not read,
just one
Now
moment.
let's do this. Baba seems to be a very serious emotive matter here. Let's make progress. Okay, let's make progress. Community
just listen to
conclude.
community.
Hold on, Jakes. We are coming back to you. You will make your submission. I want this debate to move on. Community, conclude your submission in the next half minute or so. We hear from Machuki. Machuki has been here waiting all along.
Yeah, it's okay. Now, as I conclude, if now if Raila Amolo Odinga is running, I'll be able to look at his manifesto about healthy care. I see how he's going to help me and all of us about how he's going to address about housing, because in fact we have got money. We don't want every now and then Nairobi to be continue having slums like Kibera, Madare, and what have you. And then the issue of taxation, I want him to come clear so that to help me in terms of VAT. I want him to put clear about how is he going to ensure that every now and then my pocket is not punctured. And then, in fact, all these will be able, in fact, to help reduce my pressure in my life as I wait when I'll be able to be called by my Heavenly Father. I thank you. Any question before I
Community ancestor, you are finishing me.
I have one question for community ancestor. One question for community ancestor.
Now, this order you're placing. It is becoming very difficult for Raila to get your vote. No problem. Because if those are the conditions, I think you need to vote for him after he's finishing the terms so that you mark against everything you have said. All the same, I think I want to leave it there. We move to Machuki.
I had a question for comment.
Okay.
Let's go to Machuki.
Thank you, Mr. Bernard, for the opportunity.
See, you see, Machuki has said something.
Relax.
How community?
I'm the only person who is not supposed to ask questions on this panel. I
don't know if you have heard what. No, I don't know if you have heard what. There's something ancestor said.
Never
I don't know
gives
if
me
you had.
a question. Whether he's a chair or not, he does not allow me to ask questions.
Okay, sir, I don't know if you had this what ancestor said, that he's ready, he's waiting for so many things, that the only thing that is keeping him from going to his creator is the answers and the fulfillment of his questions. So don't make him feel even mad to ask.
My time, right?
He may choose to depart right now.
He may choose to go to his creator soon.
But he is already an ancestor, even if he goes.
Because you have bad news. Now. Order everybody, please. Order everybody. Machuki and Lea.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity once more. And good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Thank you. Jax came later and he has taken, okay, he's a big basu here, but he started talking before I even talked. But it's no issue. I wanted to thank Wekesa for his fluency of issues and information. But as much as Mr. Wekesa, you are so fluent in this, you need at times needed to know that some of us have divergent issues, whether you are so fluent or you can't utter these words so properly. There is this question that you are really evading, you don't want to answer straight. Robert asked, what is these two guys, the Raila and the Ruto, going to do different? We know the different thing here is, we have the Matako Jew. That's the only new thing in the block, which some of us are against, but we don't know why we should be against it, and the owner is there, and he can really come out and give a very candid explanation or way forward about it. I just want to give some observations. I think
Julos, just hold on, please.
Actually, Michuki, no, it's okay. It's okay, Toros. It is not. It's okay, Toros. Michuki, you are correct. It is not just Matakwaju. It is Matakwaju. So it is matakwa yako, matakwa ya mwananchi wa kawaida. So maybe probably the problem is your pronunciation. It is matakwa.
Hey, UDA.
I think
Uganda Development Alliance. You are very serious. You have already come up with a twist.
Toros could have listened first, then erase a point of interjection. I think it's wrong for us. Some of us are maybe youth. Some of us are coming now to our early fourth floor. But when we say youths have no vision, I think we usually lose the battle. We can't really say that youths have no vision. We can't say Osoro, Babu Owino, the Chaguas are the people who have started fighting in the parliaments and in everywhere. These fights have been there for a very long time, and they have not gone to these counter assemblies to fight. Even old Muse's 70s, 80s, they fight in parliaments and in even the meetings that we have, even in the villages. So, should we say that these are the people who are so much fighting in parliament and they have no idea, no agenda, they have no, they are not giving their services to their constituents? I think it's a very wrong thing, and at times, let's not personalize some issues. Yes, so fighting has been there. And even let me quote one guy. There's one guy by the name from my place who is called Chimiangwen. He's now, I think, the senior most, but he's been fighting all through. I think, Bernard, you know this. But these people are giving services. The late, like the Chakoyo Midiwo, have been fighting, but they are giving services to their people. So let's do away with the fighting. It's just service delivery. We should not be enemies of ourselves, more especially the youths. Let us get this thing. Let us exercise our capabilities, and let us. At times, I want a managerial post in an organization, and I'm asked for an experience of that 5 years or so. Seriously, I'm 28, fresh from the university, with a master's. Where would I get the experience? Then if you can't give this person a chance to just go, where is the experience going to come from? Mr. Wekesa is saying the BBI is the solvent, a universal solvent of all the problems we have now. I think it's, I call it a complete lie to the best of my knowledge, because of the reasons I'm going to give and later.
I haven't said that. I say this is what BBI will do, but you are just creating something in the air that universal solvent. Kindly remove your chemistry there. I didn't say that.
Okay, that's my understanding. Then give me my time. The Constitution 2010. Wekesa, please.
If you mention me, you expect me to rebuttal.
Okay, thank you, Wekesa. Please, Machuki, just state facts the way they are. Stop exaggerations. Make your points, please.
I'm not exaggerating. the Constitution 2010 that we have gives so many provisions, so many answers to the problems that we have now. If this constitution could be enacted or could be put in place, it could give the best solution to as pertains matters of governance and what have you. I don't understand when somebody says there is no judiciary capture if we are going to employ the ombudsman. I don't understand. I think there is this thing that we need to just like throw it. It's not like now the question what Jex has read just now. Is Raila the man that should stop Ruto from being the president? I think that's the wrong approach. The right approach is this. Who is this right? Who is this good leader that we need to choose among the ones that we have now on the table? Sorry. Raila having his downfalls, the Morales and what have you. Ruto having these chambers and what have you, which needs to be substantiated in even the court of law and the given verdicts. Then from there we know who is this, who is going to be the right person, not who is this, who is going to stop somebody from being the president or from being the next head of Kenya. So I think we need to remove that one from our minds and really aspire to have this good leader who is going to take Kenya to the next level. Okay, I still can't understand.
Sammy,
when,
one question
yes.
before you move on. Sammy,
yes.
One question before you move on. You
Yes.
said that the 2010 Constitution contains everything that can make this state
Yes.
if it is implemented. Why has it not been implemented?
It has not been implemented because of what we are even seeing from our principles. The courts are here giving us, you are supposed to obey this, you are not supposed to do this. You are given orders, you are disobeying them. You are not doing the right thing as per the Constitution. Those are the things that are leading to all this. We don't want to be adherent to all these things. They are there, but we just choose to ignore. So they are there, but we are so adamant. We don't want to follow these things. They are there. Bernard, the president is here. He can't obey a court order, and it's there. He should obey them.
So
yes.
what does the 2010 Constitution provide for when somebody defies a court order?
It's with the learned ways of Mr. Wekesa, we understand if you defy a court order, you even the police is supposed to come for you, and you need to be jailed with immediate effect. But the president has that protection. He can't be.
Thank you for answering the question. Please conclude your submission. Let's move on.
Yes, let me continue. I have some time. I will stay here for some time.
No, you conclude. We are moving to the next person.
Okay. What I'm fighting at now, like the community ancestor, is this: we need to fight this dynasty, and like we fight it, so that we can give these other families, these other regions, these other places a right to exercise their constitutional right. Right, yes. Like, why do you tell me that it's Raila who is fit to do this thing? That it's Mo who is fit to do this thing? That it's yeah, name them. Why not Ruto? He's one of the guys who has just risen from nowhere, and is now where I think is one of. We need to have that be part of us. This one who is going to like this. There is this.
One quick question,
Yes.
Machuki.
Yes, sir.
Where is the constitution provision for you to fight dynasties in Kenya? Which part of the constitution authorizes you to fight dynasties in Kenya?
I just follow what my president tells me. My president in
Who is your president?
Uhuru Kenyatta told me this. It's not only 2 tribes. I can even decide it to go to the other side. It's not only 2 people, 2 tribes. So I follow the president.
So, no. You must be able to stand by your word. Okay? You said for now it's your duty to fight the dynasties in this country. And you went ahead and mentioned different families. So I want you to substantiate which part of the constitution that you are defending, 2010, authorizes you to fight dynasties so that the other tribes or other communities can get access to the presidency.
Mr. Ben, this is my argument. This, my president, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, was sworn in by the same constitution. And to the best of my knowledge, I think he is better placed to give us the direction and even to give us the best. So he just said this just recently. It's not about the 2 people. It's not about 2 tribes. It's not about 2 families. It's not about 2 regions. It's all of us. Then why should Ruto not come in and get this thing? And with that, when we finish, I think I'm answered that one correctly. Maybe you are not understanding my perspective.
You have not answered my question. You're avoiding to answer my question. I don't remember the president authorizing anybody to fight any dynasty anywhere. You only made a political sentiment. In fact, it was a comment, and said if you people are saying that they are dynasties and hustlers, then we will also say the president has been revolving around 2 communities. Why can't it be allowed to go to other communities? No fighting of any family or any group.
That's what. Otherwise, this is where the contradiction is. A dynasty is somebody, or these are the people where leadership or rulers have come from. That is genealogy. Like Raila, the father has been the vice president. The Uhuru, the president, the father was the president. The hustler is that little person economically. And we have the rich and the hustler. The rich and the hustler, the dynasty, and these people have not been in power for a very long time. I think you need to differentiate these 2 things. You can't relate.
So when we say that you people are hell bent to start a class war in Kenya, would we be wrong?
It's not a class.
So you want the hustlers to fight the dynasties, but not have class war. What is that supposed to mean? Machuki, are you still there? Mugambi, I think you have a problem with your audio.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, yeah, we can hear you now.
I was going to sleep, but Machuki has made me to wake up. When you talk of dynasty, and you tell me that Raila is a dynasty because his father was a vice president for a few years, but we have a Ruto who has been deputy president, elected for 9 years, and is an hustler. Is that not an insult to my psychology or to my intellect? If you are telling us that a dynasty is someone who has stayed to power for so long, then Ruto stands to be the third dynasty in Kenya, if that's the way you want us to go. But he has left. God has just heard his prayer. So I have just one question, and this question is directed to Deto. And I'm asking this question deliberately to deduce something. Deto, tell me or give me reasons as to why you think Raila can't make a good president, and tell me why you can't vote Raila today.
Deto, respond.
Hey, okay, thank you for that question, Mr. Mugambi. And before I address your question, you have mentioned something that a certain person, that is the second in command, has stayed so much in leadership. So he is a dynasty. But I don't think his family background is grounded from maybe these big families we hear of. So this is a man who was selling chicken, and through his hard work and a lot of maybe engaging himself in the enterprise, he has raised to the level he is. So getting to your question, reasons why Raila can't make to be the president. For one, I will say this. There is no one in this country who is not entitled even to become the president. But there are various factors to consider. Maybe if someone can become a good president. For example, the case of Raila Odinga. One, I would say this guy has been since history, even when his father was there. The guy used to still to vie for the positions. So until one time there was like a collision between himself and the father. So you can imagine, maybe what is this that Raila needs so much in a state house that even through his father, he never made it to that position. His father died in 1994. But Raila in 1982, we read about that this guy was among those who were planning like to bring a coup in Moi's government. So this guy has been there even when his father was there. But someone like, for example, Uhuru Kenyatta, we hear of Uhuru, I think from 1997. Way far.
No, stick to Raila. Stick to Raila alone. Leave alone Uhuru and Ruto.
Okay. Okay. So this guy also, we have seen him using very many parties. You know, we may say that ODM is a strong party, but look from 1996, there is, I think, NDP something. Then in 2002, the guy gets to, was it NAC? Then from 2005, that is when now they join to come up with ODM, which they used in 2007. Then from there, the guy changes to NASA. Not even NASA. There was there was another party that they used. So you can see the same man with like, I think more than 20 parties. And yet we are talking about national cohesion.
Let
Can
me
we
help
correct
you.
the facts? Can
Give him time. Give him time.
What is the
Give him
political
time.
party for Raila Odinga today?
Okay, give him time. Give him time. I'm driving to something. Deto,
Okay.
continue.
Okay, Bernard, it is ODM,
And
but
ODM was formed in, you said ODM was formed in 2005. And it has never closed. So, right, which
you know,
party has Raila been changing?
we have heard for the Kenya, this guy was still inside. Kadu,
Okay.
I'm not talking about Kadu because, and still he is associated. I want to show you how political brokerage this guy can be and how he convinces people to kill their political parties and bring a coalition. And because he knows finally he will be the one benefiting. So that's another reason why I think this guy is not genuine. Another reason why this guy is also not genuine and why he may not be even the next president, the guy has been given a chance. Okay, we cannot complain so much, but this guy has been always, he talk about these are our agenda and this is what we want to change. But look, at the moment, for instance, he is in the government. What new has he pushed meant for Wanjiku, this grassroots person? Okay, I appreciate him for devolution and what they did, maybe towards changing the constitution, but it is not still enough because we need to see this thing implemented. He has rushed instead. Unajua this thing
Okay.
of BBI.
Okay. Thank you, Deto.
Let me finish up. I have like two other points. You see, like this thing of BBI, you may think that it is Raila agenda, but this is Uhuru legacy agenda. You know, he discovered that their fathers walianzisha chuki. So, and because he would like also to be remembered in history, akaamua cool down. He allowed Raila in so that they can have a handshake. Lakini he discovered later that the Ruto factor could not have made it kwa sababu they had some promises that will become the president. So if Uhuru left it at Ruto, still there is tribalism because the equation could not have been complete. And that's why he is owning Ruto, so that if the BBI stuff works, he will say that, you see, even I promised these people, but I never, maybe it never came to materialize.
Okay.
Finally.
Thank you. So there's something I wanted this panel to deduce from Deto. When I asked Deto one question, give me reasons as to why you think Raila can't make a good president, he has told us things like, I was told, I read, I hear. He doesn't have anything concrete to say that Raila can't be president because of he is corrupt. He has not mentioned that. He has told us about so many parties. Look at our politicians. They go for parties that are more convenient. For example, allow me to mention deputy president. You may think he has only one party, but he moved from KANU, he went to ODM, he went to the one that he changed in 2012
Now let
was
me count for you. Let me count for you. You are
count.
shortcutting. It is
Count.
KANU,
Uh-huh.
ODM,
Uh-huh.
then you go to ODM Kenya, then
Uh-huh.
ODM.
And also count for Raila.
Wait. Uh-huh.
Then JAB with his Jubilee Alliance, then Jubilee, then Jubilee Asili, then they closed, they came UDA.
Okay.
Let me ask you, Wekesa.
Okay, my point was
Mugambi.
Okay. My point was listen, Deto, I'm giving you a chance.
Just a second.
My point was this. When you look at young generation cutting across the country, ask them at a personal level, why can't you vote for Raila? They will tell you this: I was told, I hunt, or I rent. Ndeto has struggled so much to tell us that Raila fought with his father for the party in 1992-93 thereabout. But that is something that he was told. And if party hopping does not make one to be a bad leader, a bad leader is defined by his character. Number one, if at all you are corrupt, if at all you have ever championed for nepotism, those are the things we should try to consider when looking for a leader. But usiniambia ati I was told, I had, just get facts.
Mugambi,
For example,
Mugambi, let me ask you this question. You know, knowledge, it is always fair to pass knowledge from one generation to another without distortion. And the reason why you are informed today, it is not because you are there in 1963. You have also read the books of which you have criticized, or you even try to agree with various ideologies. So when I tell you I read, it is because I love knowledge. That's philosophy. Philos means love. Sophia means knowledge. That's philosophy. So you are also philosophical in your the way you are trying to degrade my point. I read, so it's a form of gaining knowledge, and because I'm
Dato,
interested, yes.
can we agree on this thing? Raila,
I want to
the
respond.
character of Raila is not questionable, but maybe party hopping can be the issue. Am I right? The character of Raila is not questionable.
Questionable to who? Not to just you. It's questionable to us.
I want to respond to the question myself.
Let's have order. Now, the question was posed to Ndeto. Ndeto tried to answer. Ashley says she wants to answer it. Let's hear from Ashley.
So I'm going to give my own opinion why I would not choose Raila, sorry. And the reason is this: he started well, just like Museveni. Museveni, when he became the president of Uganda, everybody was praising him. Him and his wife were Christians, and they were doing very good for the country. But if you look now, everybody there is crying. And we keep wanting to bring the history of Raila. And it is true that he did so many things, not by himself, but God has blessed him with long life, because most of the people, or all the people they fought with, Matiba, Rubia, they're all dead. So he has been left. But I think he fought too hard until he gave up, or he's lost his vision. And he has joined the likes of Uhuru, that he can eat and dine with them, even as he is oppressing Kenyans. That is not the Raila of 2000s. That Raila would not do that. So it is the same person, but his conviction is gone. His patriotism is gone. It's not there anymore. And for me, the way I came to find out in 2017, I remember I was talking to someone from ODM and I asked him, are you looking for your chance to eat, or are you looking to save Kenya? And he couldn't answer that question. But when he went to shake Uhuru's hand, it wasn't bad. But he did not go in that table with the things that the NASA's people were fighting for. People died because he called them to mass demonstrations or some issues. One of them that was after they refused to go to the elections, which I supported, because there is no need for them to have repeated the elections, and they were refusing to change what made the first election nullified. So there was no need to go to such an election. That Raila is missing today. That Raila of principle is missing. So that is why I would not vote for him. He went, shook Uhuru's hand, and because he is being fed, he has kept quiet. He has looked the other way. Kenya is missing a patriot. We have Ruto, we have Raila, we have this guy who was caught in the hotel with women or a woman. What we are missing is a guy who loves Kenyans. someone just talked here about Raila, and he said he owns a company, so he's not poor. He's able to go by even without any handouts from the government.
So, Ashley,
Let me finish. In the middle of, please, you asked me a question. Please let me finish. It won't take long. In the middle of the COVID, when women or a woman in Mombasa was cooking stones to pretend that she's cooking so that her children could sleep, Raila was comfortable accepting 73 million from the government that is owed to him. That was the wrong time. It was also the wrong time for him to push the BBI agenda. We need a reform in the BBI. Someone talked about here, I think it was Bernard, about how they say 20% was bad. I think they are not refusing that there is need for reforms in the constitution, but it is the process in which it was arrived at, and they didn't engage everybody. They would have just rather engage everybody and take a long time and come up with something better than have two people and waste time. And second, it was not the right time to do BBI with the COVID, how it was going on. And the Raila of old would not have done that. He would have cared enough for Kenyans to prioritize those issues. So even if we choose this Raila that has shown us his colors, even when we have another emergency, he will be putting the priorities of the special interests before the priorities of Kenyans, and we should not complain if we choose him. The second thing is, I have looked at the way ODM conducts their nominations, how they conduct their party politics. They go with, this is the party position. These people in the party are being paid by taxpayers' money. Those leaders are elected by the people, and it is the people that are paying them. Why then does it become what Raila wants is what becomes law? And if you don't follow what he says, then you are victimized, you are demoted. So how do you think, if ODM is not run democratically, that Kenya is going to be run democratically? Let's not even talk about Kibra, because we can say, he said once that they didn't give him the funds. The state did not give him the funds because they wanted people to say what they say today, that he did not perform. So let me give him a benefit of doubt. But the way they run ODM leaves little to be desired, that I would want that man who runs ODM to be my president, because I don't want person who wants what he says to be the law and everybody else's, either it is his way or the highway. So he's not bringing anything better. What he is bringing is his turn to eat, him and his people. That is basically what's going to happen if he comes to power. So we have to ask ourselves, where are we going to find a patriot who loves people so much that he can say, you know what, I have enough money. The first 2 years, I will not take a pay. I will use this money to do, maybe do something for the community with that money. We need that kind of a leader, and that is what Kenya is lacking.
Bernard, can I respond to one issue?
Okay, let Mugambi, are you through with Ashley?
Yes, Ashley, no, you won't tell me you used to love Raila so much, but when he had handshake with Uhuru, you hated him, right?
I didn't hate him.
Okay.
When they had handshake with Uhuru, what I found is that he betrayed the people, the supporters, by not engaging them. He betrayed those people who died. If they woke up today and found that, let me tell you, the handshake was not the problem. The problem is that he did not advocate. You see, like when we have a handshake, one of the things you should have told Uhuru before he talks about even BBI, unless he can come later and tell us, I couldn't talk about it, I was strategizing, then I would understand him. But since I don't have those facts right now, the fact that he has not talked about Nsado, he would have tried to, he has enough power right now to push, the way he pushed BBI, he would have had enough power to push Uhuru to attempt to get the killers of Nsado. He has enough power to attempt to get the victims of crime should have been compensated by the state. He has enough power that every person who died who should have been compensated. Then that handshake could have made sense to me. Well, the only people who have benefited is himself his family, his wife. His wife never used to be there when people are fighting, but now every time he's going somewhere, she is not left behind. That is what I have a problem with personally.
Okay, Wekesa, carry on. Uliza maswali.
Actually, we have seen even the Jubilee and other people, including even UDA, confess on public television that the only party they can benchmark for now for having stood the test of time is ODM. They have understood that most of guys have tried to come up with parties, but they cannot even outlive one season of election. So they have said that I think they admire the way ODM is run. So you cannot come here and tell us, for example, the party you are championing, the person you are championing for as your preferred candidate, he came up with something called URP. It never even lasted. We don't know where he sold it. They never even had any election in that party. So we cannot even, in terms of party leadership,
I haven't championed for
wait,
Ruto.
I finished. I gave you time, you finished. Because I know your stand and I understand, but you don't want to tell us where you stand because you fear your candidate. You don't want to be associated with corruption. But that is your candidate.
Fear is something I don't have.
You fear. We know where you stand, and we know you are the ones guys coordinating the campaigns of Ruto. So we cannot come to the TV and confuse people. So the
You're
next,
entitled to your opinion, but don't put words in my mouth. I have said my stand.
allocation. I know,
No.
and if you want me to share more information, I can share because I know.
Wekesa, you want to tell us Raila is not corrupt?
Raila is corrupt.
He's not corrupt.
Otherwise, you would not be entertaining.
He's not corrupt.
He's not corrupt. He's the only person who has never been charged in any court for corruption. If you have a case where he has been charged, tell us.
In Kenya, we know even Uhuru has never been charged, but he's corrupt. So let's not talk about being charged. Wekesa, please, we are all adults. That's what I have a problem with him on. Your problem is you are also very dishonest.
I don't care if you have a problem with me. I don't fit. You don't fit me. So what I'm saying is the next thing is actually is coming up, and that is actually their economic model in this UDA thing. They talk about social things. You know, Raila should be helping the. Somebody who aspires to be a president is not a community worker. You know, he's coming up with the only thing in terms of welfare. We want somebody who come up with solutions that affect, that can help the nation. But for these guys, they want a handout culture where somebody can be able to meet the poor and you give them 20 bob, like that. If we alleviate poverty, if we deal with our healthcare, we are addressing the poor. If we deal about with education, we remove literacy, we are developing our nation. We want the broad spectrum policies, not this handout myopic culture where you only see small things like go to the poor, stand there, take photos, and then give them 100 bob, and you say you are helping. Like, you can't pin down a whole Raila on 73, and he was paid because it is his money, not that he was not that he stole somewhere. You know, it doesn't make sense.
Wekesa?
Yes.
Does ODM support anybody who has had corruption issues?
Does
ODM has ever?
ODM is the only party that has against corruption, and people like Obado, even when we wanted to deal with them, it is the lower wing of politics that say that Raila is pushing away Obado because he supports Ruto. ODM allowed Ojamong to be censured. ODM allowed Gidero to be censured. But when it comes to your side, even before a leader is touched, somebody will go on the Twitter handle and start saying how it's being targeted. That is not.
Have you heard of somebody called Oimeke?
So actually tells us that he has a problem with the Raila because of the issue.
Have you heard of someone called Oimeke? Mute your mics. mute your mics, please.
There's somebody who has a. There's
Okay,
somebody.
now. Hold on,
Thomas, yes,
hold on.
it was
Tulos,
Bernard,
hold
give me
on.
a chance.
Tolos, hold on first. Ndeto ngoja
Bernard.
kwanza. We sort what
Bernard,
is
wacha
happening
niongee
before we
story ya
move on.
Msando alafu nimalize.
Ndeto ngoja kwanza. Wekesa ngoja. Let's Tolos. What is your issue with corruption?
Bernard, you see, there's this issue of the by-election which was held in Kisii. This guy who was a candidate of ODM was the CEO of EPRA, Energy and Petroleum something. You know, that guy was having a court, he was in court because of corruption. And even people questioned how could ODM pick that candidate. And here Wekesa is here telling us that ODM is a party. Don't even talk about it. Is just the other day when we had.
What is the issue with that guy?
Tulos, are you aware that people don't vie for public office without being cleared by the DCI? You must have certificate of good conduct.
Oh, okay.
Are those conducts certificates of good conduct given at Orange House?
Okay, Bernard. So that means all what.
Who is that talking about DCI? They talked about Sonko. Didn't Sonko get cleared?
That's what I'm saying. Is that why should you blame ODM for what the DCI has approved? If the guy has a case on corruption,
because
then the DCI has the file on him. Then they cleared him. They gave him a certificate
that
of
same
good
DCI
conduct.
is the one which cleared Sonko. Didn't that DCI clear Sonko? Didn't that DCI clear Mikuna? Didn't that DCI come back and start accusing Sonko? Didn't that CDI still come back and those are just non-functional?
Parties use the information given by the DCI to make decisions. And if there is no person complaining about a particular candidate, there is no way the party is going to use hearsay to disqualify somebody.
Do you know even why Guru?
The problem is DCI is corrupt because the leader is corrupt.
Now, the next thing, Bernard, is about Musando. Bernard, you are mute. Bernard, you are on mute.
Okay, we can sort out the Musando issue, then we hear from community before we hear later.
You cannot come here and tell us that the problem you have with Raila because he did not speak about the killers of Musando, and you deliberately support the killers of Musando. You are somebody who needs a mental checkup. So if you have a problem with the killers of the people who are not agitating for the killers of Msando, but you don't have a problem with the side that advocated for that, then I have a problem with you. I rest my case.
Community ancestor.
In fact, I was trying to tell Mr. Tolos that as long as someone has raised complaint in the court of law that I have swindled money and I've not yet been convicted. Once I go to EACC, I get clearance. I go to DCI, I get clearance. That one cannot bar me from getting any position in our country, Kenya. Not unless we look for ways that if at all you have been taken to the court of law, even if you have been bailed out, you are not supposed to run at any given position in the country. That is when the likes of makers, the likes of whosoever, that they will not be able to run. I think.
Okay, thank you very much. Tulos, are you satisfied? Can we move to Ndeto now?
Yes, yeah, I'm satisfied. I have no problem because I already forwarded my.
Okay, Ndeto, you give your remarks and then we go one round. We close this thing. It's already late.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. For sure, today I don't know what is happening. I've been put to pending for a very long time. It's only that Mogambi has asked me a few questions. So, what I would say is, Baba, let him revisit, maybe like Ashley has said, the Baba we used to see. Because what he is implying right now is selfishness. For instance, we saw Baba like asking support from his party members or those people who are in the same coalition with him, like Musalia, Kalonzo, and Akina Wetangula. And in return, he used to say that in 2017 that he is only left with one bullet. Then that bullet was fired in 2017. The other day he renewed, it is now a full magazine. So then you are left wondering, when shall the last bullet come to an end? Because if now it is a full magazine, then I think he is not fair to his principal, other principal leaders in the previous NASA. Because I wish he could support one of them. For instance, maybe you can hear for the first time ODM clinging to power. But I can assure you, if in 2022, Baba will be on ballot, let me tell you, he will not be the president. But if they support another candidate, there could be a chance. Another point is Lako, he is not honest. And this guy, for instance, you can imagine how harsh he used to be in 2017. And the way they could even say that the Uhuru's administration by then has misused a lot of public resources. Maybe how these people are not even buying laptops to kids, and a lot of projects that he put to record. Then, all of a sudden, there is a handshake. Was this handshake meant to put Baba in pocket? I think that's where now the way he killed the opposition party, that's where his honesty also is flashed. Because if he was genuine, he could have maintained being an opposition leader. And that way, he could even have pushed the Uhuru's administration to implement and even to curtail the issue of corruption. But he cannot keep telling us how some people are corrupt, and he is still very close to the...
Ndeto, I have a question for you.
Yes, Bernard.
The good Baba who was in the past that you loved, okay?
Yes.
He wanted to be president in 2013 and 2017. On this public platform, I want you to confirm, did you vote for him?
I have never voted for Baba.
So whether Baba is good or bad, you don't vote for him. Means whether he fights or not, it makes no difference.
Listen.
Baba knows me. Me myself, I campaigned for him. He knows me.
Actually,
listen.
Actually, wewe nakujua, we were in the same, we are in the same, tulikuwa chini ya maji somewhere. We used to work for Raila think tank. I know you.
Listen,
I'm
Bernard.
asking Ndeto, you
Bernard.
prefer the Raila who used to criticize the government, hold the government to account, defend Mwananchi. He asked for the high office in 2013 and 2017. while he
Bernard,
was still a good Baba. Did you support him?
Bernard, let us not forget that Kenya is transiting, and it is upon the 2010 constitution.
No. I just answer my question.
I am answering you. Please
No.
listen. Then
Just answer. Either you voted for him or not.
Leto wants
listen.
Baba to be honest, and he's not even honest in his submission.
That's what I'm saying.
Listen. We have been voting on a tribal basis, and I cannot come here on this platform and lie. But from 2013,
because
who and you and who?
The Prime Minister holds the record in this House for having changed parties. He holds the record. He hasn't told the House how he managed to change to all these parties. I think he must be in the 8th party. What drove him from one party to another? Was it the policies he was following, as he's telling the House?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is saying that I hold a record. I have changed political parties 4 times, because NAC was not a political party as such. We were only an LDP. Mr. Speaker, KANU, ODM, UDM, and URP are 4. He himself, Mr. Speaker, has changed parties 4 times like myself. Mr.
So,
thank you. I wanted you to get from the house's mouth.
Okay. You see, the reason why I pointed out the point on parties is because by branding, let us say you are selling milk. Then your business is called Smart Daily Enterprise. Then maybe you gain a lot of loan, ukopeshe watu, uwakopeshe, ama ukope pesa ya watu. Because you want to hide yourself, you rebrand. Uite badala ya smart, you say high tech, daily farm, maybe fresh daily company. So that kind of shifting, you are left wondering. This man has a vision, and I believe when he shifts from one party to another, he still carries his vision. Then why did he not achieve it using the very first party? That's why I was trying to say that that's an essence inaonyesha he is after something. He is not so genuine with his agenda, because he is here, there, like that. So the other point.
Neto, hold on. Just for the record, what was your first year to vote in Kenya? In which election did you vote for the first time?
I cannot even remember. It's a long time.
Did you vote in 2002?
No. In 2002,
you voted in 2007?
Yes.
You voted for Kibaki in 2007?
Exactly, and he was supported by Baba.
No.
No. Sorry. In 2002, that is in 2000. In 2007, I voted for Kibaki.
And 2013 and 2017, both years you voted.
Yes.
And you voted for Uhuru in 2013 and 2017.
Absolutely.
And Uhuru had changed from KANU to TNA, then
yes.
Jubilee.
Yes.
And then so Uhuru is right when he's changing parties and keeping vision, but Baba has a problem if he changes party and keep vision.
Okay, KANU never died, for instance, and KANU supported Uhuru even in 2013. It supported Uhuru as the president. So
we are
it is only
about
that Uhuru was...
the person. Forget the party. Your issue here is that Baba changes parties and uses different parties, but maintains the vision. And the constant factor here we are looking for is somebody who has a vision for Kenya that can help Kenya. So if you maintain the vision, you are a principled man. You live in different houses, but you are the same man. Other than the person who changes into the new house where he has joined. What do you mean?
The only point we are not getting one another here, Bernard, is based on
okay.
Leto himself
the
wants to run on UDA.
Okay.
The politics.
Okay,
Let me finish.
Order, everybody. Okay,
Let me
hold
finish.
on. And Leto, please finish so that we hear from these other people who have just joined us. We are on the final leg. We must close this thing.
Okay. So what I was trying to say is, in the past, Kenya has been Kenyan politics has been so tribal. In fact, it is the first time that I'm supporting a person who does not come from my own tribe, and that shows a political transition where they have this new narrative, which seems to peak even more than tribalism. So what I am saying is, let us see Baba mentoring another young person like Moi used to do. In fact, were it not for Moi mentoring guys like Ruto, Uhuru, we could not have them as our president and deputy president. So when we see them leading the nation, we see Moi behind. So Baba is getting nearly the age of Moi. Show me a president or a person he has mentored this long and he can entrust him and tell him, carry on with the presidency. And after 50 years, we shall say, these are fruits of Baba. So let him not be so preservatist that it is only him and it is not him, then even that ODM does not exist. Those are the only issues that I have with the Baba.
Okay, thank you, Ndeto. Let's hear from Max.
Okay.
You don't want questions?
Questions for Ndeto is something else altogether. Let's hear from Max first.
Hi, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Today's topic is good, but you guys say like we are talking about Raila today. But what I'm saying is like, yes, Raila has done a lot for this country. And the thing right now, what we should be focusing as for Raila, what he needs to do, he should tell us right now at the moment, he should come up with the policies that he needs to do for the country. And everyone else, like Wetangula, like Mudavadi, they should come up with the policies. They should come up to say, okay, this is what I need to do. But the problem now with Papa, for example, what he does when he goes somewhere, he says, Kitendawili. We don't need Kitendawili. What we need him to say, okay, this is what I've done. This is what I need to do. This is my policies. This is what I need to change, for example, for manufacturing. This is what I need to do for business. And now, let's say Ruto come with his own ideas. So it will be based on ideals. Because Papa will say, okay, this is what I've done. I did for the Constitution. I did this. And right now, this is my focus. It should not be like, hey, this is what I've done. No, this is what I'm doing. This is what I will do. And this is what will take us future. Because if we will be basing our ideas on the past, then we are failing here. And for the discussion or for the forum, we should not be like talking into each other. We should be talking about the policies. And for Papa now, what he needs to do, he needs to lay out his policies and lay out what he wants to do for the country. Another thing, for example, Kenya, we have a lot of resources. It's just the leadership that we need to put in power, the correct mind of leadership that we need to put in power. But the problem now that we have with all these leaders, It's like, what can I do to make my competitor look worse? What can I say in order to bring down my competitor? It's not about what policies can I put so that we compete with policies. For example, right now in Egypt, like they fuel in Kenya, yes, right, they fuel the SGR. In Egypt, you know what China are doing? They're building a lot of manufacturing companies. Guess what? They moved the capital city from where it was to another place because of they want to go into industrialization. The same thing that Kenya can do, they can be better because it has not been ventured into. So if these people now, like Papa now, will say, okay, this is what I want. Let's say we can be friends with China, as an example. What can they come and do here in Kenya? Let's say they can come and set up a manufacturing company instead of like raising up the taxes. For example, for him, he can say, okay, the problem that we have in Kenya is like we raise a lot of taxes for these companies to come and do the business. So if that will be the topic, then this politician we're gonna be saying, okay, this is what Ruto said. Okay, this is what Raila said. Okay, this is what Mudavadi said. But it's not about, oh, tendawili, oh, huyo ni mkanga, oh, huyo ni mchawi, oh, huyo anaenda kanisa. No, it's not about that. Tell us what you're gonna do for the country and let us attract the investors. For example, come outside, we have like the SGL. We can tell China, okay, what we need instead of, because right now doing business in China is so expensive. And if they come to Kenya now, we tell them, hey, they talk, we have someone who has policies, let's say Papa now, has good policies. And you tell them, hey, I need you guys to come and set up a company in Kenya. For example, Western Kenya or Northeastern or even somewhere else. The company will be able to employ like 100,000 people. Instead of taxing that company, they're gonna pay people and then we get taxes from people. And that's the kind of policies that we need. Instead of like talking into each other. And Papa saying, okay, this is what I did. No, tell us what you're gonna do, lay down the policies. Even for Ruto, don't just say like, oh, we're gonna start from bottom up. Tell us, okay, what is the bottom up? Weka policies. Yote weka like, kama ni bottom up, put all the policies. Mpaka tuone yenye tukiona, we will say, okay, bottom up policies ni. Alafu wengine wakisema this is what we have, Raila anasema this is what I have. And then us as wananchi, we're gonna say, okay, we read all that. Because everyone is educated. Because if we can discuss all these issues together now, that means we have we are logical, we can reason. You know what I mean?
Yes, thank you, Max. As a strong point, and I believe everybody's getting it. Only before we hear from Sam, the issue of kitendawili and medali, that's our African way of talking. It doesn't mean that that's a policy. In fact, we studied vitendawili in school. It was part of what we sat for. Those of you who did 844. And trivializing that is one way of accepting to be slaves of the West, because mwachamila ni mtumwa. Only that the Raila opponents have a way of trivializing what he says or making it not to make sense. But if you are really keen to know what he's talking about and what he means, he never plays around with words. I've heard politicians who just play with words, and for the sake of words. But I cannot see that with Baba. Even when people are pushing him, for example, there was I think during the proclamation, the inauguration of the new constitution in Uhuru Park, the Raila fans were pushing to get him to play that game yake ile ya Kibaki na mpira. And he resisted. He said, today we have special guests. We cannot do this kind of games. So it's important that we keep everything within their places, and lugha yetu ni lugha yetu, hata tuwezi kataa, lakini sio kinyume na policy na sio substitute ya policy. Sam, vipi? Karibu.
Yeah, thank you, man. How are you? Yeah. So, yeah, first of all, even before I make my submission, I've been hearing some of the comments in the last 1 hour, I think. And the person that I was supposed to address, I think she left she left the panel, but she was not far off from what Ndeto was saying anyway. But I'm going to address because the thinking is alike. I've been hearing, especially in Ndeto with Ashley, you're telling us that you're telling us that Raila is not doing enough. First of all, is he the president of Kenya? Did you elect him? Like,
Is it a question or a rhetoric?
No, yeah, you can take it there. You will reply to me later. All right. So because I've had these guys, they're telling us here that one has said has voted for Raila before, but Neto has already told us that he has never voted for this guy. But the ridiculousness that I've heard is that a woman who was cooking stones, that because the ODM they were receiving their own political funds, and you know very well that parties, they cannot survive without political funds. So did you want them to take that money and then go and help that woman from not cooking stone? How did they even know whether she exists? She's not. Raila is not even a president. Is not even a president to have intelligence of how many people they are suffering of hunger in Kenya. He doesn't have those data. Or do you want them to have a parallel government from the government that is currently in place? You know those things I normally hear and they piss me off because they don't make any sense. All right. And then another narrative that I've heard before, they're saying, oh, look at Kibaki, for instance, that he was a very he used to be mistreated even more. No, Moi used to be mistreated until he became president, and Kibaki as well. He worked in a regime where there was no enough development, but by the time he became president, he did a lot, right? I've been hearing a lot of that. So if you're saying that, so has Raila ever been a president? Let's even start over there. So why don't you also give him a chance to see what he can do? So why is it this other person needs a chance because he has never been a president? And we very know well the only president Raila has ever had is to be people's president. That is the only president that I've had, of which it has.
Sorry, Sam. Who is this Felix? Who is this Felix?
Okay.
Who
You
is
will
this
ask about
Felix?
him later. You'll ask about him later.
Ndeto, hold your horses, please.
I know when I talk you burn a lot. I know when I talk you really burn a lot, but I'm also trying to help you to think, because the conversation that we normally make here without having any sort of critical thinking is completely like ridiculous, until even maybe a standard 4 kid can look at you talking until they start laughing. They're like, what are you talking about? Now, if we can say that Ruto is not the first in command, and therefore if we give him a chance, he's going to do one.
Sam, please. This is unfair.
Ever been a president? That's the
It
question.
is only Deto's comments that are brought.
Okay, whatever. I did not even understand it. So this is what I'm saying now. Okay, this is what I'm saying is that we should not be double standard with the kind of things that we say. Okay, if you're telling me that Ruto has never been president and is going to perform, but Raila can't, so Wona George, how do you know? How do you know this is the person who is going to perform and this is another one who is not going to perform? Those kind of things are completely double standard. Okay, now let me go to the submission of today, which is the topic of today. I totally agree with Raila. He's actually the best candidate to beat Ruto, because people like Ndeto, they want us to give them another candidate so that they can beat them. That is pretty obvious. The reason why they don't want Raila to run is because they are so afraid that if he run, they're not going to win, and that is a fact. And also, let me tell you something. Mount Kenya
Sam, I
brought,
support you with my intestines.
sorry?
I support
Order,
you. All my,
Wekesa, order.
You people, bana. Kwani it is
No,
only Deto who has
let me
contributed.
finish. Don't disturb my train of thought. Let me finish. Another thing that I keep on saying, Raila does not need Mount Kenya to become president, first of all. Okay? Raila doesn't need to become president. Doesn't need to become president because of Mount Kenya. Like this guy, he won the election in 2007, and everybody knows. All right. The thing that I'm very happy with what is going on, the Mount Kenya is so divided probably into 3 pieces. You see, and let me tell you, the last time, the reason why the Jubilee government won is because of the sympathy from ICC. This same round, we don't have those kind of things. You will not see those kind of sympathy coming. Probably even the voter turnout is not going to be the same as it was in the previous elections. You know, those are the kind of people, those are the kind of things that people never discuss about, right? So, like, even if we come here and we say without Mount Kenya, Raila will never become president, my friend, I am telling you, you're lying to yourself. Because now what is going to happen, politics has not started yet. Bottom-up economy is a complete hot air that will be diluted by February next year, by the way. Like it will even sound foreign to talk about bottom-up. You'll be like, what just happened? Because now when the real money pours in, and I think I heard Deto is trying to run for MCA. Even running for MCA, it will be so expensive, okay? It will be so expensive for you that you're going even
It
to
is
fail the
MP,
competition.
Sam.
That's how it's going to be. Deto.
Sam, it is MP, not MCA.
Oh, you want to be an MP? Because that
Yeah,
will
in
even be worse.
Kinagopa constituency.
Oh, by the way, my shags is in Kinangop. Maybe I will vote for you. I
And
also
also
come from
support.
Kinangop. So
And also support.
okay, so this is what I'm saying.
Let Sam finish his points, please. We want to close this thing.
So this is what I'm saying. We really have a lot of double speak. In fact, me, I was hoping that Wekesa and Bernard are going to fry you guys, but I didn't want to come to the panel. But when I saw that you're not being questioned about being double standard, I just had to come in, by the way. I had to come in and ask you.
leo Bernard amekuwa unfair, hajaniallow niulize maswali.
Yeah. So now that's why I had to come in to ask these guys, why are they being double standard? And they're telling me there's a woman cooking stones in. I even saw that news, by the way, at least so that the kids can stop crying and all those kind of things. My friend, political parties, it's their own money. Okay, you did not vote for Raila to become president. You have members of parliament, the ones who they sit in committees. Those are their people's work. That is their work that people have elected them to do. But now, if we keep on here like blaming Raila, this, imagine when the fuel price has gone up, it's Raila who made it go up. If it's this that has happened, Raila has made this happen. And these are the same people who have never lined up to vote for him. So if you've never voted for him, so how do you want him to help you? He'll be like, are you crazy? Why do you want me to help you if you've never voted for me? So that's why I just keep on saying it's better for us just to have common sense when we talk, and we be able to actually think the things that we are saying, they need to be sensible. Me, that's all I have to say right now. So if that way you want to attack me, you can go ahead and do it. Yeah.
Okay. I have a question for you, Sam. You have said that we wait until next year, early next year, that this thing we are saying, the need to constitution, that we will create issues so as to create bridges eventually, and then create bridges. That this thing we are seeing about UDA, is hot air, which will be diluted
Yeah.
because real money has not been poured on ground. So let me understand this. Do you want to tell us that it is money that will shape or influence people to vote come 2022?
That I'm laughing because of the way you're asking that question, as if you don't know what politics is. Especially in the US, it's money that speaks. If you don't have money to run your campaign, my friend, you're dead. And then when I hear people like Ashley, they are saying that the money that is being given to the ODM, especially to Raila, that they're supposed to donate this money to the people who are not eating. And they say, oh, by the way, let's stop, we donate those money. My friend, the political party, they survive because of funds. And then another ridiculous thing I heard at when Raila and Uhuru they shook hand, Raila could have talked to Uhuru about Msando. Is Raila working in DCI? Is Raila an investigative body? Like are you guys like what?
Let me understand this, Sam. Sam, let me understand this. Are you insinuating that the reason why Baba has never been the president is because he has never been well funded, and now that he is together now with the full package of dynasty, the money now will take him to presidency?
And I know you have been sarcastic anyway, and I'm not gonna reply to the sarcasm of that question. But let me tell you, this time round, you need to eradicate all those problems before. Okay, if right now, let me guarantee you one thing: if Uhuru and Raila they're in one side, you better like look for that Harun guy that was deported to come and give you a lot of money for you to change the ground. I am telling you for a fact, the deep state also plays a role. But I will hear, but they lost Kiamba. They lost Kiamba by how much? Do you know, you guys, you always say that a win is a win because we won with 500, we won. But these guys, when they went to the ground, they never wanted to hear the name Jubilee. Do you know that? Do you know they never wanted to hear that name? So by 2022 August, they will never want to hear UDA in that Mount Kenya. I can guarantee you that. Wait and see.
Sam, help me understand this. As I also address the issue of tribalism, naona kwa chat ni kama sahi is like I'm a tribal king. And it is a point that I just mentioned, and people are misunderstanding me that I'm tribal.
No, but the way no one is misunderstanding you. You're tribal.
Let me explain.
Let me tell you why people are angry. Let me tell you why people are angry.
Wekesa, I know you are the one who is bringing this.
That's right. You're very tribal.
I'm not the admin. Beto, you are my friend. I'm not the admin.
Neto yesterday lied to us. No, I think it's Jakes. He was saying breaking news: Harun has been deported. And then Neto was bashing the government here, saying they don't follow, look the way they've deported. Have you seen today that it was a misinformation? What do you guys will say? So that's the reason when you tell us things, you need to get facts straight.
Let me ask you this question, Sam. Sam, like today we saw Jimmy Wajege talking about he want to be nominated through the ODM ticket. And Jimmy Wajege is a Kikuyu. And he said that the central region will be full of orange. Let me ask you this question. Don't you think also Baba could be cheated? Because what if this guy is also looking for a running mate to the strong candidate who will be highly appreciated by the Mount Kenya region? Then at the wrong land, because we have seen Jimmy Wajege funding Ruto, we have also seen him funding ODM. What makes us not to think that he can also not dump Raila for
That,
Ruto.
do you know why? Because you are lazy in your thinking. That's the problem. You need to be
I
very
wanted to put
active.
him like that.
What you need to worry about, what Wanjigi is actually doing, is actually trying to reduce the fear of Raila in Mount Kenya. Have you also thought about that? Do you know by him popularizing ODM in Mount Kenya, it will actually make some Kikuyus not show up to vote for Ruto, and even
But
not show up to vote for
you know
Raila,
that
and some
is
will
your
vote for
version.
him.
You know
If Ruto loses 20% of the Mount Kenya vote, because he need almost 100%. Let me tell you the truth. He need almost 100%. If he loses 20% of that, forget about it. He's not gonna win. So that's what Wanjigi is trying to do. Wanjigi is trying to tell Mount Kenya that even ODM, they can make inroads in Mount Kenya. And let me tell you, they might get actually 30%.
And they have already
let me
started
ask you
opening
this.
offices, Sam.
Sorry?
They have already
Some
opened ODM offices in Mount Kenya.
Yeah,
that is what they are doing.
A coin has two sides.
Yeah.
You are either on the head or the tail. And I'm just asking this simple question. Like, why take it like this guy is trying to popularize Raila, and yet he said he wants to be the president. The other day, you people
But did you
said,
also hear what he said?
let
He
me
said
finish.
they will go
Let me
through
finish.
nomination. Whoever wins,
Let me finish.
He also wants
Let me finish.
That's what he
Let
said.
me finish. Let me
Okay,
finish this.
order everybody. Order
Okay,
everybody.
let me finish, Bernard. The
Gentle
other day, these guys were telling us that when Ruto will pick the running mate, that will mark the beginning of demarcation with some of the frontline leaders from Mount Kenya, like Moses Kuria. Then there is this guy Gashagwa. So why are you making it so favorable for the side of ODM?
Like they are
what
telling
we
you,
are
you are
seeing
lazy
is
in thinking. You cannot take somebody who has never been elected to be a running mate. You are lazy in thinking. Jimmy Njeke is only working for Raila. He cannot run for president. Somebody who has never run for any office cannot have any influence. You are
Wanjigi
not
knows
thinking
that.
at all.
Wanjigi is not a fool. I know what that guy is doing, man.
Hey, Bernard, put a time limit. Put a time
Now,
limit.
order, everybody,
You see
please.
what I'm
We
saying?
were bringing down the curtains on this. Let's Sam, hold on. Let's hear from Ashley. Then we will go through like that as we close.
Okay, I just came back because I had some mention me, and I came to reply. I don't even remember what he said, but what I said about Raila is that he is unelectable to me because of the things that I said he did. It has nothing to do with tribe.
Okay, just one moment. Mugambi and Dayton, mute your mic so that we don't have any feedback. Carry on, Ashley.
I'm starting to forget what he accused me of doing. Can he tell me one or two things that he wanted for me to say? Because I heard him say, but I didn't write down.
No. There was something about
but you see, wameongea for long. They talked for
Hold
long.
on, Ashley.
So,
Ashley, there was an issue about Msando, and there was an issue, Raila doing something about Msando, and Raila doing something about the woman who was cooking stone for
okay,
the
yes,
children.
stone. The stone issue was it was in the news, so everybody had. So I wasn't saying that Raila needs to do something. What I was saying, as a patriot, if he was a patriot or any other patriot, even Kalonzo, let me tell you what would separate. And that's what I said. We are lacking in patriots. And if we had patriots leading in Ruto, Raila is just different monkeys in the same forest. So it's like having an abusive boyfriend called Ken or called Bernard or called Wekesa or called Sam. It's the same, it's only different names that you're changing, but you have the same pattern. So what I was saying, if he is a patriot, when the money he was given that he was supposed to have been given a long time, it is owed to him, that is true. But Uhuru chose the wrong time to give that money to Raila, in the middle of a pandemic, when people, leaders, even were calling on Uhuru, please help our people. Our people are dying of hunger. Our people are not having food to cook for their children because the children had been sent back home. And remember, most parents who are poor had already paid school fees. And then they had the kids sent back home. They were really struggling. I know that because I had some people reach out to me borrowing money because they couldn't pay rent, they couldn't feed their children. So I'm saying, as a patriot, which he's not, and which there is not many of them, he would have volunteered. Let me tell you, this election can be won by someone who is kind and selfish. Like if even someone. That's why people like Sonko. Because of the thing, it can be called PR. It can be. Let me finish. It's called PR. But what I'm saying, he didn't have to do it.
A patriot or not?
Let me finish. Let me please.
In a very myopic
way. Let me finish. I haven't finished my thought, so you cannot interrupt me in the middle before I have finished my thought, my sentence. Okay, utauliza, wacha nimalize sentence yangu. Ukiniuliza in half, understand what I am trying to put across. So I know you have a beef with me, and we can meet behind the tent and we can deal with that back there. I don't have a problem with that. I'm a woman, but I can fight. I'm fine.
A patriot in a very myopic way.
And then because maybe I am myopic, I'm a myopic. In Kenya there are many. Everybody is not smart. So we have many types of people in Kenya. I am one of them. I am myopic in my thinking, and in my myopic thinking, this is what the conclusion I reach. Why I would not vote for Raila, like other myopic people like myself.
Was Wangare Maathai a patriot or not?
Let me finish with Raila.
Did you do those charitable things you are thinking about?
So Raila, that one is a dead person. I'm dealing with the question was about Raila. Stop your side shows. Kwani umekuwa mama siku hizi?
Yes.
Just wait. Let me finish. So anyway, I'll just say this. The reason I'm saying I'm not Wekesa. So if I am myopic in my thinking, that is who I am. But my reason, and even, let me tell you, if Raila had just said, I will wait for my money, but because we're in the middle of a pandemic, I will not take that money. Please, Uhuru, use this money to feed the people. You still owe me, but not right now. That is what people don't want to do. Let me finish this. Let me say my second sentence and finish.
That the reason why they are not able to take care of COVID patients or there is hunger is because they are paying Kalonzo and Raila.
They didn't say that, but they didn't do it either. So what I'm saying, to separate, even when you go for a job interview, you have to separate yourself from the flock. The reason we are having all this discussion is because none of them is kind enough. None of them want to be set apart, to be different. In a way, it is like set a higher standard. And some people do that in other countries. Even I've seen governors who say, I am well enough, I don't really need this money. It is owed to me because I've worked for it. But because there are so many people, I love Kenyans so much. And I think I have enough right now to eat, even though this money is mine. Let us feed the people. That I don't want to hear someone sleeping hungry. Let me tell you today, Raila would not be struggling.
Okay,
he would have got a lot of people that he doesn't have just by that act. By that act itself.
Why Raila then?
The reason I'm you know why I'm talking about Raila? We were asked a question why you would not, if you remember, Bernard asked us a question, why would you not select Raila? That was my reason. And that time I was mad. I was mad because I said, even Uhuru did wrong. Instead of using that money, it's like if you're in a family and you need some money for building the house or, for something, you prioritize what is a need. At that time when he was giving the money to Kalonzo and Raila, which was owed to them a long time, it was in the middle when he had locked everything down. That money he would have used or else. No, I gave a lot of reasons, but that is one you pick up.
No,
I don't have a candidate yet.
I want to hear more.
I don't have a candidate yet, but if the candidate is Ruto and Raila, I will vote for Ruto. But lastly, in 2017, I did not support Uhuru and Ruto for reasons I still have today. But if those are the two horses, I will choose I will choose Ruto over Raila.
Yeah,
but
we got you. We know.
If we get Isaac Oluchia in the race, I will choose him. He's going to join. Let me tell you something. He's coming.
Yeah, you lose.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Please order.
Asante, Ashley.
Everybody.
Ashley, tuko pamoja.
Okay, asante Ndeto
kwa pamoja kwa UDA sio kwa Aloche.
Asante. Now, please, it is almost 3:30 a.m. in Nairobi, where I am. We need to bring the curtains down.
Right?
Tomorrow by 8 I should be on my desk.
What? Oh my goodness. Yeah, you guys, you need to go sleep.
So I want us to do either the closing or we leave you people to continue as we sign out.
I'll close mimi nimeshalala yote.
Si unaona huyu anaongelea karibu na kitanda.
Bernard, it's not fair. Me, I have not talked. I've only answered a question.
Let us make the closing remarks.
I gave you your time to need to make submission, Ashley. The first time.
All I did was answer. I just answered the question.
Okay, let's do this.
We are just answering questions.
Let's do this. Starting from community. Okay. Okay, community, Wekesa, Ashley, Mugambi and Ndeto. Ndeto ndio mtu wa mwisho, alafu mimi nachukua mic. Sam. So after Ndeto there will be Sam, but we are doing our first lap. Okay? Community.
Last, not first.
The last lap.
Yes, asante sana kwa nafasi speaker. Now, in fact, I want to speak about, I heard Ndeto saying that in 2017, Baba was very harsh. Yani hapo nyuma, in fact, Baba alikuwa anatutetea sana. You remember what happened wakati wa Mau Forest? Baba Kibaki alimtoroka wakati walikuwa waende kupanda miche, alafu hiyo baadaye ikakuja kumhunt. So Baba this time round is very, very careful. He is trading in a careful manner. That is why in fact mmeona kuwa Baba ameingia chini ya maji, but hajaingia vile. Wakati utakapofika Baba sura yake itafanya nini? Itaonekana. Now I want to thank same Baba, because in fact right now I as Arun, I can be able to criticize the government without finding my head in Ngong Forest. You remember initially, in fact, before second liberation, we were undergoing so difficult times, but it is because of Baba and the very people who are with, in fact, who are now sleeping in their graves, may they continue resting well, that in fact, right now, you can be able to speak your mind freely without you being taken anywhere. But when maybe you will attack the family members, maybe be it of a president, be it of a deputy president, that is when you will see the government coming in. But if it is just talking, in fact, we have matured. Then the other thing I want to thank Baba and Kibaki, that it is through them we managed to get a constitution whereby right now we have CDF, we have devolution. Hiyo ni credit inamwendea Baba. Na kitu kingine sasa hivi it is through handshake whereby tunaona sasa hivi the Luo community, the Kikuyu community wanaweza kuja pamoja wa shake hands, wakunywe chai, alafu sasa hiyo uhasama yenye ilikuwa kutoka kwa mababa zao inaenda ikifanya nini, ikififia. So which means Kenya is heading now in the right direction. Alafu jambo lingine I want to put it clear, Wekesa, nataka upate hii point vizuri. When ulisikia kuwa nikisema kuwa baba nikasema kuwa sijui kama kufight corruption, hajasema taxation. Nilisikia mnasema kuwa inaonekana huyu community ni kama anataka mtu akuja ambaye ni malaika ndio ampatie kura 2022 ama iko namna gani? No. In fact ile kitu ambayo ninasema kuwa hao viongozi ni wetu. Mumeona vile Ndeto mwenyewe ameshindwa kabisa construct baba hapa kuwa in fact baba kuna kosa amefanya. Ni kama hata mimi sasa hivi ukiniambia kuwa je, ukiambiwa pigia William Samoei Ruto utampigia kura ama hautampigia? Ile kitu nitafanya nitawei niangalie because there is nobody ambaye ako smart. Sisi wote we are fallen of the glory of God. So ni sisi wenyewe tuangalie, je, huyu baba na huyu Raila Amolo Odinga, Kalonzo, je, tukiwaeka kwa mizani kuna mwenye ataokoa hii Kenya yetu ama iko namna gani? Then kutoka hapo you make your decision. Now as I finish,
please finish.
Yes, through Raila and his BBI, nasema namna gani? Because wengi wanasema kuwa Raila yeye ndio baba ya BBI. Now mbona Raila akaleta ili wazo la BBI? Raila alitaka angalau kuona lile jambo ambalo lilimfanya asiingie katika marudio ya uchaguzi ya 2017 imerekebishwa. Right now ya Ndeto, ya kina Ashley, ya kina Jex na wote mmekataza mambo ya IBC kuangaliwa na hii mambo ya BBI. Now tunaenda kwa uchaguzi 2022 bila IBC cause huenda tarehe 20 anything can happen. Upate Court of Appeal imesema kuwa hakuna BBI. So tunaenda uchaguzi 2022 without IBC kuwekwa sawa. So any outcome yenye itakuja, Ndeto, Ashley, mimi ama whosoever, please tuichukue, tusilie tuseme sijui maybe tumefanyiwa hivi no, tuichukue tu vile hivyo. Mungu awabariki. Testimony mtanipatia September 2022 kuwa je, hiyo IBC vile imetupatia hiyo uchaguzi imetupatia ikiwa credible ama sio credible. 2022 nipe mtanipatia hiyo testimony. Asante.
Okay, thank you ancestor. We appreciate you. Wekesa, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I am here. I think many people think that I'm a sycophant of Raila. Yes, I want to confirm here that Raila doesn't know me, but I stand for what he believes in, and I will advocate for it. And I'm not afraid to mention my candidate because he's somebody you are proud talking about because you know what he stands for. First, he is a father, and not because he is our parent, but he's a father in terms of democracy. He's a father of democracy. And the space we are enjoying, even him at Tusi tunaweza fanya, is because these guys fought for the freedom of expression, and now anybody else can express themselves. Some people have always argued that show me one thing that Raila has done for this nation. And we say that there are qualitative and quantitative things. Just as on your body, you have arms that you can see, but you have liver that you can't see, yet the liver is more important. If you lose the liver, you can't survive, but you can lose one arm and continue existing. So things like democracy are not seen, they are not even tangible. So people tend to trivialize it, that somebody who fought for democracy is like he has not done any development. But that is the greatest development Kenya has ever got when we talk about democracy. And democracy is the most expensive thing when we are in terms of development. And that is what puts Kenya on a map in terms of Africa. When we look at constitutional order, he has been on the forefront of fighting for reforms and new constitutional dispensation. And those are costed their freedom, even some of them being jailed, some of them being affected in Nyayo torture chambers, but they stood the test of time. And when it came to 1991, no reforms, no election, they stood strong until the IPPG agreed and we got the repeal of our constitution and we got the multi-party democracy that we are enjoying. Papa has pronounced himself very well and candidly in terms of corruption. We don't want leaders who floss around with issues of corruption. They don't have even a stand on what corruption is. Anytime a corrupt person is mentioned, they say we are being targeted. Yes, if every corrupt person can be targeted in Kenya, we'll be very happy. And let them continue being targeted until they are wiped out of our governance, so that we can have a governance that respects our public covers, not people to put their hands in public covers and take the money as they want. Then they come here and become very philanthropic and they will tell us how you can be generous to Kenyans and how you can show mercy to the poor when you have just stolen from the right hand and you are feeding them with the left hand. That is hypocrisy of the highest order, and their followers who are cultically following them should understand. Baba is very forgiving, unlike other leaders who bear grudges. Baba, despite the things Kinamoi did for them, Baba forgave, and right now he has no problem with the Moi family. Right now he has no problem with the Kenyatta family, despite the historical grudges they have had. So he's a very forgiving man, unlike other people who you see them and you know it is revenge that is guiding them in their political pursuit. So we need a forgiving leader like Baba. In terms of religion, he has pronounced himself very well. He doesn't want to be just a Pharisee who stands every day with the Bible, but their character are contradicting the book they are reading and telling people Bwana asifiwe, but vitu wanafanya haziambatani na Bwana asifiwe. So he also told us he's a member of SEK. For those who have said that Baba has no religion, he is a member of SEK. When he was in prison, he was able to read the Bible from Genesis to Revelation. He understands the tenets of the faith, and he has never even been afraid to tell the clergies that it is wrong to accept corruption in church. So he has that moral fiber that he can even ask the clergies that let's have order even in our churches. Yeah, Baba has respects humanity. He has been against, when that time the case of Sharon and Obado came up, he pronounced himself and he said that we need leaders who respect sanctity of life, and then taking away lives of people in their hands is wrong. But immediately after that, another leader was seen with the same Obado trying to protect him and showing political supremacy, as if killing somebody is not something bad. We condemn such a leadership. Baba has pronounced himself well in terms of conservation of environment, and he advocated so much on conservation of Mau forest. But the other guys, they are okay when people encroach on the forest, so long as they can protect their votes. They don't care about whether Kenya will have deforestation. Baba has pronounced himself on manufacturing. He advocates for made in Kenya, build Kenya, buy Kenya, and that is what makes me happy that if we vote him in, he will promote our manufacturing. He has pronounced himself on the reforms, and that's why the BBI is going on. And finally, I'll talk about Baba has pronounced himself in terms of gender, the women affairs, the youth affairs, and he has Kenya at heart, and he wants to see a prosperous Kenya. God bless you. Have a wonderful day if it's not night.
Okay, thank you, Wekesa. Now, can we hear from Ashley?
And tell whoever is posting to not be unfair. There are more comments than that one. Is it Mtembei? Anyway. Freddie said I voted in 2013. I don't know whether I was with him or not, because I have not given that information. So please don't put words into my mouth. Just say what you know. And so what I was saying about Raila, I'm not saying, like when this thing happened in the world about the COVID, even rich countries, they helped their citizens. And even our country was given donations to help its citizens. And I do hear that some people are given money, but not all. There was a lot of suffering. And I'm not a socialist, but there is times when even a hardworking person is not able to make ends meet if they close, like all the hotels were closed. So just know those people in the hotels were not making money. So it is the country working for its people. If people pay taxes and then there comes a great need, like the time of the COVID, our government needs to also at that time step in and help its citizens. I am sure a lot of people have died because they did not have food. A lot of people have died because they have no access to treatment for COVID. They have no access to for even testing. So I'm just I wish and I pray, and I'm here for this very reason, that one day we will have a president and his team of MPs, senators, governors who put people first. It doesn't have to be everywhere, but enough of a majority that they advocate, and we will see Kenya change from the bottom. And I know someone like Sam talks like he's a big shot. Of course, he has to defend his territory, his stuff. So I don't expect any less from him and a lot of people like him. But there are exceptions. Those exceptions is who we are looking for. It is not that people hate dynasties. It is because dynasties are selfish and they do not put other people into account. They think in that level where they keep saying, somebody, you tell them you're hungry, they tell you, oh, you didn't have time to eat, not that you didn't have money to, or they call you lazy because you're not able to come up for work, because they don't understand how you cannot find work, how money is scarce, because them they are flowing with money. And me, I know people who are really poor. I know people who are really, they were not able to pay their rents because of COVID. So it would have taken a patriot to say, you know what, I'm not going to take this money. I can use it, but I'm able to eat. I'm able to feed my family. So for right now, I want to ask the president to give it to the people. Let me tell you, that is who we are missing in our country. That is the missing link. And that is the link that we are looking for. And I hope we will raise that person in this election of 2022. If not, in the 2027, I wait to see for that person come to be. And I know a lot of people will support that person. If the systems will work, where when the mandate is given by the majority, that person becomes the leader, I hope that day will come, that we will be able to have whoever is elected by the majority gets to assume power. That is my prayer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. That is one reason why you need to support Baba, so that we do the required reforms. Then you be that person in 2027, because Baba is coming only for one term.
I'm not interested in leadership at all. I just want to see, and I know we are able. But now, the reason I told you I don't want Baba is because he does not run democratically, the ODM. As for my opinion, how I've seen him run ODM is not how I wouldn't like him as a leader. Now, we talk about looking for someone else. We can support Isaac Olichia, and I give him the chance to see what he can do. I think he would do justice. I don't know, but I think we need to give people like him a chance to be in the decision making table and see where he can take our country, or people like him.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we hear from Gambi?
Okay, thank you so much. As I make my closing remark, if I was to echo anyone, Wekesa has just summarized what I was to say. But I can't sleep before saying this. One point is directed to Ashley. I think from your argument, you have some facts, but the better part of it, you are kind of making assumptions. For example, how do you tell us that Raila and Kalonzo should forego what is rightfully theirs for our country, Kenya? We understand our budget is almost 3 trillion right now, but Raila's package and Kalonzo's package can't make the government not to attend to its people, number one. Number two, I want to apologize for Deto. I know I've thrown him under the bus, and I've done that one deliberately to make some points. Most of the young people around and across Mount Kenya, they have been brainwashed to paint Baba as an ugly animal. Because when I asked Deto his reasons as to why he can't support Baba, he tried to beat around the bush for more than 15 minutes. But at the end of it all, he made no substantive point as to why he won't support Baba. And that is what I myself and a few people, we are fighting to make sure that people uses their hands to think, other than thinking around their tribal lines. So, a man of the caliber of Deto, you can't tell me you want to be the MP of wherever you are, but you have been voting across your tribal lines. For example, wherever you are, if you come in from Kikuyu land, and most of the constituents are out of Kikuyu land, do you want to tell me that those people should not vote for you? Absolutely not. Number three, I know everybody here is trying to preach their own gospel. Preach the right gospel. Don't preach the gospel of take water, preach water, but take wine. If it is wine, Ndeto, take your wine. If it is water, take your water. If you are thinking of becoming a leader in this country, and then you tell us here that it will be the first time for me to vote outside my tribal line, that shows what you are made of which I know that is not who you are. You can do better, you can think better. I'm not saying that to attack you as my young brother. I'm just doing that to enlighten you. For example, if you have listened to what Wekesa has said, Wekesa is not a Luo. He comes from Luya land. They have Mudavandi and all other leaders. But he has dismantled his mind from his tribe to see the good thing of these people. Yesterday, most of us here were complaining that we have criticized Ruto for so long. Today, a motion was put of criticize Baba as much as you can. But no one has come out so strongly to criticize Baba in that I tried to change my mind. If anything, most of you have tried to display the ignorance that has been in you. And that's why we should do this time and again to make sure that people like Deto, people like Ashley, Jakes, and the rest, they use their mind to think and they use their mind to vote. Because most of the people, they'll use their mind to look for money or the politician who gives them much. But when you go to voting, you leave your mind at home and vote my person. Personally, I've voted from the year 2002. Whenever I go to vote, okay, I will campaign for many. But if I go to vote, I'll vote according to who am I going to vote and what is he made of. Most of you have been saying Sri Baba has been alleged to be so corrupt. None of you has mentioned a case in court, active or closed, that Baba has ever been charged with in court. You will talk of molasses and all those things, maize and all those things. Has anyone ever taken Baba to court? The answer is not. Meaning, there's a man who could be so good, but everyone is painting him. So let us change how we think. Let us change how we take our actions. Remember, today you are an android. Tomorrow, your child may suffer the actions that you take today. So thank you so much. I'm not attacking Deto, nor am I attacking other people who are against what we believe in. But I want you to use your mind to think, to vote, and to spread the gospel. Thank you.
John, Baba is weak.
Thank you very much, Mugambi. Ashley.
I was telling him Baba is weak and he's not self-assured. He would be easily manipulated, even though he was all the things that you said.
Okay, thank you. I think you are making closing remark, and in every meeting when you have an AOB, you don't have to rebuttal. But I want to remind Ashley some point that Wekesa has made. Wekesa has illustrated a scenario whereby Baba has gone against the grain most of the time. He has shelved his own ambitions for the betterment of our country, Kenya. Remember, in 2007, he won the election, of which I knew he won the elections, and everyone knew. But he had to shelve his ambitions to be the president, to stop the bloodshed, and get half of the government that he could have owned, if at all, he followed the right channel.
That's
Come in
what's wrong with him.
2017.
That's what's wrong
Come
with
into,
him.
okay,
He
come
needs
in
to go all the way
2017.
or not go at all.
Actually,
It's okay.
you want to tell us that when Ruto refused to go to Uganda, is he weak by just
I have not
obeying
talked. We are
orders?
talking about Raila.
No, you're just
Okay.
giving you an example. That is not
You
weakness.
know what? I told you I'm not like supporting Ruto, and that's why I said in 2017 I did not support them. I supported Raila. So the reason I would choose Ruto right now is between with what I know right now. With what I know right now, I would choose Ruto. But then I did not choose Ruto. So don't think I'm a diehard fan of Ruto. I would choose him because between him and
Ashley.
yeah.
Ashley, you have made your point. Please, we are closing. Don't open a new Nini. We are meeting
you didn't
again
give
on
me
this
an opportunity.
platform. We'll be discussing Ruto next time. Let's clear with Raila today.
Okay, Ben, I think because if I keep talking, I'll get so much from Ashley and Deto to attack me. Let Deto continue so that we can end this debate. And use facts.
Okay.
Use facts, Deto.
Okay. Make straight to the point. Afadhali tulale mapema tafadhali.
Hey, don't limit my area of coverage, Mugambi.
Yes, redeem time.
Yeah, I'm approaching Mugambi the way he is telling me to use facts, and I can see also the community ancestor laughing. So, and a joke was made that he said, I think sometimes he was not there, but Wekesa said,
just for the banner, please give Neto a chance
that comment
himself and explain his
community just wait. And Wekesa said that because his other name is an ancestor, so this guy could have long existed. So I understand where he is coming from. So let me address from what is on the text. Someone is saying that please give Deto a chance to redeem himself and explain his tribalist voting patterns. And okay, I would like to place this clearly that I'm not a tribalist. What I meant is, if you look at the voting trend, for instance, for Central Region, the candidate who won in both 2013 and 2017, and also in 2002, they won with 98%. So I meant I was within that 98%. I was not in the 2%. When you look for people who voted in 2013 and 2017 from Western and Nyanza, where Raila got almost 100%, people like Wekesa, because by nature of geographical location, he is located there, and the wave was ODM. That's how you find him also being the part of 100. So here, we cannot come here on this platform and lie.
No.
That, let me finish. You know, I do not lie myself.
Raila is
I,
When you
Raila is
purport to
an
speak
island,
on behalf of
Amabantu.
others who you are not their thinking machine, you mess yourself up big time.
But
I
Bernard,
vote in Nairobi.
if somebody calls my name on our closing remarks, I will rebuttal.
Let me
He has
finish.
tagged my name, and let me tell him, Raila is a Nilot like
Wait,
Ruto.
wait,
Mimi, I'm a
wait,
Bantu
wait,
like
wait,
Uhuru.
wait.
I'm a Bantu
Wait.
like Uhuru.
Let me finish, Wekesa. I know where you come from. So you are a Bantu, but from a different region, where they massively support a certain candidate who belong to
There are
ODM.
enough Kikuyus in Western, my friend, and they vote for Uhuru. What are you saying about a region?
Si unyamaze kwanza, Wekesa, alafu utalibato. So the other point, so I have cleared that I'm not a tribalist. It is only that I inserted myself in a society where I found a certain practice. And because I don't want to be a bad boy, I had my thinking systems, which was very strong, but
Beto,
because I wanted, okay,
a
can
minute.
you, Mugambi,
Okay, just a minute, a minute. Just a minute,
I
a
know
minute,
who you
a minute.
voted for. I know
Just
who
a
you
minute.
voted for.
I want to
know
make
who
a
you
point.
voted for.
Okay,
You are
When
within
I rebuttal, you tell me
98%.
it is closing remarks. That's what you said, Mugabe. Yet you want to make
Yes.
a comment. Why are you
Yes.
being unfair? You will
I know
either do
you
the
are
same thing
within
for everybody, or we
you are
all also
within the
rebuttal.
98%. You are within the 98%, but you are here telling us how you are within the 2%, together with the community ancestor. You people, I have mastered your handwriting. Let us get to the other point. So the way you people you are profiling Baba, I mean, his achievement seem to be beyond presidency. This guy seems like he is beyond. So president is a small thing for him. So let him give another person a chance, because he might get to presidency. Then the corruption cases you are saying that he has never been caught, he became the most corrupt, and he ended up even being detained like Jacob. Is he called Jacob Zuma, the guy from South Africa? Then he spent his old age in a cell. So let him forget about that area of becoming the president if we want to retain the same respect. Politics is a dirty game. So let him not engage to presidency. So the other point is also let us not express a hatred. Especially, I like the way these guys who are on the comment line, they are saying that, Deto, I have discovered you do not hate Raila. It's only a matter of maybe disagreement with some policies. But personally, you know, I'm a person who do not get angry so fast because someone is not supporting me. Even the guy who is saying that, Deto, you have lost MP seat. You know, where I come from, I know the strategy that I'm using. So finally, I will get there and we shall be appearing. The very same group you see here. Maybe next year we shall be in parliament. and we shall be taking over the same discussion in the floor of parliament. Who knows? Then by then, I would like to see the point Mugambi is talking about, the point community has Nini ancestor is talking about, Bernard Wekesa. I would love to see those points being amalgamated into a policy that can help Kenyans without maybe even being sidelined, maybe being choosing maybe the party that brought you in the parliament. So let us prioritize the common interest of the people. The second last point is I would say, let us also advise Baba that majority of Kenyans have received salvation. You know, in most of the breakfast prayers day or meetings, Baba has always been busy meeting the community elders. So what is he gaining from these community elders? Like the other day, when guys are in State House praying, that's when the Baba is meeting Kikuyu Council of Elders. I mean, whoever who is advising him, let him know that without God, there is nothing even like presidency. God is the big factor. So then finally, I would say thank you guys. You know, every day I learn something new. Every day I laugh when I come on this platform, and I know my days are added. So the same thing to you guys. Today I've been attacked, and I don't know if Wekesa is the one under this conspiracy of popping all the messages that Deto has. You see
That
now.
I'm your friend, and yesterday you saw it. Even when I was moderating, I gave you a lot of time. What is your problem with
I
that?
know, but I don't know if it is you or
I
Mutembei.
called you for lunch. We need to meet for lunch.
You see now what they are saying, but I know I qualify.
Neto, thank you very much for your submission. I think we should move on. Neto, just you receive positively. Receive these are your voters. If your voters are advising you, who are you to to go against their wish? So listen to your electorate. They have a place for you.
Thank you, Bernard.
Let's hear from Sam as we close, please.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm just okay. I'm not going to rebut to anything. I'll just go straight to my closing remarks. Okay. But my challenge to UDA supporters, first of all, you need to stop regurgitating information, especially when you hear from somewhere else. You need to come with arguments that make sense, arguments that are original without from other people. So I hope next time you guys will be able to do that. Okay. And I'm saying that because of yesterday we were getting some misinformation here that Harun guy was deported, and the guy is still in the country. So those kind of misinformation can actually even burn down a country. So we need to be careful about that. Okay, but let me say this: this week, Ruto disrespect to the president has been beyond comprehension. The way he lined up those members of parliament to deconstruct the government project agendas, that guy, in fact, I really wish he could resign this coming week. That is the only honorable thing that he can do. If he's really serious about what he stands for, he needs to resign. And now this even takes me to this question of, I had Ashley saying that Baba is weak, right? You just try to go to jail for just 1 year. You tell me, right? We know how many years Raila was in jail. Just try to go to the exile and then we see who is strong and who is weak. Okay.
Sam, I said he changed. He's changed.
I'm doing my closing remark, and it's for all the Tanga who keeps on saying here that Raila is weak. I'm pretty sure every time when I keep on talking,
Right now he's weak. He wasn't weak then, and that's what I said before.
Because I said the truth. So let me.
Before you came on the show, I said that he has changed from the Raila we knew before.
No,
that's
but
what
you
I
said
said.
he's weak. You've said
Right. Yes, he is right now. He is weak, and he's not.
He's weak. Okay, go to jail.
Than the rest.
Go to jail fighting for other people's right, and then we will know the difference between who is weak and who is strong. Go for exile, the way he went, and then I will.
Okay, you're talking the past and the present. The present and the past are not the same Raila. We have two different Railas. The Raila of the before, of the past, and the Raila of today.
I'm making my submission. The past is the foundation of the future. Everybody
no,
knows
just
that.
like Museveni was good, he's not good anymore.
The foundation of the future.
Not always.
That is
People
what
change.
you need to know.
People change. Next time, let me do this. Next time,
please.
Yeah, but you know he's saying something I say. Next time, Sam, please come next time. I will bring you clips of why I'm saying Raila is weak. I will expound on that.
But
hold on, Ashley.
Why are you attacking me when I talk? Maybe it's because I'm really saying the truth about.
No, because you're distorting what I'm saying. That's why I said let us push it to next week.
Try to lose a son.
But no. Let me say this. Let us push it to next week.
Then he will
what I'm saying, I'm not denying him.
What I'm saying, let me finish.
But you are distorting my statement.
Did I interrupt?
No, you're distorting what I say.
Let me finish, okay? So I'm saying you guys tell me who is strong. Is it the person who goes to jail? You go to jail and then now you will tell us who is strong. Try to go for exile. You will tell us who is strong. Try to lose a son, but you're still strong, like trying to liberate Kenya from this corruption that we've been having. Then we'll know who is strong, okay?
Raila could be easily compromised.
One thing that I have learned this past week about Ruto's trip to Uganda. First of all, UDA, it means Uganda Development Agency, or you can call another thing. That is what it is. Another thing that I've learned from that trip is that Ruto is a dynasty. There's no hustler can call a bank and they get 15 billion shillings. So they should stop lying to people. Another thing that I've also learned is that he cares less for the investors in Kenya. So how does a foreign investor come out of other country to be given money in your own country? Why is he not bringing his own money? So those are the kind of things that we really need to interrogate. So when somebody comes here and tell me that the reason why they can never vote for Raila is because there's some woman eating stone in Mombasa, how come Ruto did not give that 15 billion shilling to that woman?
You know, all things considered, you can shout all you want, Sam. Okay. All things considered, Ruto.
Another thing that we also need to see, Ruto never fight for anybody. I remember in 2017, while people were being attacked, right? And then he went to Al Jazeera, and then he called these people who are demonstrating on the street. What did he call them? He called them these people are militias. That's what he said. And then this is the same person who is defending a foreigner with all that he has, with all his body, with all his soul. But he could not fight for these Kenyans. So you tell me who is weak, who is strong, right? The only thing that we know about somebody like Ruto, and actually Mtembe, and actually Mugambi, you're very right? I can't take my mind. What I know is that this guy, he just knows how to steal mercilessly, okay? And there are cases in court that has been closed, according to what Mugambi was saying. There's Mteshi land that was closed, and he was and he was told that he even need to compensate for holding funds of that. No, for holding any sort of benefit that he could have gotten from that land, going and trying to get the Langata primary playground, the Kimore Dam. We don't even know what happened. All the theft that has happened in that country has been quite unbelievable. And then now we will hear somebody saying that, oh, but Raila is weak. Raila is weak. Let me tell you, this guy right now called Raila is trying to do something different from what he has not done before. Because before, he was really talking, he was really bringing all this corruption, and then he saw when he's fighting corruption outside, the cartels will not let him enter inside. So right now, he's just camouflaging. But let me tell you, if Raila enters and becomes president, he will be the Magufuli of Kenya. You guys will be shocked. Right now, he's just quiet. The guy is not that he's not fighting corruption, but by the time he comes, he's going. Do you guys want to tell me that Magufuli fought corruption when he was a minister? He wasn't doing that the way he did as our president. So as soon as he became president, he became very tough, and that's what I normally believe, that Raila will be the Magufuli of Kenya. I'm telling you the fact. So that's why I feel so bad how somebody like the deputy can stand with the members of parliament. And another thing that I also want to remind everyone here, all these members of parliament of Tanga, we can bet money in the bank, right? We can bet with all your money that all of you guys you have in the bank. Probably most of them, they will not be cleared to run. It's hot air. Do you know why? Because ESCC this time round, they've said they will not do like the way they did last time. If you have corruption cases, you'll be told first go clear it, and then you will come and then you'll tell us that you need a ticket. That, my friend, if it happens, maybe even Ruto might not be on the ballot. So when we hear even arguing, he might not be. You know what I'm saying? And I am just saying, like probably me, the best gift, Christmas gift I can ever get is actually like to know he might not be in the ballot, so that I can protect people like Ashley from bad governorship. Because if Ruto become president in 2024, Uhuru will be regarded as the best president that Kenya has ever had. Let me not lie to you. Mount Kenya.
Sam, what you are telling us right now. You are telling us how incompetent Uhuru is to have chosen the DP as his deputy. You are telling us how incompetent Uhuru has. He must have been very, very drunk in 2013 and 2017 two times to have chosen as such an incompetent deputy. If the deputy is that incompetent, no, I'm just saying, if the deputy is that incompetent, what does that say about Uhuru?
That is enough, Ashley.
Because you're taking too long. When I took you long, I was cut short. You talked before, you're talking now.
Do you know why Ashley is saying that?
You're just running your mouth and you're not saying anything, but you're being given a lot of time.
Every sentence that I have said is
no, it is true. I said it is true, and because it is true, what does that say about Uhuru? What does that say about Uhuru? What does that say? Can you answer this question? What does that all say about Uhuru, who chose him as his running mate 3 times?
You'll ask me that later, but this was the last submission. I don't
know.
No,
can you please answer that?
No, but I've not even had the question. You'll ask later. But let me finish.
Let me help you answer.
What I'm saying, I'm finishing the submission, and then maybe I will understand what question she was asking. I'm just finishing.
I'm asking, since you have told us all how bad Ruto is, what does that say about the man who chose him 3 times as his running mate? What does that say about him? How incompetent?
Okay, but I've not even gotten the question, but I'm finishing. I'm not even lying. I haven't gotten.
Okay, let me what I am saying. Since Ruto is all the things that you have said. No, see, anasema hajapata question. Mtu mwingine akiongea.
Acha amalize tutakujibu. Hiyo ni swali rahisi sana.
Yeah, because you know me, I'm hearing those questions like they're noise. That's how I was not able to understand. But let me just like finish. I was even saying 3 sentences and then I finished. Now you've interfered with my train of thinking. Okay, I was talking about people will have to be cleared for them to run. Okay, so and then I was like, maybe even like we're wasting our time. We're talking about somebody who will not be on the ballot. you know what I'm saying? Because some people, they've been asking me, how come Uhuru and Raila, they're so quiet? They're not even doing anything. What is it that they know? Probably they know this game might not be on the ballot. And let me tell you, if Ruto is not going to be on the
Kwani
ballot,
nani anakuwa na minutes
people
ngapi?
will
Sam
not
has talked
fight.
for 5 minutes.
People will not fight. That is what I'm telling you. In fact, the country will be at peace. They will not fight. So what my conclusion now is this, right? From henceforth, when we are here talking, we need to be factual with the things we are saying. That's why I started from the before by saying regurgitating of information, because you've heard it from the Hustler intelligence briefing from Itumbi, and then you come here and tell us about things to do with contraband. I don't know. That is somebody yesterday in the panel he was talking about. That is not right. And then we should hold right people accountable. Holding an elected official accountable is so laughable. So we need to be putting the people on check, the ones that we've elected, the ones that are actually elected members. So if we come here and we start talking about Raila is an elected official. What is he gonna do? He cannot even send any check from a government. He can only do within the party of ODM, because he's the only party leader of that party. Actually, that is my submission, and I really hope maybe some of the people will change their mind and to think straight from henceforth.
In
Yeah.
conclusion,
Thank
Sam,
you,
don't
Sam.
you think
Thank you,
that
Sam.
what all
Now,
you
Ashley,
said about why are you refusing me to talk? Because you didn't give me a chance. You only gave me a chance to answer. You did not give me a chance to give my submissions. So I don't know why I'm being discriminated on this channel. I did
You would
not
have
get
come
a
earlier.
chance.
Ashley, you're not being honest.
Yeah, you're not being. I've actually not been talking. You gave your
Ashley, you gave him, I
I
gave him
answered
first
Sam.
priority
I answered Sam.
over others. You
Anyway, it's
spoke.
okay. I just
Then
wanted
you
to ask
answered question.
Sam
Then
to
you
give
came back
us
another
a
round.
conclusion.
But I think it is fair. I think it is fair to give Ashley some time also to rebuttal, because Sam has
He
really
was
crushed
mentioned,
her.
yeah.
Yeah,
No
let her say
problem.
something in 2 minutes.
But she
Because
cannot
the way Sam
Beto,
is
hold
demeaning,
on.
the way Sam is
Beto,
demeaning even our model and what, we are here because we have ideas. Give
So
Ashley
yeah, it
2
is
minutes.
unfair.
Yeah,
If you
so
want it
as
to be
we
an
can be
ODM channel,
fair.
you tell us so we don't come. But
She
if
is
you
a
want it to be
lady.
everybody,
She
I
is a
think we should
lady.
also get a chance.
Yes,
Yeah.
she is a lady. Let us also
No, I
appreciate
don't
that.
even want to be considered a lady. I can fight as good as a man, by the way.
I
So I don't
know,
want to be
Yeah,
given a
Ashley,
platform.
Ashley,
but
go ahead, Mami. Ashley, go ahead.
So me, I only have one question for Sam. When you discuss how bad Ruto is, what does that say about the man who chose him 3 times to be his running mate? That's all my question is.
But I did not say Ruto is bad. I was just trying to tell you, I was debunking the things you're saying that Raila is weak. And that's why I told you, tell your candidate to go to jail, even at least for 3 months. We'll see how he's going to behave. I tell him to go to fight for something to the point where he's being forced to go for an exile. And then now we can come here and debate between who is strong and who is weak. But so I was trying to say,
I think you didn't
saying that
understand.
you
Sam,
saying that Raila is weak is baseless. How
so
weak
next
is
time,
he?
if you come early, I will bring my reasons, because I've talked about it before and I will talk about it again. So I am happy to discuss it. I don't think, since these are closing remarks, that I'm able to go
No,
into
you
it
can
in
tell us
detail.
now. Bernard, allow her to tell us now
No,
how Ruto is strong.
Sam, kindly allow Ashley to unajua hata nani Addis Wahome hakuwa na amejipanga kwa bottom up. He had to be trained then come back. Allow Ashley
let me
to
conclude because I think she has left.
Unajua nani
Let me-
Wekesa na Matusi, because we've been getting on each other on WhatsApp.
people,
I called him.
have you taken over
I called
this
him.
one?
I called him what? What did I call you? I know where you're coming from, but we can fight behind the tent. Be a man. Don't bring your emotions here.
Okay,
Please.
okay, Ashley. Thank you, everyone.
And someone is telling me to review my strategy. This Felix guy is paid. This guy is paid Bernard. I don't know
is
who
your
get.
voter. Convince him to vote for you. Stop complaining about him. Now, Wekesa, you have to answer Ashley about the implication of Ruto's running mate to Uhuru Kenyatta. If you could do that shortly before I close.
No, I asked Sam, not Wekesa. I don't want from Wekesa, please. I don't want
it from where?
Sam is the one who was talking about
Mimi ni right
Ruto.
wire, wachana na mimi, wacha akae.
Okay, thank you very much. I would just say two things. There is something where Sam asked about go to prison and for 1 year and prove how strong you can be. I have not been in prison, not for 1 year, but I was held in police custody for 2 hours for not putting on seatbelt in Maseno. And the 2 hours looked like 60 years. I had never had such an experience, and I would never want to have that again. Just the 3 hours I was in the place until I was cleared, paid, taken to court, paid the fine, and was released to go back for my mission. It is hell. You all of a sudden, you just get cut from the rest of the world. And it does not, it feels you are in another world altogether. So when it is said that Baba was in seclusion for 9 years, mimi namtolea tu kofia mapema. Sitaki ku find out kama alikuwa kwa 9 years. Because the 2 hours I was in a police cell, I couldn't survive. So let us not trivialize things that are serious. Secondly, it is called Hustler Intelligence Bureau. The propaganda that is being thrown around by UDA. Ayaga keeps advising you guys on this platform. Propaganda is done by government. It's not done by people who are looking for how to get to government. It's a government that does propaganda to save their face from being implicated in the face of the citizen. It is crazy to have a party that is new and is looking for how to get into government, and their main wares that they are selling to Kenyans is propaganda. I mean, that bureau needs to be closed, number one, if Ruto is serious about being president, and then begin to sell to Kenyans what is real, not this propaganda of who has been deported, who has been closed where. If they are helping an investor, let them come out and tell us what is their interest in the investment. Secondly, I hear that Museveni is getting angry because Ruto was stopped from going to the place. I have not confirmed that. But if that is true, it is very simple. Museveni's calendar has already blocked him from vying again as president. So the best place where there is vacancy for presidents is in Uganda. And if Museveni has seen the best president in William Ruto, right now, with his signature, he can make William Ruto a citizen of Uganda and leave the seat to William Ruto and let William Ruto continue from where Museveni has left. We will not have a neighbor choosing for us who should be president. If he has any beef with Uhuru or beef with the Raila, that is their problem. Us Kenyans have a right of choosing who to be president and not our neighboring country. So without saying too much, propaganda is not how to win an election. Let Ruto look for a different way. Baba and the team, they are doing their homework, and the reason why they have not panicked or they are not responding to everything, I'm sure they know what they are doing, and I know what they are banking on. And when mbivu na mbichi itakapotokezea, tutajua nani ni nani. Right now, let people have their dance when the song is still playing. But when we change the song, we will hear some outcry somewhere. Licha hayo yote, naomba tufunge.
Bernard, a minute, please. You see this guy, he is also telling me that Deto, you have also borrowed your name from Ukambani. That's a sign that I'm not tribal. You know, I'm everywhere. When I will
that's why I
be
told you
asking,
he's your voter.
exactly, when I will be looking for presidency, I will be felt everywhere. I will not need tribal kings.
Good.
I will be everywhere.
You have ambition.
Bernard,
Yes.
I also want to defend myself. Bernard, I also want to
Okay.
defend myself from Ashley.
Wekesa, defend yourself in the next half a minute. We close this thing, please.
In fact, 1 second, I'm not a woman, and if being a woman is a bad thing, I welcome Ashley to manhood. Thank you.
I told him to stop being emotional. Tutapatana WhatsApp.
You guys.
Wewe actually si utoe nini kidogo.
Bernard, Wekesa na Ashley wanajuana tu, haina ngori bana.
Actually, hebu toka kwa
Aliniambia
kidogo
nipende,
Ashley.
aliniambia nimuone inbox nikakataa, ndio ananiangalia vibaya.
Ashley wetu mimi nampenda mazee. Hata mimi sinanga shida na Ashley kabisa nampenda sana.
Now, you guys, let's call it a day. This IP man needs to be helped. All the same. If you are not yet in our WhatsApp group, please give us your number on the private chat, and we'll be able to put you on the WhatsApp group where we cook these things before we come on this particular open platform. But more than that, even after the show, let us keep sharing this so that we share this information with many people. Don't just participate and then leave it there. When you invite your guys, share it with your groups. We'll get more views, and what we are doing here will get viewed and listened to and be watched by more people.
Wekesa, did you add me in the group? You did.
If we add in the group, you should know the
Sam, you need to talk to me nicely. I'm an admin in the group.
Sam,
I'm sending you a link.
Sam, just leave your number on this private chat.
Send me a link.
I'm sending you a link.
All right.
Okay, thank you. So let's close it there, please. We will pray. Father, in Jesus' name, we thank you for the show today. We thank you for everything that we have shared on this platform. We thank you for our nation called Kenya. We ask you to be the Lord of all. For blessed is a nation who the Lord is their God. We enthrone you over this nation and pray that, Lord, you will continually defend this nation from all evil and preserve it from every negative aggression. Lord, you are the one that holds our future. May you deliver this nation to the rightful future. Even in terms of choosing future leaders, you alone knows the hearts and the intents of men. We pray today that you will guide this nation and leave it in the right hands for prosperity. We give you thanks and bless you for everything. We look forward again, oh God, to have another time of fellowship on this platform. Continually prosper this work and cause it to reach to all that need to hear. We give you thanks and bless you today. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. Thank
Bernard,
you.
let me say this. I do respect Raila for all the things he has done. What I have said in the last few years, he has mellowed. That is my conclusion.
Asante.
Sawa, asanteni sana wananchi, asanteni wote ambao wameparticipate, IP, Felix, Nyambwanzu, Fred, and the other Fred. Thank you so much for keeping us busy. Please, let's do this again. We'll be coming up in case the BBI is ruling will come early. We will have a show in the middle of the week. Failure to that, tungoje mpaka mwisho wa mpaka weekend ndio tupatane tena. Mungu awabariki. Kenya moja, Wakenya wote tukue sawa sawa.
All right. Okay.
Asante. Kweli na siku njema.